Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as the sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Thank you, God. Thank you guys so much once again for tuning in to the Lapeef Network, and particularly tuning into Chaos with Chaotic. I am the Chaotic Truth. Chaotic Truth. Uh, I am so appreciative, or I appreciate the fact that you guys are listening to me while you are at work, while you are running your businesses, while you are taking walks. I get emails, I get DMs all the time from people, men and women, that are telling me, man, hey, I just enjoy listening to you while I'm taking a stroll in the park, while I'm walking down the street, while I'm grocery shopping. Guys, you don't know what that does to a person like me, man, to really sit back and think that I have a voice and people listen. And I I don't have any words to explain how much gratitude that I have for you guys. Thank you guys so much. Guys, we live in an infinite universe with infinite possibilities. Guys, take time out this summer. Get out there, bask in the glory of the universe. Get out there, go for a jog, go for a run, exercise in nature. People like to go into these boxes that we call gyms. Work out in nature. Do a pull up on a tree. There are outdoor parks as well. Get out there, go swimming this summer. This summer has turned out so thus far to be an incredible summer. And I definitely have been taking the time out to bask in the glory of my damn self. And hopefully you guys will. Guys, I send out nothing but positivity to you all. I'm so glad that you guys once again have come to the channel. Positivity is energy. It is energy that makes you feel good. It is energy that encourages you. It is energy that brings nothing but hope and prosperity to you. So I send it out to you as well. Thank you guys so much. And positivity is coming your way. I want to give a big shout out to America, first and foremost. America, greatest country on the planet. No other country is better than this country. There is no seconds, there are no thirds to this country. This is the greatest country on the planet. I love this free market capitalistic society. I love the fact that I can be anything that I choose to be. I love the fact that this country has been at the forefront of innovation, both on a technological level, scientific level, social level. Uh, this country is the standard on the planet. Everybody tries to get here. Everybody comes here. And I would even argue this, man, if the 97% of people who don't, 3% of the Earth's population lives in America, but I would be willing to bet that 97% of the rest of these people would love to come to this great country. Thank you guys so much, man. Thank you, America. Thank you so much. Also, I want to give a big shout out to white people this month. This is White History Month. Jesse Lee Peterson founded White History Month about 6 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. The white man, and I mean his culture, the Western civilization, his culture has been at the forefront of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, ingenuity. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, from civilizing most of the planet to introducing ideas of human rights, things that were unheard of in many places on the planet. The idea that in this country I have freedom of speech, the idea that I can redress the government, the idea that there is a system of checks and balances. These are concepts that were pretty much unheard of for a portion of human history. Trust me, there were no checks and balances in ancient Egypt. There were no checks and balances in the Babylonian Empire. There were none. There were no checks and balances in feudal Japan, in ancient China. There were none. Let's be honest. And that's another reason why I love America, and also love the white man's culture. And I feel as though, you know, we, not me, but I feel as though as a society, we we try to bully whites, into almost shaming them for being proud of who they are, and it's shameful. But what I want to happen today is whites call in and they express their love of their culture and heritage. And even people on the panel, when you call in, I'm going to ask you questions pertaining to White History Month, particularly what is your favorite invention? What is your favorite scientific endeavor? What is your favorite engineering feat that has been invented, created, managed, produced by whites for their month? There's nothing wrong with that. And other than that, I'm going to get into sending out positivity to the chat. I want to send a big positivity out to Will. Salute to you, Will. Hope all is well with you and yours, man. Will says, what America got to do with her relationship without a question mark. I'm going to get into that in a minute, Will. Give me a second. Talking about Keke Palmer. Talking about Keke Palmer. Give me a second, guys. Wait a minute. I got to send out a text message real quick. Give me 1 second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see real quick. But salute to you though, Will. Positivity is coming your way. Will, I have a question for you. Before I ask you the question, happy White History Month. Sir, what is your favorite invention? Who is a white male or female that you have always admired? Um, and obviously this question is for White History Month. Who else do we have on the panel here? We have Seven Still, the day one. Thank you so much, Seven Still, for always being there, man. Seven Still says CT for POTUS, President of the United States of America. You know, Seven, and positivity is coming your way first and foremost. Hope all is well with you and your family. Secondly, again, happy White History Month. When I was a kid, Seven Still, believe it or not, I was about 13 or 12 or 13 years old. I think I was 12 exactly. And I was in an engineering program many years ago at Case Western Reserve University. And I remember this summer program I was in. It was a very good engineering summer program. And I remember in one of the classes we had to do, it was more like a lackadaisical class in between math and science, sort of like some peer group bonding, whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was, but we had to come up with, or we had to announce to the class what did we want to be in life. And I said, listen, man, I would love to be the first Black president of the United States of America. Now, back then, I was a kid full of hope, which I am now. I was a kid full of um, I wasn't a pessimist. I was an optimist. I really believe that the president was a very prestigious attainment in life. And now that I'm almost 40 years old, I realize that the presidency is a job that I would not want to partake in. I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, it's not a job that I would want. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it, to be honest with you. Let's see here. Who else is in the building? We got 455 bench presses 82. Salute to you. Says Will Dinkin, obviously a lot if she's gonna put herself out there like that for the world to see. Positivity is coming your way. Positivity is coming to you, MK GRFXS Productions. Says absolutely she should be shamed. As a man, I'm sick of this idea, oh, I'm not a wife, therefore you can't tell me what to do. Try that BS in the Middle East, off with your head, and rightfully so. Hub City says, here for all of the chaos. Thank you so much, Hub City. Positivity is coming your way, man. I hope all is well with you and yours. And by the way, happy White History Month to you, MK, and 455. Happy White History Month. JC is in the building. Says, what did Grace Jones? When did Grace Jones get a show on Lapeef? Grace, I know you're trying to be funny, JC. I know you're trying to goose and giggle. I know you're trying to crack jokes, or like we used to call it in school, ranking, playing the dozens. But Grace Jones is a very beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. So I don't know what you mean by that. Don't know what you mean by that. And let's see here. Tatum, positivity is coming your way. Tatum says, good afternoon, CT. Looking forward to a great show. Thank you so much, Tatum. Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours, and happy White History Month. Esh is in the building. Esh, thank you so much for always showing the Lapeef Network support, always showing me support. Happy White History Month to you as well. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Let me see. Truth is in the building, man. Truth, positivity is coming your way. Truth says, on that note, I'm out of here. This dude said white folks civilized the country. I can't listen to misinformed Negroes spreading misinformation. All the while, Truth is on the white man's Wi-Fi, internet, computer, or his own phone, and in the country that he's speaking the white man's language. But for some reason, he's upset about what I'm saying, which is true. But you can call in, Truth. I mean, the StreamYard link is dropped. I'm always open for opinions and perspectives. And, you know, I freely let you talk. There's no problem with that. So call in, sir. Call in. And happy White History Month to you as well, Truth. Oline Media, positivity is coming your way. Oline, hope all is well with you and yours. Says, yes, absolutely. Bringing back shame and public embarrassment will likely curb most of this bad ratchet behavior. Positivity is coming your way. Nini with the membership. Thank you so much, Nini. I hope all is well with you and yours, man. AP says, what's good, CT? What's good with you, AP? Salute to you. Positivity is coming your way. Duwale is in the building. Says, hi, CT. What's up, Duwale? All the way from, I think Duwale is living in Germany right now, but he is a Somali. Salute to you in Somalia. Happy White History Month to you as well, Duwale. And I know that you are in a beautiful white country right now with a lot of history. The Germans are a very ingenuitive race. They created the Autobahn, by the way, the Autobahn. Great engineers, by the way, the German. Great scientists, too. A lot of German scientists either fled or escaped to America after the war, World War II. And look at all the great things that we have in America right now. Shelly, positivity is coming your way, Shelly. I hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you, man. I mean, not man, but ma'am. Salute to you. Happy White History Month as well. Jesse Bear, Black Bear Arm says, "What's up, CT? What's up with you, Jesse? I hope all is well with you and yours. Salute to you." Buffalo Mind is in the building. Positivity is coming your way. Buffalo Mind says, "America, the U.S. has to make a change ASAP, as this sickening to live through. As this is sickening to live through. LGBTQ plus BS. What is BS? Is awful. Anyway, you look at it. Okay, okay." Joe John says, "No Germans, no NASA, or no NASA." That is true. That is true. All right, let me show you Keke Palmer. Now, look, guys, I don't really know Keke Palmer. I know that she is some sort of an actress, more than likely a B C list actress, a B C list, or maybe just a C list singer. I remember her from a great movie called Aquila and the Bee. She was about maybe 10 or 11 years old at the time. It was a great movie with Lawrence Fishburne and Angela Bassett. And it was a movie that was a very intellectual movie, a movie that made me even want to study the etymology of words and how to spell words correctly. The movie did very good, if I'm not mistaken, in the box office. It's particularly good amongst the Black community, I believe. But that's the only thing I know about Keke Palmer. I don't know any other works from her. She is not really on my radar, other than what happened a few days ago. And I knew that she had a child because that was in the media. And I do know that she's not married, but I want to play this video real quick of her. Timekeeper, positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. Says there was a whole movement that women started to get rid of shame a few years ago. They did that so they can operate with impunity and not be criticized for anything. That is called feminist, or the feminist movement. Yes, you're correct. Marriage, Politics, and Sports says, was she actually shamed by being checked by her self-proclaimed boo? SO says, stop trying to shame women. Nobody has shamed anybody yet, sir. I've been sending out positivity and happy White History Month salutations for the past 10 minutes. Let me see something real quick. All right. SO says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but it's not yours. It's just your turn. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me get into this video real quick of Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer. I see you in the back, Afro Nerd. Hang tight, bro. Okay. Now here goes Keke Palmer. If I'm not mistaken, Keke Palmer is 28 years old, 29. She just had a child. And this video is from some sort of event, some sort of concert that Usher was singing at. And we all know who Usher is. Oh, you can't see it. That's right. We all know who Usher is. Usher is a very famous singer. He's been famous for for 3 decades, and he's pretty much sings about sex and relationships. R&B. 46, I believe, 46 years old. But I want you guys to look at this video real quick with Keke Palmer, who is in some sort of quasi relationship with her child's father. But I just want you to pay attention to a few things here. Look at the way Keke Palmer is dressed. Okay. So she has some sort of see-through black garment on. I don't know if you guys can see that. Some sort of see-through black garment on. You can see her panties. You can see her, very provocative, if you ask me. Very provocative attire. She's wearing it obviously to be seen. She's wearing it actually, in my opinion, to be provocative. But let me keep on going with this one real quick. I'm gonna get you up in a minute though. Afro Nerd, give me a second. So this is Keke Palmer. whom many of you who don't know. So she sees Usher, she starts to dance on him. Now you can see her buttocks through the dress. She's definitely dancing provocative. People are cheering her on. Very sexual in nature. Now, some people may say, Erica, salute to you, Erica. Happy White History Month. Positivity is coming your way. Says, I never cared for Keke from the beginning. None of this behavior of hers surprises me. Some of you may say, what's wrong with her dancing? I don't think there's anything wrong with her dancing, to be completely honest with you. I've made several videos on my channel, even on this channel, if I'm not mistaken, how twerking and dancing sensual is a part of the genetic makeup of the African woman. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just mating. It's a mating ritual. You can see Black women even dancing on the hieroglyphs. I've showed pictures of that. But see, the problem with Keke, and I hope she's listening. The problem with Keke is, and I can't really blame her, believe it or not. And I'm going to stick by this. Can't really blame her. She's been a child actress for quite some time. She didn't grow up in a normal childhood. Let's be honest. She didn't grow up in a normal childhood. Give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second. She didn't grow up in a normal childhood. She didn't grow up from what I can tell, like millions of other children. And I'm going to stick by this whole thing, even with college. She didn't go to a 4-year university. Now, you may be asking yourself, Chaotic, what are you trying to get at here? We've been listening to you rant for about 20 minutes, and we quite don't know what you're talking about yet. Well, I'm going to tell you. You see, when I went to college, which was a long time ago, 20 years ago, yeah, literally 2003, my freshman year, I even went early in the summer. We partied. We kicked it. We drank. We had copious amounts of sex. I went to a very large university. It was easy to get coochie. Easy. Like that. Easy to get coochie. Easy to get beer. Easy to get beer. I'm talking about easy to get beer, easy to get liquor, easy to get coochie. Because there's 30, 40,000 kids on campus. 20 plus thousand of those students are females. Obviously, I'm not a, So I was trying to hunch up on all types of ass when I got to college. Not gonna lie to you. I was getting coochie in high school, but when I got to college, I just blew my mind away. Chaotic, land the plane. I will land the plane. House parties, fraternity parties, football parties, basketball parties. I did it. And a lot of other people like myself did all these things. Traveling from, taking college trips. Hey, dude, let's go to such and such university, bro. We were college dudes. By the time senior year came, hey man, I had done it all. And most people who go to university had done it all by then. I had gotten facetious amounts of coochie. I have I listen, study, listen, if you went to a chick's room to study, you knew you were about to get some coochie. You knew it. Yeah, I just want to come over, man. If I see if I could just study with you, copy off your paper. You go over there, 20 minutes later, you hunching up on some coochie. Keke didn't do that. She didn't go to university as far as I know. So she didn't sow. Is it sow? Yeah, she didn't sow her royal oats because she was in film. She was in TV. And a lot of these child stars are like this. She didn't probably gain these social, but it's weird because she's around a lot of people in the industry, but then again, she's not. And you look at a lot of these entertainers like Britney Spears, uh, Michael Jackson, Danny Bonaducci. Is it Bonaducci? You look at these people and they kind of come off kind of like not weird, like corny, but weird as in they didn't develop a certain social cohesion or a social. Put it this way. Here goes Keke Palmer. She's pushing 30 years old, and look at what she's doing. She's a mother. Single mother or not, she's still a mother. She's dressed like a prostitute. She's in front of thousands of people. And you know why she's doing that? Believe it or not, it is because she did not attend a 4-year university. I'm telling you, I know a lot of you say, I didn't go to college either. But I'm telling you, that girl is doing things now. She's doing these things now because she was not able to do it earlier in life. I know it. Listen, by the time I had got by my senior year, hey man, you want to go to this party? No, I'm cool, man. I've been there, done that. Oh, hey, we got some chicks coming over, man. You want to come? No, I'm cool, man. I'd rather just stay in and just chill, man. I'm cool. Damn, that girl wasn't like that. And you can clearly see it in that video. Most of the people that I know who many years ago, and I think my best friend Blue Cousin is listening, watching. There was a guy, thank you for that $5 super chat. Marriage, politics, and sports says the word is childlike. There was a dude. He married his high school sweetheart. They were like 17 when they got married. They had a child together. And if Blue Cousin's in the chat, he can tell the story better because he actually knew this guy. The girl wanted to leave him. They were about 24. He deleted her, he deleted himself, and left the baby. I think he left the baby alive. He did it, I'm telling you, because he never involved himself with, I know this sounds crazy, and this is why I say college might be important. He never went to college. He never was around thousands of people. He never had relationships. And in college, do you know how many girls slammed the door in my face, told me never to talk to them again? Do you know how many girls said I'm through with you in college? I had already understood breakup by the time I was 19. I had already understood people not rocking with me for whatever reason by the time I was 20. So when I'm 22 as a senior, when something happens, like I ain't messing with you no more, like, all right, whatever, motherfucker. I don't care. So essentially, Keke, she's going through not a midlife crisis because she's not old yet. Well, she's kind of old. But she's like going through some sort of midlife crisis now because she didn't live that life earlier. I'm telling you, she didn't, man. She wasn't like that in the key. Well, she was like 12, but she wasn't like this about 12, 13, 14 years ago. She wasn't like this about 10 years ago. She didn't party when she was younger. She didn't get it out the way when she was younger. See, you guys probably thought I was going to come in today shaming her. No, not this time. Because I know the situation with Keke Palmer. The same thing happened with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson grew up from the age of 6 years old. He's constantly in the studio, constantly under the umbrella of his father. And look what happened to Mike. The dude was a 50-year-old weirdo. He was, man. I mean, weird in a bad way. He was a 50-year-old weirdo. Kids coming over, he playing with kids on the swings, having them play in his bed. Like, dude, you're 49 years old. Because he didn't have a childhood when he was younger. He didn't. He didn't have a childhood when he was younger. What happened with Keke is deeper than what you guys think, in my opinion. I could be wrong. But this time, I can't shame that girl. Yes, she's dressed like a whore. Because nobody ever told her when she was younger, hey man, you look like a hoe right now. But see, this is why I always say sometimes college is a little, I'm not really a big fan of college anymore. But I have to say this. Had Keke gone to university, Keke looks like she could have been an AKA. She looks like she could have been a Delta. They would have told her, hey, man, you can't represent us looking like that. You can't come out the house looking like a hoe. You can't, yeah. And she would have never done it after that because she would have been a part of a group. She would have been part of a social group. See, Holly Weird is weird. Holly Weird. A lot of debauchery, a lot of sexual deviancy goes on. Things that are in front of your face. So nobody's going to check her at that event. Of course, her fans aren't going to. Oh, they were cheering her on. Come on, girl. Come on. But this is why I keep on saying college is important in some aspects. Because Keke Palmer, what is she, 30 now, 29? If she had went to college, joined a sorority, she would have been at a sorority meeting, a sorority gathering, instead of hoeing around on stage with a 50-year-old man who literally his entire life is based on sex. I'm telling you. You can't name me a porn star that's a Delta. Name me a singer who sings about sucking, that's a Delta. You can't do it because I'm telling you, man, if you miss out on these social groups, then the devil, evilness can pull you into its realm, man. I'm telling you, it is the truth. Let me read some of these super chats real quick. I got a lot of people in the back, man. Travis says, good point, CT. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad you're following me. Tatum says, as an ex-college ball player, you are absolutely right. Midlife crisis usually happens when folks get married in their 20s and never experience different relationships. Yeah, same thing that happened to that guy in the story. So this kid, he was about 24. My friend Blue Cousin knows him. Well, he knew him. It was like 10 years ago, 11 years ago. He deleted himself and his wife because he wasn't used to rejection. How can you be used? How can you be used to rejection if you've never been rejected? And that's the beauty of going to college. You're around thousands of females. Thousands. You're not around thousands of females in your little neighborhoods. But think about a college campus. You literally have 20,000 kids literally walking around at any given time during the day. So a girl you talk to one week, she said, I don't mess with you no more. You may be upset for like 15 minutes, but then you walk outside and you see 50 girls walking in the group. That is the beauty of going to university. What happened with Keke Palmer, listen, a lot of people are saying, man, he should have checked her, man. If that was my girl, she would have never came out the house. It don't matter. Keke Palmer was her behavior was already shaped long ago. She was going to be susceptible to this type of behavior anyway. Look at somebody old, right? Like a Felicia Rashad, elegant black woman. She's been polished and elegant all of our lives. Think about it. You know why? Because she's a part of a sorority. She went to university. Her and her sister were singers and entertainers, but they still went to college, man. A lot of times college corrects that uncivilized behavior, to be completely honest with you. That's why I say, listen, man, maybe it's kind of a good thing for people to go to college too, though. You couldn't get me to go to a house party right now unless you're paying me. Oh, her sister went to, I didn't know her sister went to Howard too. Thanks for telling me that, Afro Nerd. I didn't know her sister went there. Thanks, man. So what happened on stage with Keke Palmer was going to happen anyway with her eventually. She looked like, if you ask me, I don't really know her life story, but okay, Keke, we got to go to this audition. Okay, you got to practice. Okay, Keke. She looks like she grew up, and whoever was her, I mean, I don't know if it was her mother, father, both parents. It looks like they kept her very sheltered, to be honest with you. She just went to auditions and she got little roles in movies. She doesn't look like she had like a life for real outside of that. And then, like I said, when they become adults, 24, 25, really, and they finally get onto the real world. Oh, wait a minute. Give me a second. And then when they finally get out into the real world, they don't know what to do because nobody's ever told them, hey, look, ladies don't walk out the house looking like hoes. That's what prostitutes do. Women don't do stuff like that. And it's the truth, man. It is the honest to God's truth. Most women that I know who dress like Keke Palmer are uneducated on an academic level, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I'm not saying every woman who goes to university are angels, but I'm telling you, most women who went to college and lived on a university and are a part of groups, they don't dress like that because they were taught in college and they already went through a whole phase. They already went through a party. See, Kiki's in a party phase, but she's 30 now. That's what it is. And a lot of women are like that now. A lot of women, to be completely honest with you. Give me a second, guys. So I can't really knock Keke. I can't really shame her now because she doesn't know any better. You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And one thing I could say about reading Message to a Black Man, one thing I could say about reading How to Eat to Live by Elijah Muhammad, the one thing I could say about studying this man is that, you know, we shame people, our generation. I mean, I shame people. But Elijah Muhammad didn't shame people. He understood where people come from and where to meet them at. And I'm telling you, you got to meet Keke where she's at. Keke is really lost. She's not doing this to be rebellious. She's not dancing with Usher to be rebellious against her man. She's doing this because she's never been taught. She's never been taught to be a woman in the first place. She's had all types of bad people around her. And that's why she dressed like that night. My mom would have never dressed. Man, what the? Stop it. And most women wouldn't dress like that, to be honest with you. I don't. And this whole thing about black women this and black women are promiscuous. Man, stop it. Most black women don't dress like that. Most black women don't come out the house looking like that. That is a subculture of black women. Because I can show you Delta conventions, Eastern Star conventions. I can show you black women who are part of these elite black groups. They don't come out. They don't come to those events. They don't come to events looking like that. They don't go out in public looking like that because they're ladies. See, right now it's hoes versus women. But I understand I understand why some hoes exist. They exist because they didn't have a party life growing up. It's good to have a party life when you're 19, 20, 21. I ain't gonna lie to you. But when you do it in the confines, give me a second here. When you do it in the confines of college is like a regulatory body. It regulates things. College, you listen, a lot of things don't happen at the frat house, the sorority houses. People who go to the frat houses, the sorority houses, the dorms, they're just pretty much college kids. But when you are in the real world, you don't know who's around. You don't know what's lurking around, to be honest with you. Keke is a unregulated female right now. She can't be shamed at this point because she doesn't belong to any group. She doesn't have anybody to answer to as a woman, to be honest with you. To be completely honest with you, I can't shame Keke. A lot of people can't shame her because she has nobody to answer to. And that's the reality of it all. So Keke, man, you know, if you're listening, you know, you have to stop your whorish ways. It's not ladylike. And this is why I'm a strong advocate of like refinery classes, you know, like elegant classes for women. And, you know, YouTube and Instagram, they have all types of channels like that. I don't know why whoever's around Keke is not telling her this, because it's like they're just watching a ship burn. She had a child outside of wedlock, which is already bad in itself. Let's be honest. She's not married. Now she's dancing with this 50-year-old man who supposedly had herpes. His whole life is about sex. Nobody's checking her. Nobody's saying, hey, Keke, look, I mean, you don't want to be seen with Usher. You don't want to be seen doing this. You don't want to be seen looking like a slut, because nobody's shaming slut culture. Let me bring up Afro Nerd. Happy White History Month, Afro Nerd. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'll let you have that. What's up, CT?
Happy White History Month, sir.
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Ahead,
So,
sir.
all right. So a couple of things. I had issues with Keke Palmer many, many years ago. One of your viewers made the same kind of thing. And I'm very specific when I say this, and it's always bothered me ever since I saw this. I'm very sensitive, CT, to Black image and representation, right? So I really grab a hold on to certain things that represent Black intelligence and excellence and all of that. Whether it's Black Panther or Aquila and the Bee or anything like that,
Yeah.
I'm sensitive to it. So I grabbed a hold of that movie because I said, oh wow, you don't normally see Black youth connected to spelling bees, right? That's mostly kind of an Asian situation. So when this movie came out, I said, okay, look, we can jump on this. She's from Chicago, and she was interviewed on the Oprah program. This is in the early aughts, and she was there with what is the actress's name? Angela Bassett. So you have Angela Bassett, Yale Drama School, very poised. Oprah is Oprah. And I was expecting this kind of blurred person coming out, a young blurred actress. When she spoke, I noticed, wow, she's a little rough around the edges. It made me feel uncomfortable. This is like, what, 15, 16, 17 years ago? And I never forgot that. It stayed in my brain all that time. I said, this doesn't seem right. This seems a little weird because we know that with child actors, normally they're precocious. They're well coached. They act like young adults, little adults. She didn't act that way. She acted like a girl off the street. And I never forgot that. Fast forward years later, she is kind of exposing her sexuality. She's talking about being bisexual. She's going into all this stuff. She's becoming Hollywood. So I do agree with you that the lack of a college education, I'm a proponent of higher education as well. I think that education makes the difference because it enables a person to have a little bit more polish. They're not jaded. It's not perfect, but you just notice certain things with how a person knows how to act and how to comport themselves. So she's been kind of off kilter for me for quite some time. I just notice things. When you think of someone like a Diana Ross, I'm going back now. Diana Ross is from the Project of Detroit, but she went to a charm school. Most of those Motown acts, if they didn't go to college,
that's what I said. Like a refinery school, like how to refine yourself. But go ahead.
Well, specifically, they went to this thing called Maxine Powell's Charm School.
Okay.
You can look it up, Maxine Powell Charm School. And there's pictures of the Supremes in the 60s being taught how to walk, how to talk, like the whole thing. So fast forward into the hip hop era, like the Mary J. Bliges and those kind of people, it was oftentimes talked about how they were rough around the edges.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
Thank you.
So in the case of,
so you agree with what I was saying there?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah.
I do think I'm disturbed with how the young man Darius is being brought to his knees or whatever. He can't critique his woman. The thing that I have a problem with really is this family is not really a family. It's kind of a representation of where we are, or where many of us are culturally, where we're playing make-believe family. So he's calling her a wife in his Instagram, but I don't think they're actually married.
Yeah,
and also another thing too, when she made her baby bump reveal earlier this year on SNL, I had a problem with that because she just kind of shows her stomach, the audience applauds, and we're supposed to rally around that. And my first thing is I don't hear who impregnated you. I don't hear a marriage. I don't see a ring. All I see is a baby bump, and everyone is congratulatory. So it's madness. You're exalting her for nothing.
It's because society now in America, I'm talking about America particularly, has stopped shaming what was once shameable. It was shameful for a woman to announce a pregnancy. And who's the father? Who are you married? It was shameful. When you break down those groups, when you break society down to the point where you're being negative if you say anything, then people say back and say, hey man, do what you, so society says, hey man, do what you do then. Do what you want to do. So society throws up their hands And now, instead of shaming an unwed pregnancy, like you said, they're clapping for her. And I really believe a lot of people will eventually come back to the point where I'm going to at least pretend to be refined, which I feel like a lot of people did 100 years ago. And if you look at pictures, you see everybody in the go to historical pictures of any city you're in. The downtown areas, everybody has suits on. Everybody, even people who went to the baseball games, they had suits on. All those people weren't rich. Most of those people worked at factories. Most of those people were blue collar. But I'm going to at least appear to be somebody. I'm going to appear to be refined. And what has happened now is that nobody is shaming this woman. And it's because, first of all, she's not a part of any peer groups. She's not a part of any groups, sorority groups, etc. So she's really like a rabid dog a rabid dog without a leash, if you ask me. She's just doing her own damn thing. And then society eventually will have to play cleanup, which shouldn't happen. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, it's okay. Well, look, I am a devotee of classic Hollywood, classic Black Hollywood. There's 2 books by Nichelle Gaynor called Vintage Black Glamour. This is for your audience.
I'm looking it up right now, actually. Go ahead.
One is Vintage. One is called Vintage Black Glamour, Gentleman's Quarterly. It has Our Shining Knight, Sidney Poitier, on the cover, and that's the male version of it. And then I don't know who's on the cover of the female version of it. But when you look at those pictures, CT, you will cry, because it makes what we see today look like night and day.
Yeah.
So Vintage Black Glamour, they're like coffee table books, and I look at them consistently over and over again, because we're not in that universe. And I see some of your commenters and some of the people in the chat room, and look, I'm sorry, but CT represents something. Yours truly represents something. It's called straight talk, and you could try to deny it, but we're very when I'm seeing some people talk about, well, she's acting like a kid. Come on, can we be a little bit more sophisticated? Child actors are widely known for being precocious. That's why they get the gig. They're around. Drew Barrymore was drug-addled, probably going back to her Barrymore lineage, right? But she was in the clubs famously drugged out when she was 13 years of age.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So these child actors are not just kids. That's the issue, is that they're not allowed to have been kids. They're put in adult situations prematurely.
But I think with Keke, she was more or less, because she had a lot of roles. I'm looking at her Wikipedia and I'm looking at her television credits and movie credits. She had a lot of credits. And what I think is that her parents, they're both failed actors and actresses, or both failed actors, respectfully. They probably had this girl going to hundreds of auditions a year. That girl probably didn't have a chance to be a kid at all. And I'm telling you, what is happening is that this girl is going through a party phase that she should have went through between the ages of 18 and 22 on a college campus, if you ask me.
You might be onto something. I think, Macaulay Culkin, his family went through a similar situation where what ends up happening is the child becomes the breadwinner for the family, and it upends the power dynamic when the child is actually in charge of taking care of the family, rightfully or wrongfully. That's what ends up happening. But I do think even with the actors that were child actors and then they transition into adult actors and then they get that college education, there is a difference. There is a difference.
There's a big difference.
I'm thinking of who was the actress from I forgot her name. It'll come to me, but she went to Harvard. Like, some of these people go to Harvard, they go to Ivy League schools, and they become directors. They kind of transition in a corporate way. There is a difference. There is a difference. I'm thinking of the actress that was in one of those De Niro films. I can't think of her name. She's still around. She's like a top flight A-level actress. Who was the actress that was in Silence of the Lambs?
I forgot her damn name. I should know her name, right? Yeah, I forgot her name. But yeah, what about her, though?
He was a child actor.
Hey, Afro Nerd, can you hold it down for me? Can you talk real quick for like 2 minutes? I gotta do something.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, so just as I'm saying this, I was talking about Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins. Now I'm trying to find the actor. She's well known. Someone in the chat room should know. She's a very well known actress. Jodie Foster, thank you. Jodie Foster is a well known actor. I think she's been around since like, I don't know, 13 years. Was she in Mean Streets? I think with De Niro as like a young prostitute. Anyway, I believe she went to Harvard or Yale, and she acts a little bit differently. I think she's alternative. I think she has an alternative lifestyle. I can't confirm that, but I think it's kind of a well-known secret. But as far as her comportment, she acts a whole lot differently. There's a number of actors that they just kind of go to, they become adults and they do their own thing, and that's that. But that rough around the edges thing is a thing. So I will say that. To the listening audience, again, this is CT's show, Chaotic Truth. Just a little bit further about this notion with the young man, Darius. I have a problem with him because, well, actually, let me repeat that. I don't have a problem with him. I think what's interesting is that the critique against him is that, well, he should not have called her out. Why this is to the listeners and the viewers. Why can't Darius call out his woman's behavior when his woman's behavior was public? I'd like to hear from the chat. What's the deal with, well, he should have told her privately when what she did was very public? If you think about the recent issue with the actor, what is the actor's name? I'm losing my memory now. There's an actor that's out now. They're giving him a hard time because his ex-girlfriend put him on blast. He told her something privately. She made it public anyway. So I don't think it even Jonah Hill. I just came in.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Jonah Hill. This is the reverse. The Jonah Hill situation is kind of similar to the Keke Palmer situation. Jonah Hill is going through it on social media, chaotic, because an ex-girlfriend posted one of his text messages where he gave a list of requirements, or I don't want to say requirements, but I guess what he will tolerate. And he did it very respectfully. He just said, listen, she's a surfer, this ex-girlfriend. She says to him he says to her, look, we're not going to be able to make it. You can go your own way respectfully. I will not tolerate if I see you modeling with men, if you wear suggestive clothing, if you're doing sexually suggestive photographs, that's okay for you, but I'm not that kind of guy. I'm really not about that. So she, 2 years later, because he's already respectfully dropped her, went to another woman, has a child, he's going on with his life. She comes back and outs him with this private message that he sent to her.
Yeah.
So even when you say something privately to someone in this zeitgeist, there's no guarantee that private information is not going to make it out anyway. Not in this culture. But there are many people that are labeling him a misogynist because he has I want to say rules. What's the word I'm looking for? He has his own views. So I think it's funny. So, but I don't like the fact that for some reason, if a person does something publicly, like show their rear end, why can't you publicly have a problem with it? She's a public figure, but he has to defer and be respectful to her when she one may say was disrespectful to him. The incongruity, pardon me, is a problem. Boundaries, thank you. Why can't I think a simple word? Yes.
Natalie Portman, who played Padme in Star Wars.
Yeah.
She attended Harvard University. She graduated. She's been married since 2012, and she's Jewish.
Yep.
Jodie Foster. She has a bachelor's from Yale University. She's been married for quite some time as well. Ron Howard. Ron Howard attended USC. I don't think he graduated. He's been married since 1975. Brooke Shields.
Yeah, I think she's Yale or Princeton, I think.
Brooke Shields went to Princeton.
Yeah.
And she's been married for, I think, 20 years now. I'm telling you, I did a show a long time ago on the Lapeef Network about why, something about, I forgot really what it was, but basically why Black women should go to college and get into the sororities. Because these sororities, if you come from a good family, it just makes you better, right? And if you didn't come from a good family, it teaches you how to be a lady. A lot of these sororities really do. The Eastern Stars, what are the other ones? Jack and Jill, like these other groups as well. They teach you how to be a refined woman. Refinement, I gotta say this, man. It really comes from you, and you're not going to. I gotta say this, man. Rap for nerd. We've all been through this phase, you know. We've all been through the project chick phase. We've all took a wild side in the jungle and been around some ghetto chicks. Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. I used to like ghetto chicks back in the day. I'm
gonna keep that quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah, I used to like a weed smoking, black and mild smoking chick. But what it is that at 30, when I met this person, I tell this story all the time. And then my best friend Blue Cousins in the chat, he can acknowledge it. I was kicking it with this hood chick. This chick was hood. And I want to say this was like 13 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. And she didn't go to college. She didn't come from the best of all families. She smoked weed. She smokes black and milds. And as much as I tried to, hey, let's go to this steakhouse. It was a steakhouse. What is it called? It was called, I can't think of the damn name of it. But anyway, I took her to this nice restaurant one day, and we are in the patio. And there's a patio, nice fireplace, very nice. It's just me and her out there. She spits on the ground. I'm like, what the fuck? I said, sweetheart, you can't spit on the ground. You spit in the damn bushes or something. And she said, what's wrong with spit on the ground? I like, sweetheart, the ground here is the equivalent of being the inside of the restaurant. It's still the restaurant, you idiot. And she just didn't get that. And what it really was is that I'm trying to refine an old dog. And so that's kind of like what I feel about Keke. It's like, it's too late for her. And if you said she's been like that since she's been a kid, and she never went through university, she never was around any, Deltas, AKAs, Eastern Stars. She never was a part of that. She's not going to really get it later in life. Same thing with this girl I used to kick it with. Is that you can preach to her about mild, smoking weed and smoking miles in front of people as a woman. You could do that to your blue in the face. It's not going to matter to her because she's never going to change her behavior. It could happen, but more than likely it's not going to happen, man, because she's so programmed to being this way. And so when people say, oh, we should, when people say you should shame, yeah, to a degree you should. But honestly, some people, it's too late, to be honest with you. But go ahead, though, sir.
Okay, well, what you're saying is true, right? And I'm not going to go into too much details. I know intimately what you're talking about. I'll just say that we should all be categorizing certain folks. I think we do. Even the street women will categorize you. They will call you an L7. They will call you an educated lame. They will put you into a category. But if somehow when you do it in reverse, it's a problem. So I'm not going to say I'm unfamiliar with midnight runs as I used to call them. I'm not going to say I'm not unfamiliar with that world, right? But I will tell you this: at some point, you will have nightmares if you think that you have a child. If you were to have a child with one of these women, I will tell you straightforward, not to give too much detail about myself. But I have had thoughts that if something had gone down incorrectly, if I didn't escape properly, I would have been, it would have first of all been embarrassing because of what is he doing with that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you have to be very mindful of categorizing people. And maybe
Yeah.
some of the viewers, some of the listeners, they don't believe in doing that. They try to think that everything is the same. They don't believe in profiling. I don't know about you. I believe in a type of profiling. Everyone profiles. Your employer profiles you when he looks at your resume. And for some reason, there are a number of black people that have, not all blacks, not all people, but there's a strain of black folks that have this Shangri-La sensibility where they think that everyone's the same, you can't judge. And if you tell them, look, would you feel comfortable if you go to your dentist and your dentist is wearing a do-rag and he's Dr. Shaquan Jenkins? If Dr. Shaquan Jenkins is wearing a do-rag and has a gold teeth and he's about to perform oral surgery on you, are you comfortable with that? Now, I'm saying that to be half comical, but then so what we're really saying is that profiling is accurate, or it's necessary, or I should say correct profiling should be. You can't profile. There's a way you do it, but you have to do it. Everyone does it naturally. But for some reason, when you have the discussion, there are some black folks that say, no, you can't do that. Everyone's the same.
I do.
If you want to survive, you better.
Gregory with the $5 super chat says, it's weird you will have black women criticize passport brothers and save yourself black men, but very little to say about Keke Palmer or black women twerking on ancestral slave sites. Whoa, wait a minute. I did a video on those black women twerking. And again, ain't nothing wrong with twerking. They were, but what I will say is this, though. They won't say anything, Gregory, because I keep saying it, man. A lot of women today, for some reason, man, they have ate or drank the Kool-Aid. They have bought into this notion that anything a black woman does is good. It's the weirdest thing, man. Anything. So you won't really see it anymore. You don't have those old black women telling young black girls, close your legs. What you got your legs open for? See, you don't have those black. Nerd, do you remember those kind of old black women?
Please, well, look what happened.
You don't have those anymore.
Look what happened.
You got your legs open for. Go ahead.
Look. A few things, and I'll try to be brief. All right, man. This is where we are right now. This is what they call clown world. We are literally in clown world. When you remember Monique, of course, Monique, the comedic actress.
Yeah, who's not funny, but go ahead. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But she came out and she was just as nice. My sweet babies. That's her shtick. My sweet babies, my babies. And she tried to tell black women, a certain segment of black women, respectfully, with so much syrup and kindness, that can you please rethink wearing bonnets in public and pajamas and all of that, right?
Yeah. And she got a lot of backlash for that.
Right. And she even kind of took it back a little bit, but she mentioned it, and you could not tell these women, even with kindness, that what you look like, that you should have some kind of mainstream borderline look, because you never know. You could meet your future husband or your future employer in a grocery store, but if you look like crap, you can expect people are going to treat you accordingly. But she said it in a nice way. Now there are others that they will say, well, how you say it is a problem and this, that, and the other. But she said it as nice and as respectfully as she could, and the backlash was swift. And so we're really dealing with something that Dr. Tiasan Johnson, who has his own channel, called female solipsism, or black female solipsism, where it's my world and you can't tell me what to do. Matter of fact, Kadia Iman, I think you covered it as well, the young woman in my hunting grounds who was receiving a degree from, I think, Long Island University, and she snatched the mic from a woman.
Did a story on that, and I was first to call it. I said, I bet you there were hundreds of other kids who just walked past. Remember that I did a story on that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, they showed the entire video where everyone else, other graduates of color, that they just did what they were supposed to do. It was like another day. It was nothing. She showed out, and when she did, she claimed racism. And then she had a whole bunch of followers. She's an OnlyFans devotee, by the way. And she does all of this, and then she says something in Instagram post that something like black women can't be wrong. Black women can't be wrong. So you have we could talk about what Palmer did, but she's being exalted because you have a culture. Maybe it's meant as a male version of it. I don't know, might be a male versus female version of it. But what I see in the black female version of it is you cannot be told that you're off the mark. We can't correct you anymore. Even when we see you on video, we have video evidence that what you said was patently false. But she has followers that say, no, wrong is right, right is wrong. We are in clown world.
Real quick, let me answer this real quick. Harmonic Universe says, I hear this all the time. He must be watching from earlier. He must be like 30 minutes behind, but he says, I hear this all the time from those same frat guys. And I asked them, what have you really done? It's hundreds of thousands of y'all, and y'all have zero purchase power. How about go buy an industry? First of all, I don't know if you know what purchase power is, but just combined as black people have $2 trillion worth of purchasing power. If black Americans were a country, black Americans would be the 8th largest country in terms of GDP on the planet if black America was a country. So you're wrong there. And if you want to really be honest with you, if you condense the black American population down to the hundreds of thousands of members of the Divine Nine, we probably would on average make about 100,000 a year. To also answer your question about how about go buy an industry, have you ever heard of Robert F. Smith? Have you ever heard of Melanie Hobson? Those two blacks, one black is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha, Robert F. Smith, who's my fraternity brother, and Melanie Hobson, combined, you know what their combined net worth is? I think it's about $50 billion. They have investment companies.
Hobson Lucas, as in George Lucas.
Yeah. Melanie Hobson started, she's the president of Ariel Investments. And Robert F. Smith, he manages, I want to say, I don't know, $30-40 billion in financial assets with a company that he started called Vista Equity Partners. So you don't know what you're talking about. Call in Harmonic Universe, because you will lose with that one. The members of the Divine Nine are in almost every industry possible, sir. So don't do tit for tat with me on that one, because you're not gonna win that one. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Afro Nerd, do you know what I look at Keke Palmer as?
Tell me, what do you see?
Not black. Men have always had vices. Men have always had vices. There was a time when, like in your red light districts, where the prostitutes were at, sex workers, a married man that go there and get him some coochie before going home to his nice picket fence existence. But see, now is the red light district is everywhere now. The smoking of crack. A lot of people smoked crack back in the day, but they did it privately. Is it bad? Yeah, it's a little bit bad. It's bad for your health. You may end up being addicted. But now you have people smoking crack openly. Hunter Biden is in some more pictures have emerged. Him smoking crack, driving down the freeway. Did you see those new pictures that came out?
I didn't see the pictures, but I'm well versed about his problems. His family situation is pretty tragic. Not that it's an excuse, but it is what it is.
So what has happened in American society that I'm seeing across the board, across racial groups, is that we are now smoking crack in public. We are now snorting coke, not in the bathrooms anymore, but we're doing it right in front of people at a family gathering, if that makes any sense, in a metaphoric way. The Keke Palmer is a female that a man should never want to dance in public with or be seen with, at least 50 or 60 years ago. Like, hey, yo, not in front of my family. No, it's sweet people watching, hey. But see, now it's, oh yeah, come on, girl. It's like we have, what's the word I'm looking for?
Downgraded, devolved.
Yeah, devolved. Devolved, downgraded, etc. Whereas, Keke Palmer's existed back in the day. They were called Marilyn Monroe. But you didn't have President Kennedy dancing with that whore in the White House. No, yeah, he was getting some coochie from her, but he would never have danced. Did he ever dance with her in the White House?
Well, he and RFK purportedly. But go ahead.
But is there video footage of it?
No, but there's footage of her, I think, in a swimming pool dangling her leg. I mean, there's some stuff going on there now. But they were very private back then. The old Hollywood was very secretive.
Yeah, they were private with their dirt.
Even the gossip rags back then, they did not report everything. There was definitely a whole different world. Let me mention this. Old Hollywood was as debaucherous or more so than today. Way more. There was an actress, Tallulah Bankhead. Tallulah Bankhead would make Keke Palmer look like a grade schooler, comparatively speaking. I mean, she is known for being with men and women. She was an actress in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
What was her name again?
Tallulah Bankhead. Tallulah Bankhead. There's several books called Hollywood Babylon. Hollywood Babylon there are so many scandals that were murders, people who have been killed under suspicious circumstances, all kinds of hidden lifestyles. We heard about Rock Hudson's alternative lifestyle in the mid 80s when he caught HIV and died from AIDS. So he famously, I think he was on Dynasty or one of those shows, and he famously kissed an actress. And it was when they came out there, because he started looking gaunt. Now you can recover from HIV. Back then, this was the early 80s, and it was a scandal that because Rock Hudson was this straight appearing, very popular Hollywood actor, but his lifestyle was completely different than that. And he kissed an actress. I forgot her name. I think it was Linda Evans. I think he kissed Linda Evans. And then he said, well, we found out he had AIDS. So yeah, it was pretty, but that's nothing. I mean, old Hollywood, what's happening now really is small potatoes.
Yeah.
We've had people like Madonna going back. Josephine Baker famously might have had relations with a painter, Frida Kahlo. Frida Kahlo, if has like a unibrow Mexican painter. And they allegedly had a liaison in the 20s. She was the Madonna of her day. I mean, of course, I have great admiration for Josephine Baker, but with the bandana dress and everything like that. So, see, the idea is that when these people come out and some of the younger folks talk about it, they think that what they're doing is so unique and so groundbreaking. And when you go into the history, it's repeated over and over and over again. So there's nothing really new. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes.
Do you think Keke Palmer is salvageable? Is that a word? Salvageable?
Yeah, that's the word. I don't think so, because the culture is not really allowing it. She has followers. She has too many yes people. You have too many women that came to her defense on Black Twitter, and Black Twitter isn't real, by the way. Thread. I think the latest Thread is real. Now, if we came out with a Black Thread, but when we call Black Twitter, it's kind of a joke. Black Twitter is not real. It's just Black people talking. But there's enough people to uphold her bad behavior. So I don't think she's going to be able to correct herself, CT.
When did we go from the Felicia Rashads, the Ruby Dees, to the Jada Pinkett's and this woman here? What years do you think, like, if you could just do 3 years, right? Which years did we see the paradigm shift from elegance to just trashiness that we clearly see now?
Well, I can give you kind of a guesstimate. I think that I think for me, more viscerally, I would say with the onset of reality television, when just about anybody could come up and become a star. And I think and look, I do a lot of observations on this kind of stuff. And I want you to pay close attention, and I want your audience to pay close attention to this. What's actually happening to Black people specifically? What's happening to Black people, and some of it has something to do with hip hop as well, is that we have allowed entertainment with a black face to be done on the cheap. So what's happening is the high level actors, the high level dynamism of Hollywood that blacks had a part of. Like when you saw Sidney Poitier get his Academy Award, I believe in '64, this guy was so elegant looking.
Yeah.
Right. When he walked down, he was so elegant looking. And that kind of look is just not allowable. How long we were going to actually have that? But we had a moment in time where our stars were actually stars. The Lena Hornes were actually fabulous looking. But when you transition into reality television, and when you go to media takeout and all these rags, they exalt Jocelyn Rodriguez, who is a no talent.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And then when you factor in hip hop, where you're able to make music, when you think of someone like a who am I thinking of? Damn, I'm losing my thought.
Look.
Isaac Hayes.
Yeah.
Isaac Hayes. Though they have orchestral sounds, right? But now you could just be with an 8-track or something, 8-track studio, and kind of do it. Everything has become, it's the lowering of the bar.
Even in Scarface, right? Something I noticed about Scarface, right? Michelle Pfeiffer's character, she was essentially just a drug addict. Essentially, she was doing coke in almost every scene. But even in her doing her coke, there was a certain bit of elegance to it. And it's weird how the 80s and the 90s, and even before that, they mastered a certain level of elegance with women on film. Remember, you seen Scarface, right?
Both of them. Paul Muni and De Niro.
So
Pacino.
So look at Michelle Pfeiffer's character. First of all, Michelle Pfeiffer is one of the most beautiful white women I've ever seen in my life. But even in that role, there was a certain way it was her poise, it was her elegance. She still had a little bit of gracefulness. Even when she was walking away from Tony when he was in the bath, it even with that gown on, you just don't really have that now. If that makes any sense.
Well, look, man. If you look at if anyone could take a cursory look through YouTube. You go through YouTube. I'm looking at stuff from the early '90s, and I feel a certain kind of way. You had precision haircuts. You didn't. And this is a black people. You look at an old Donahue episode where you would go to a talk show studio, and the audience looked somewhat refined. This is all the way into the early '90s. Ricky Lake comes around, and then by that time, you're wearing jeans and your hair looks crazy. You can pretty much look like a crazy person. But the '80s still represented a type of glamour, even though it was there's drug addled and crack and all that kind of stuff. It was very much about the show and appearance and everything. Even hip hop '80s, you had to wear you had to wear tailored jeans and creases in your jeans. You had to clean your sneakers. Had to be perfect. This kind of your pants sagging, the sagging, everything started downgrading into the '90s and into the early aughts. But '80s, as drug addled as it was, still had quite a bit of glamour attached to it. Studio 54, all of that disco. It was still, you still had to look clean. Not now.
It's weird, man. Like, and I'm glad that you see I'm glad that you definitely see what I'm saying. When I look at Keke on that stage dancing, in my opinion, right? I don't want anybody to speak for me or echo chamber me. She's not that fit. She's not that. I'm not saying she's ugly, but she's not. It's something. I think it goes back to what you're saying, man. It's this pose, this poise, this refinement, this regalness. It's just not there, man. And on top of that, it just looks nasty and trashy. Whereas, like you say, a Lena Horne would have never done something like that. Or if she did do it, there would be a touch of elegance with it, you know. She wouldn't certainly have never dressed like that. You know, I don't think Ruby D would have dressed like that. Would they have danced with let's say Ruby D would have danced with, I don't know, Nat King. I don't know if Nat King Cole was around when she was.
They were.
Okay. Yeah, you know, if Ozzy Davis, you know, she had did like a nice little move with Nat King Cole, I don't think it would have been like that. And I don't, you get what I'm saying?
Well, first of all, you're talking to the wrong person with this stuff, because I inhale this stuff. I have pictures and photographs, and I get posters framed of old Black Hollywood. I'm very pro Black when it comes down to imagery, old school imagery. That's all I go back to. I would suggest that your viewers, this is kind of a comical thing. First of all, Ruby D, as a younger woman, was gorgeous.
She was.
I mean, she was. I'm talking about her face. Her face. There's an army video that she did. I think 1949 or 50.
Yeah.
But it's on YouTube. A young Ruby D, and the irony is, it's a black version of it and a white version of it. It's a scripted army thing, a scripted army little 15-minute movie that Ruby D was in, and she played a woman that had given someone VD. If you put in venereal disease Ruby D army video, you'll get a kick out of it, and you'll see a 25-year-old Ruby D. She was stunning, man. You don't see that kind of beauty, by the way.
No, you really don't. Speaking of Ruby D, could you have imagined if Ruby D would have been 5'10"?
Yeah, she was diminutive, but she didn't need it. She didn't need to be. She's gorgeous,
I think if she had been 5'10", I mean, she literally would be up there with.
Well, can I tell you something, CT, about that? Something quickly, where we are, just kind of off the cuff. So I'm listening to Academics, right? DJ Academics. I find him kind of humorous, but you know, he's also the shepherd of all this stuff. Let's keep it 1,000. He's getting paid handsomely to kind of shepherd black subculture, right? Anyway, he was talking about Saweetie, going on and on about Saweetie's looks, and then
Saweetie? Let me look her up real quick.
Saweetie, Florida. Saweetie, Saweetie, something like that. She's attractive, but she's attractive. I'm not gonna lie.
She is. You finish what you're gonna say, because I was okay. I'm looking at her now. You finish what you're gonna say, and I'll
okay. So this is when Kevin Samuels was still alive, right? And Kevin Samuels referenced Dorothy Dandridge. Like he referenced a few black high-level beauties of a certain time period, whether it's Pam Grier or Judy Pace. There's just a number of beautiful black women. Frida Payne is another one. Frida Payne, 1975, Ebony. She's in a swimsuit. Who was the actress that played Thelma on Good Times? Bernadette Stannis. Stannis.
Yeah.
By the way, she's close to 70 and still looks good. But anyway.
Oh, she's mopping the floor with women right now. But yeah.
So he mentioned but my heart is Dorothy Dandridge, who died tragically, I think, in 65. From she was rather alcoholically, you know, she's an alcoholic. So anyway, you don't mess around. So there's certain sacred cows you don't mess around with. And he tried to say, I don't know about this Dorothy Dandridge person, but Saweetie. And he took a picture of Dorothy Dandridge and put it up against Saweetie and tried to make some kind of comparison. And I'm saying, this guy is crazy. But this is when what you're talking about, this downgrade that now, I'd say, like, for me also, I have a thing. I had a thing for the late Denise Matthews, Vanity from Prince's Crew.
Let me see,
Denise Matthews, aka Vanity.
Oh, I see her. She was a Canadian,
right, from Vanity 6.
Okay,
like those are Vanity. Those are like in the 80s with a high level women of color. She was black, and I think black and Euro. But regardless, those beauties are in a different stratosphere. And now we have reality stars that are heavily made up, wigged out, and all of this thing. And he's comparing. You can't compare Dorothy Dandridge, Carmen Jones, 1951. You can't.
The
Can't
thing
do
is
it.
that I, to be honest with you, I've never really heard, in my opinion, I've never really heard
Before, pardon me.
men or what you say?
I said 1954 Carmen Jones. Sorry about that.
I never really heard men or women in my, that I've been around say women of today are hotter and beautiful compared to women of yesteryear. I never really hear that because I still believe, as stupid as a lot of people are in this generation, you can look at a Dorothy Dandridge, you can look at a Debbie Allen, you can
Diane
look at a
Carroll. Carroll.
Yeah, you can look at a Diane Carroll. You can look at a lot of those women back then, even with white women. You can look at a Michelle Pfeiffer. You can look at a Cindy Crawford, and you can look at these women back then and say, wait a minute, these women look totally different than the women now. These women look good back in the day. They have a regal look, facial symmetries there. Even when you said Ruby Dee was diminutive, she didn't have to be tall, but she is still more beautiful, in my opinion, than most women now. And she was like 5 foot because she had facial symmetry. She just had the face for it. I don't know. I don't know what the food was back then. I think they picked talented people. Obviously, I think that. Listen, I think that you've always had the. What's that ghetto girl's name? The one who's like a rapper, but she's a porn star.
A rapper and a porn star.
Yeah.
Porn star? Oh, you talking about Sukihana?
Sukihana. Like, to me, Sukihana looks like a dude. And
Ugh.
but she's wildly famous, wildly popular. But a Sukihana would have never existed in its 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. And I would even argue in the 90s she wouldn't have existed. But what's happened now is anybody can go viral, right? The ugly duckling can go viral, and you see them so much, you don't see them being ugly, if that makes sense. And I don't like calling people ugly, but you don't see a talentless person because you think, oh, they're viral now. Like that white girl, Bad Baby. She's not talented at all, but she just went viral on Dr. Phil, and then she started rapping. And because you've seen her so much in the paradigm, you think that, oh, she's talented. She's really not. Whereas, listen, you've been on my show before, man, and we got into arguments about Sammy Davis Jr. I showed a video of Sammy Davis Jr. playing about 20 instruments. You ever seen that show I did?
I didn't see it, but I'm very well familiar with Sammy Davis Jr. Trust me.
So here goes Sammy Davis Jr. I forgot what the context of the argument was. I think that people were saying that
he wasn't talented.
Oh, no, I know what it was. They were saying that Kanye West was a genius. I said, no. Kanye West can't play one damn instrument. How is he a genius? I said, listen, I will show you a video of Sammy Davis Jr. right now, and in 2 minutes, he will out talent everything Kanye's done. I showed a video. Sammy Davis Jr. was dancing, doing backflips. He was playing about 20 different instruments. He was singing like in 2 or 3 minutes. And people on my platform are like, no, he ain't better than Kanye. I'm like,
are they insane?
I'm like, what are you talking about? This, it's just like, it's like with Drake. What does Drake really do? Drake doesn't have the best voice. Drake doesn't dance. What the fuck does this dude do?
He might not write his own rhymes either. That's been a long.
But because we live in this generation of downgrading and heavy promotion, and anybody can go viral, Drake is just somebody to me who just went viral. I'm like, what does he do? You're seriously trying to compare Drake to Sammy Davis Jr.? You're going to compare Drake to Michael Jackson? You're going to compare Drake to people, to real musicians and real artists? It ain't happening. Go ahead, sir.
Well, like I said, our culture is being steered in a certain direction, and it's being steered in a cheap direction, and no one seems to want to be able to talk about it. So when you talk about someone like Sammy Davis Jr., who was a complete artist who could do so many things very proficiently. He could do comedy. He could do drama.
Mm.
There was a movie called A Man Called Adam where he played a dramatic role. He could tap dance. He could do regular. He could sing. He could sing wonderfully. I mean, I'm talking about at such a high. He played drums. He could even mimic James Brown. There's a video of
Yeah.
him on YouTube where he's doing James Brown, and they're hugging each other because like brothers doing their thing. But you're talking about someone in a completely different stratosphere that we haven't seen anything. Look, I'm a Princeologist. I'm a big Prince fan. I've seen Prince in concert numerous times before the man died. And
Really?
I was fortunate enough to interview Maceo Parker, who was his horn player as well as James Brown's horn player, and I also interviewed Andre Simone, who was his first bassist in the Revolution, and also when Prince was kicked out of his house as a child, Prince lived with Andre's mother, and I interviewed. I consider myself friendly with Andre Simone behind the scenes. So these people, someone like a Prince who played 25 instruments, was an arranger, arranged music, wrote the music, jumping off of pianos, played piano proficient. I mean, at such a high level that even Michael Jackson doesn't really. I mean, the Michael versus Prince thing, but Michael's not even in his stratosphere realistically. Who can arrange movies? Batman soundtrack. He's done a few movies. I mean, this man was actually pure music personified. Yeah. It's a different situation, right? Ray Charles, those kind of people who could play the sax as well as sing, could own his masters, even though a blind man can own his masters in the 50s. We saw that in Jamie Foxx's movie. But anyway, the artistry of Black people going back decades bodies what we see today. Even the rap performance, when you see the 50th anniversary and you see how some of the 45, 50 plus rap performers, how they measure up to Coi Leray and all those kind of people, there's no comparison. We're just not in the same universe. The sound catalog, the amount of music, the amount of hits, no comparison. But we're forced to believe that the new age is the talented age. I think not.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that you're saying. It's almost like Afro Nerd. I've woken up in the middle of a bad nightmare sometimes. Everywhere I go, I hear rap in the background. I hear drill music in the background. And I'm like, this is not good music. It's not. And I'm like, why am I for it? Listen, the other day, man, I was at do you guys have Buffalo Wild Wings where you're at?
Yeah, we do.
Buffalo Wild Wings, it's nobody in there but me and this white guy. They're playing drill music on a damn. You can hear it. I was like, hey, excuse me, 50-year-old white man, do you want to listen to this stupid music? He said, dude, I wanted to say something, but I was too afraid to say it to the women in here. And I turned this stuff off. Nobody wants to hear this nonsense. What happened to real talent? Or are people just stupid, Afro Nerd? Are we just stupid and we think that? Let me ask you a question. Let's go back to Keke Palmer, right? Is it because it's Keke Palmer? Because let me ask you a question. If that had been Naomi Campbell doing that, because I want to be fair here. If that had been Naomi Campbell, how would we receive that?
That's a good question.
Right. Go ahead.
Because Naomi Campbell, maybe 15 years ago was kind of notorious for bad behavior. She used to be known for throwing phones at people.
Right.
You remember that? That was like a thing of hers. So she really owned. Well, maybe the difference, and we're splitting hairs here, is that she owned the diva status. And when you're a supermodel, that's a whole different world. The
Yeah.
modeling's a different world. It's all about glamour, and even someone who made the joke about the Grace Jones thing. You know, Grace Jones, who I've seen live as well. Grace Jones is, you know, even at 70, she's still her body and everything. And you know, what I saw, she almost took her clothes off at Afropunk a couple of years ago. So I saw at the time, I think a 68-year-old Grace Jones remove her clothing, most of her clothing, and you know, she was still, people in the audience were like, you know, she still kind of has it. But you know, these people owned that. That was part of their persona. I don't know if Keke Palmer's in that same stratosphere. And maybe we're splitting hairs, but yeah, I think there might be a difference.
Okay. So going back to the whole Buffalo Wild Wing experience,
Mm-hmm.
there was a time I would go into places, all you would hear was Sade or something. But I didn't mind it because I feel like Sade's music is timeless. I feel like it could be the year 2500 and people will still listen to Sade. I don't feel like people are going to listen to drill music in the year 2500, let alone the year 2030. I just think that it is not good music. So I don't mind if I go somewhere and they're blasting Sade. I don't mind if I go into a clothing store or a coffee spot and Sade is playing in the back. Sade has beautiful music, in my opinion. But drill music, there's no history behind it. You know, if that makes any sense. Like there's nothing behind it.
Well, I can respond to this,
Go ahead.
right? Very specifically. I think you're a little late on it because I was noticing this kind of thing going back in the late 90s, early aughts, where you would go, I was disturbed that you would go into white suburban malls in the middle of the afternoon. Like I would maybe be on a lunch break or something, and I would go into a mall and I would hear at the time maybe something like DMX going on with the N-word full flag, full throttle in white environments, suburban malls. That's going back 15, 20 years ago.
Okay. So now we're on the same page here. Okay. So now it's like this. It's not necessarily, it's like a double standard, right? Had that have been Naomi Campbell on stage doing the exact same thing, we would have been like, oh man, that's Naomi. And what it really is that unfortunately, Naomi can do that. Keke, you can't do that. B-Dubs or Buffalo Wild Wings, you can play Sade. You can't play drill music. Because let's be honest, man, there is a universal standard. Like you said about the whole DMX thing. Most people don't want to hear DMX in the background while they're going to shopping. Let's be honest. But it's because nobody says, white people aren't going to say anything about it because they don't want to be deemed as racist. A lot of blacks aren't going to say anything about it because, you know, most of the times we don't even, it's so ingrained in our psyche that, oh, that's just DMX playing in the background. But there is a set and setting for everywhere.
I have a very personal story about this that happened to me a couple of maybe 2 months ago.
Go ahead.
All right. After COVID, I was able to rejoin a gym that's very close, like the Afro Nerd brand, very close to my comic book store, right around the corner from my comic book store. There's a gym, so I joined the gym. It's a partially owned black gym, very clean. It's in a suburban area of New York where I was kind of happy to see that it was a multiracial environment owned by a black person. Right. Okay. So I'm seeing middle class black people, whites, Asians, Latinos, the whole nine. I said, okay, cool. The brother's got his own thing. He's got a clean environment. He's got his own gym. I'm going to come in here and do my thing. I'm in there, and right away, it's just drill music, right?
Yeah.
And it's Chopper, it's Gunna, it's Vert, Little Uzi Vert, and I'm like, what is going on? I said, well, why? I mean, again, you're dealing with a multiracial environment, different age groups. You have elderly people coming in there. I'm coming in and I see people who are older. They're just coming back. You got a good thing going on here. Now, I would have a problem if it was an all-black environment, to be honest with you. But since it is multiracial and we're trying to keep things, and you're the owner, why am I listening to unedited drill music when we should be listening to we can listen to Van Halen, We could listen to Stevie Wonder. We could listen to Beyonce. You could mix it up and keep it mainstream and make people feel comfortable. But I can't imagine an elderly black or white
wanting
couple.
to hear music that literally is instructing or telling people how they've committed murders.
Yes,
right?
you're hearing the lyrics of Choppa in the background
Yeah.
with elderly blacks and whites and Asian people. And I sit there and I felt a certain kind of way, and I spoke about it. I had to be subtle. I said, listen, I said, bro, you needed to kind of tighten this up, man. I said, I don't want to be. I said, look, I'm not trying to be old man, and not that old, but old man pointing to the clouds. I'm not doing that to you. But you have, and he gave me that look that, yeah, I got you. But, you still hear it. I had to bring my earphones, so I'm able to kind of get out of that. But you got a good thing. It's a black owned establishment, but they're playing the worst of us in front of everyone. And in answer to your question, it has been so normalized.
Yeah.
That no one knows the difference. We don't have a standard. At least it's been foisted on black people that we don't have a standard.
So you definitely are speaking my language. It's just like with Victoria's Secret now, or any other. You know what IMG is? I'm pretty sure you do.
Tell me a little bit more. It sounds familiar.
IMG, that's one of the top modeling agencies.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely.
So now they've picked models. They still have high level models, but now you see, if they have 30 girls right now, you may see 5 that are fat. You may see 10 that have tattoos. And I said, what is going on here? Fashion modeling has always been a refined art form, a refined selling point, etc. If I'm a man and I'm looking at this, I'm looking at these models and I'm looking at lingerie or whatever attire that they're wearing, and I'm like, oh, that might look good on my wife. I don't want to see a model with an arm sleeve and a nut tattoo, because that's not the kind of woman that I've married, let alone wants to be around. So why would this agency pick that? Why would they pick this big fat girl to be a model on the creme de la creme of modeling agencies? So it's just like with Keke Palmer. It's all like happening across the board. But go ahead, though.
Well, I agree with you, but Ashley Graham confuses me because she does look, facially, she's very attractive.
But she's fat, though.
I know, but have you seen her face?
She's
CT?
fat, bro.
I'm just putting it out there. I'm not into heavyset women, not heavyset women, wigs or tattoos. I'm repulsed. I can't do it. I've been very lucky.
Hey, can you hold it down one more time? Give me a second. Go ahead, yeah. Bro.
No, what I was saying was, I've been very fortunate enough to have dated women or sidestep women who don't have those attributes. But as time has gone on, you dating someone new, you are going to have to tolerate tattoos. Well, I won't, but tattoos, like that's just the whole scene. The culture has changed so severely. I don't know about you. Well, you're married, CT, but if you were out here free spirited, many of the women of varied races have tattoos. They have, you can't talk about the obesity, but at the very least, they kind of having a clean, straight look is not. It's not put out there. It's not. It's the other way. The other way has been normalized. So unless there's some kind of correction or a call for a correction, we're going to be seeing this for quite some time. And they're allowing this in the culture. And what makes it even more disturbing for me, and when we were talking about our appearance collectively as Black folks going back many years, many decades, where we are now, we're nowhere near there. And I don't know how or what will cause some kind of cultural correction or reverse engineering. I think I've been calling for reverse engineering for many years. Matter of fact, your listening audience, you might want to become more familiar with a movement called Afropunk. Afropunk comes out of Brooklyn, New York, and it's global. It's been around for maybe 17, 18 years. And Afropunk to me is the alternative to hip hop music. Afropunk is very woke, and I don't consider myself really a woke person. I'm more classic woke versus like new Coke and classic Coke. I would consider myself classic woke. But if there's to be a critique of Afropunk, Afropunk is very woke, and I'm kind of looking beyond the wokeness of Afropunk, but it is different. It's black people performing. It's black people performing rock music. It's black people performing urban alternative music. So there are things going on. As the brand, as you see the logo Afro Nerd or Blurred. There's a blurred culture. There's all kinds of things happening with black people, and yet the mainstreaming of the kind of lower love and hip hop kind of thing, for whatever reason, that comes across as the predominant black cultural standard that has become mainstream. So whether it's Saweetie or Little Uzi Vert or any of the babies, the baby, little baby, any of the grown men that call themselves babies, that's put out there on Front Street, and yet I see someone Gumby saying, "Is it more Lenny or Hootie?" It's actually both can coexist at Afropunk. Afropunk is where you would see, and I can say full throttle. You will see Lenny Kravitz performed at Afropunk, Fishbone performed at Afropunk, Bad Brains, Grace Jones, the late Sharon Jones performed at Lauryn Hill performed at Afropunk. So Afropunk really is a combination of a number of artists, but they don't necessarily do strict mainstream, if you can call drill music mainstream. They're not doing that kind of thing. They're really showing you these alternative black acts. And many of the, matter of fact, Janelle Monáe garnered her bones at Afropunk, where I would think at the time, this is going back maybe 12, 13 years ago, I saw her as a black version of Gwen Stefani. And if your audience may remember that she was wearing these monochromatic outfits, and she had a squarely different look and demeanor. Fast forward 12 or 13 years, now she's flashing her breast, and she's gone full throttle with her alternative sexuality. So CT, this is where we are.
Do you remember what's the kid's name? Kima Siverand?
You got to tell me more.
Okay. During COVID, there was a kid. He wasn't drafted, but he was on the Seahawks. He snuck his girlfriend in during the.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Remember how the Seahawks released him?
I remember some of that story. You're going back a couple of years now, but I remember that it was just stupid.
So the Seahawks released him.
During the bubble period.
So
right.
I don't really follow that much football, but I said in my head, "Yo, nigga, who are you to sneak somebody in during the bubble? You're not even drafted. You didn't even get drafted. Who are you to do that?" So you mean to tell me you, a person who didn't get drafted, a person who may not even make the final roster, a person who's probably not going to get the big salary, you're going to bring this female from off the streets into this bubble, potentially, and you could say potentially kill members of the team that are superstars, and you're a nobody. And so, to me, this is how it's even though that's an isolated situation, but it's still a reflection of the overall society. It's participation trophy people that are trying to be divas. Keke Palmer, in my opinion, is trying to be a diva, and the thing is that she can't be a Naomi Campbell. She can't be that. So the last thing she would want to do is be up there dancing provocatively like that, wearing something like that. And again, she's not the best in shape. She's not a supermodel. She's not a model. It's like, you can't do that. You're Kima Silverhand right now. You're that Seattle Seahawks player. You are easily replaceable. You can't act like that. Is that too harsh of a comparison?
Well, CT, unfortunately, you can't tell her that she can't, because if you go to an Instagram page, she literally calls herself a diva, and I think she has an album that's entitled Diva, because I saw it earlier today. You go to an Instagram page, I think she has millions. I mean, I don't know, is it 14 million? I don't know, it's some crazy amount of followers on Instagram, but it says something about her being a diva. I think she has an album called Diva, and she calls herself a diva. So when I mentioned Dr. Tia Johnson and female solipsism, it's her world, and you're living in it. You can't
has
like 14 million followers, something like that. I glanced at it earlier.
She has supposedly 13 million followers.
Yeah.
I doubt. But
and do you see in her bio something about diva? I think she even has an album entitled Diva.
Yeah, millennial diva. Yeah, I see.
Well, there you go. That's what she thinks she is.
She's not, man. She is not. So I live in, this is bizarro world, man.
Well, this is where we are, unfortunately. I don't know. I mean, I'm not you. Look, CT.
Go ahead.
Yeah, even on your show, right? I'll bring up something, and some of you, not necessarily you, but some of the other co-discussants will give a weird look when I make these connections. The culture is going in such a weird way. Did you hear about? I still think it's kind of connected. The transgender situation where health officials are requiring trans women to have. You can't use the term vagina. You have to call it a what is it? Something additional hole or something like that. It's weird.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm trying to be very clinical about it. But it's another term, because some transgender people are offended by the clinical name, the medical name for a woman's genitalia. They are preventing you from saying that. So if that's the world we're living in, we're not living in a world bonus hole.
Oh, bonus hole. That's what they're calling it. And that's what they're going to eventually force us to acknowledge.
Because some or many trans people are offended by the term vajayjay, or vagina is the medical term. They are offended by it. Now they're encouraged to use the term bonus hole. So if we're in a world where we can't squarely talk about a biological woman's genitalia, we have to rename it because people are harmed by that word. What do you think you're going to tell? How are you going to tell that Keke Palmer isn't a diva? It's low hanging fruit at that point. I mean, reality has morphed. To use a nerd analogy, Thanos has the Infinity Gauntlet. And look, she's heavily made up. She's wigged out.
Well, this is how she naturally looks right here.
See her when she's got the glasses and the pimples.
You see it?
Yeah.
And I'm not, and like I said before, man, I'm not.
Sears Retail, Chicago.
Right. And, like I said before, the lack of elegance, the lack of poise, the lack of regalness. And on top of the fact is that you can't do that. You know, you can't do that. It's just like with dudes, right? And I've made videos about this, man. I made videos like this on here. The uglier you are as a dude, the less amount of Netflixing and chilling you need to be doing with a female. You need to constantly be working and making money, because what's going to happen is she's going to look at you one day while you're Netflixing and chilling and say, "You're an ugly dude. You can't do it. You can't lay up all day long with a chick like a good looking dude can do it. You just can't. You can't do it." And it sucks, Afro Nerd. It sucks that we have these what do they call it? It sucks that we have these double standards. But it has to be across the board. If it's gonna be for men, it gotta be for women too. Keke, if you're listening, you can't do that ever again. You're not 5'10". You're not 125 pounds. You're not super hot in the face. You can't do that. Go ahead, sir.
Well, look, the manosphere, love it or hate it, they do talk about some things. Like, not all of the manosphere is great. Like, not all of anything. Nothing is absolute. But there are parts of the manosphere that I think are very advantageous for men, and black men specifically. The fact that there is a black voice, that black men have to have standards, or that there's an issue with black men having a standard, it's ridiculous. Being a man, and this is something that Samuels will talk about and others, you're not given a crutch. There's no makeup to wear. I mean, normally, no. you can go somewhere else with that too. But there's no makeup to wear. There's no extra hair to put on. There's no platform that says that you're big and beautiful. The fact that you can go to an online outlet, and I looked at this one day. I was buying some kind of outfit, buying a sweater or something, and it just dawned on me.
Waking up knowing exactly.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I happened to see. I just paid close attention. Like, wow, they actually have a section for big, big women. Like, and you're not, as a man, you're not encouraged to have these crushes. No one's telling you. There's no such thing as a big, attractive man that is. No one's going to treat that seriously.
No,
at a corporate setting, you will see heavyset women have a fit man on their desk, a picture of a fit man, and no one glances at that. Like, the heavyset woman will never date the male version of herself.
Never.
That's never asked. But if you are a man in shape, someone will tell you, especially black men, they will tell you you're supposed to be, what's wrong with her being big? That's okay. You're fat shaming. You see. So what you're seeing is, you're seeing someone like Keke Palmer who gets dolled up. That's not really what she looks like. But when she puts on her costume, she's Captain America without the super soldier serum. You see what I'm saying? When being a man, you have to. There's no whether you are quote unquote attractive or whatever your look is as a man. At some point, someone's going to ask you to produce. You're going to have to actually be able to show and prove, as they say on the street. There's no component for that for women. And even though we can talk about black women and the issues with being a minority and being black, we understand that, but still your femininity saves you on some level. You can ask for protection. No, I can't ask for protection. I got to take that ass whipping, as they say.
Yep.
No one's coming to me. I could be a 5'2" man.
Nobody cares.
No one. Fortunately, I'm 6'2". Now I didn't realize.
Oh, you're 6'2"? You never told me you're 6'2". Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm 6'2", 220. Right. So when I have had friends, because I'm a man, I've had friends who were shorter, and I never paid attention. We would joke about them sometimes, but you never really paid attention to their troubles, right? But I've seen women say just outright disrespectful things to diminutive guys that are 5'5", 5'6", and I never paid attention to it. But because as time has gone on, when a woman sees me, she says, "Wow, you're tall." They kind of have that googly-eyed look, and I've taken advantage of that to a certain degree, but it never dawned on me. But someone who's far shorter than me, the women they're very up in your face about, if you're not over 6 feet, you can kick rocks. Now,
Yeah, women will let you know, and this is one thing I do respect about a lot of women. They'll let you know up front what their standards are. They'll tell you what their types are all day long.
you can't do that though. If she's 200 plus, if she weighs like you weigh, you can't say anything about that,
Bro,
or you're gonna be body shaming.
I've told you this story over and over. When I was teaching many years ago, and I've told this story multiple times. One of my coworkers, she was having a birthday party. She was kind of overweight. She was young and cute, but she was having a birthday party. Her cut, so she got a room at a nice hotel, and I had came early. I like coming early to places. Well, really to drink. So I came early. I'm sitting in the like the suite drinking, and her cousins were these two big fat girls, and these were like fat girls. These were like girls who were 250.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there chilling, pretending to be on my phone. And one of the girls goes into the other room and says, how come he ain't speaking to us or something? And she flat out said, my coworker said, well, he doesn't like big girls. The big girl came back in there and said, oh, you don't like fat girls? And I said, well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, you're not really my type. And they went in on me, like, because what happens is that they're so used to. I mean, I gotta say this: a lot of black men simp for all types of women. They're so used to the simping culture, and they're so used to, particularly black men, simping for their weight, that they were shocked. They were shocked when I said, like, I don't talk to big girls. I'm not. And secondly, I'm a smaller dude, Afro nerd. I don't know if I told you that. I'm not about to be seen in public with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna be seen in public with you. You may have some good coochie at 2-3 in the morning after I'm drunk eating some Taco Bell. But I'm not into that. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I've never have been into that. I like thin women.
Most of us do.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, they were, and mind you, and I was quiet, but even still, I can't even think a certain way without being attacked. My coworker, she wasn't trying to like set up something like an argument. She just said, hey man, he don't like big girls. And they came in there attacking me. And I'm like, why can't I have standards? I just don't like big girls. I'm not gonna talk to you about anything other than, oh, there's some drinks over there or something. I mean, what are we gonna talk about? Because most interactions with men and women lead to sex. So it's like, well, I'm not gonna speak to them at all because I already know, like, listen, there's no other reason. We're not going to talk about politics because we're at a party. And generally, I'm not going to talk about politics with women in real life anyway, because women don't care about that kind of stuff. Let's be completely honest. So what are we going to talk for? Now, if you were 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", and you weighed between 120 and 135 pounds, of course, conversation's open, but it's not open now. But like I said, men can't have standards, man. Well, at least in my case, I couldn't have a standard that damn night. But go ahead.
Let me tell you something that's even worse than that.
I got you, Harmonic Universe. I'm playing with you too.
Let me tell you what's worse than that. And I again, I have to defer to the manosphere because there's got to be a platform for men to start to have not just their standards, but they have to have some kind of inner pride. We've got to have a kind of pride. And where I'm going with this is when you think of, look, you're talking about, look, I consider myself a regular guy, corporate, whatever, however you want to put it. And you were in the same. I know you were a teacher and that kind of thing. So I still perceive myself in a certain way versus someone who is a multi-million-dollar basketball player, right? Yeah. But the culture is so degraded that when you see someone like a Zion Williamson, who he exalts this woman, the first woman who is a stripper, an older stripper, has his child, right? He's only 22. And then I think the stripper is like 29 or whatever. And then there is Mariah Mills, who is a adult actress, and she's over 30. And she's just going on, and she's threatening what is it? This tape. Yeah. This tape, which is revenge porn. I'm being mindful of the algorithm. Revenge porn. If a man did what she was threatening to do, authorities would be seeing her. You follow me? But because she can outwardly say, "Oh, I'm going to release this thing. I'm going to release this movie we did," but at the end of the day, I guess my point is, why can't we have a discussion? Why can't we have some kind of platform where we're able to I just want to be able to say what I say my piece, and you can do what you want to do, basically. I think Deion Sanders was trying to do this. We got to start telling black men, you're better than this. What, if you're a multi-million, look, I already carry myself. You probably told my voice I have a kind of arrogance about me. I can tell you're kind of arrogant. I'm a kind of an arrogant guy, in a good way. I have high pride, right?
Yeah.
I have an older Corvette, right? But when I first got that car, you have a car. When you have a, let me tell you right now, if you have a two-seater car, a car like that, or a Porsche, you cannot have a Lizzo in that car.
No.
Not going to happen. I had women come in the car. Oh, I guess I'm Corvette worthy. I didn't say anything, but she knew what time it was. So my friends would say, "Oh, I saw you had another one in that car a few days ago." So that's the safeguard that I do certain things. I dress a certain way, and I drive a certain car to be protective. That you can't have these larger women in that car if that's not your scene. Now, I'm saying this as someone who I have a couple of degrees and whatever. I'm not Zion. I'm not a multimillionaire. If I had, God forbid, you give me a couple of million, which I'm working toward in some capacity, some way. If I have money, it's a wrap. Because I'm already halfway there. So, but I'm bewildered by guys who are already there, and they are tolerating lower end women. How are you someone has a $200 million contract, and you're dating women who've accomplished nothing, wearing fake hair? Everything is fake BBLs.
It's because
It's embarrassing.
It's because there is a moratorium on standards in America. It's been like this for 20, 30 years, probably. It's a moratorium on it. You get shamed as a man if you have standards. Women can be fat as a house and they can be praised in society. It is the weirdest thing, man, that is taking place in this society, man. Like, even the conversation between me, you talking about Keke, you would think women would call in and, hey, man, that really makes sense, man. They won't even do it. It's the weirdest thing to me, man. It's the weirdest thing to me. But I'm glad that we are. I'm glad that it's reaching out to certain people. But it needs to be said. It's a lowering of standards in this country. And it's not just with women. It's politically, it's educationally. I mean, hell, you had to have the Supreme Court strike down affirmative action because Asian students weren't able to get into the schools because they were letting the dumb kids get in. The kids with the 3.2s who shouldn't have been there in the first place. The kids who are the talented kids, it's affirmative action. We gotta let the Hispanics in. We gotta let the blacks in. We gotta let the whites in. Sorry, Ming Ming, Ching Chong Chung. Sorry, even though you worked hard and studied and got better ACT scores and SATs, and you were just a better student. But no.
Well, look.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure about the affirmative action thing, and I'll tell you what the deal is.
3.2 is dumb compared to a 4.0 Chinese kid who went to a elite private school, Harmonic University. That's what I mean. Come on, go ahead.
I'm somewhere in the middle on this, and I'll tell you what the deal is. First of all, with affirmative action, it's been speculative if it even benefited black people to begin with, because across the board, the white female was able to take advantage of that. So affirmative action, which many would have thought was earmarked specifically for black people, really didn't necessarily pan out that way. You had, if anyone were to have taken advantage of it, it might have been your exurban or your suburban black person who was the scion of a doctor or a lawyer who got in there versus someone who might have been from the projects. So it's debatable if it has ever been advantageous to black people, not necessarily wide scale. I don't know. The issue I have with how it was determined is they allowed race to be a factor that should be taken out versus a multiplicity of factors. So if you're going to start taking out race as a factor, then you might have to start looking at legacy as a factor, regional location. So what I guess what I'm saying is, what makes race distinctive from the 6 or 7 other different factors that might play a role into how you matriculate into an Ivy League institution. I don't know, and I don't know if a black person getting a spot is necessarily taking anything away from the Asian kid. I don't know if they've been able to make that determination. I think it's a talking point.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, I really don't care, because I think black folks need to be learning how to pass the test. I think we need to be getting together, whether it's in these charter schools. That famously I interviewed. I told you this a few days ago. I interviewed Marva Collins. Marva Collins out of Chicago, and it's a Prince connection. Prince had her in a video. The most beautiful girl in the world. If you remember that song, maybe 15 years ago, she was in that video. I interviewed the late Marva Collins. Marva Collins was famous because she took unteachable kids in Chicago, kids that were purportedly unteachable, and she taught them the classics. Right? She kept it very basic. Oh, this is true. The late Cicely Tyson portrayed her in a TV movie with I think Morgan Freeman, 1979. The Marva Collins story. I think it's even on YouTube. But the story is, really, the reason why Prince is famous is that when Prince hit it big, he did things quietly. He donated like $50,000 to her, or something like, or $500,000, whatever. Anyway, the thing with Marva Collins is that she taught kids that were purportedly, had learning deficits. She kept it basic, taught them about Socrates, Aristotle, the classics.
Okay.
Those kids from the mid 70s ended up going to very esteemed first tier, second tier schools, Loyola Law School, that kind of thing. Kids that were purportedly unteachable, black kids. We know about Joe Clark out in New Jersey, what he was trying to do, the New Jersey high school, and Morgan Freeman portraying him. So what I'm saying is, we don't have the discussion about kind of figuring it out, doing the hard work. Asian folks, many will tell you that they have tutors.
They do.
That they study. Anyone who studies 6 days out of 7 days and devotes hours per day, versus, I think, black kids and other ethnicity, go down the ethnic line. We may devote 2 hours of studying and 8 hours of TV. It's completely in reverse. So, I mean, why can't we address that? We can't have the conversation. So I could care less about what happens with affirmative action. I think we need to be able to do the work. We need to be promoting scholarship. That's it.
Okay. Ginger says, "Hey CT, Leslie Van Houten has been released." Yes, I saw that when it first happened. I made a video about this evil woman a few days ago on my channel, Leslie Van Houten. For all of you who do not know, she is a follower of Charles Manson, hippie. And I said this before, that hippies are a very, very evil subculture of people. But yeah, so she's been released. So great job, California. Great damn job. What do you think about Leslie Van Houten? Remember that I did a show about her the other day.
Helter Skelter. I don't really have too much of a thought about the Manson massacre. I know that Quentin Tarantino kind of addressed it in a funny way with what is it, the Hollywood film Once Upon a Time in Hollywood a couple of years ago, and he vaguely addressed the Manson murders. It's interesting. It's how Manson himself was a wannabe performer. He wanted to be a singer. It's all confusing. This compound that he had, and what's his face? What's the director that's is Hollywood? Shows you how Hollywood and Hollyweird kind of connected. The director that was
Polanski.
You know what I'm talking about?
He went over to Europe. Is it Polanski?
Polanski, right.
Yeah, Polanski, yeah.
Right. His wife was killed in
Yeah, Sharon
1960.
Tate. Yep.
Right.
But actually, Leslie Van Houten wasn't a part of that deletion. She was a part of the one the next day. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, and you look, he had sympathy as a young director, and then 7 or 8 years later, he purportedly, you know, grapes a 13-year-old child, and but we still try to. That's a kind of an aberrant thing there if you think about it. That's that Hollywood connection, where
Yeah.
he's a victim in some respects, and then 10 years later he becomes a victimizer, but
Yeah.
also at the same time Hollywood continues to lord over him and give him awards.
The Pianist was a very good movie, though. I mean, I know he directed. Did you ever see The Pianist?
Yeah, that's with
Yeah.
is that what's his name? He got an Academy Award where he was he kissed Halle Berry.
No, wait a minute. You're talking about the actor that was in it?
Right. Yeah,
Billy
Adrian
Bob?
Brody.
No, Billy Bob wasn't in The Pianist.
No, Adrian Brody.
Adrian Brody. Oh, he kissed Halle Berry?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No,
But Adrian Brody is in The Pianist. Yes, he's the main character.
I don't know if I don't know. I would think that it was a kind of a scripted thing, maybe. But when she presented the award to him because he got the Academy Award, and he just was so happy he just kissed her on the mouth.
I didn't see that. Okay.
Oh, that's well known. You go to YouTube for that.
Looking it up right now, actually. Oh wow, yeah.
And he was so overcome, and she wasn't resistant.
Oh wow. I didn't know that at all.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're looking at when you're dealing with Hollywood. Weird. I mean, ironically, Sukiyana received that same treatment recently. I forgot who. I think
the rapper. Yeah.
I mean, people were, but I thought it was wrong. But but she's also on boats doing all kinds of weird things to herself. And she's for hire, literally.
Yeah.
Something. Let me say something else about her too.
Are you good?
Sukiyana, and this is no one. I peeped this a couple of years ago when the WAP song was released. This is when I'm talking about normalization. This is when I knew it was a rap. When the WAP song was released and it was got all these accolades. It was trending for quite some time. It was a game changer. Sony or Apple had some kind of interview where all of her fans, this is Cardi B, were able to have a conversation with her, including Sukiyana.
Really? What happened?
Sukiyana tells her bluntly, I'm so happy that you did this because this makes me this is giving me the ability to do what I want to do with freedom of guilt. I'm paraphrasing, but she gave her props. She said, well, now, I can do this. We can be proud. I can garner empowerment. She went into this whole thing lauding over Cardi B for allowing her to have freedom to be this way. And I said, oh, this is not good. So when people think that this WAP thing is empowerment, now you have a literal toot. I'm being kind, a literal toot telling Cardi B that thank you, you've given me carte blanche to be who I have to be. And that's why she's still quote unquote kind of sort of relevant 3 or 4 years later. I never forgot that. I don't forget. The Afro nerd forgets nothing. I remember that, and no one said anything. Those little subtleties no one wants to pay attention to. And I said, nah, why is this prostitute giving props to Cardi B for her anthem? Black folks didn't say anything. It's okay. It's okay.
We're not going to say anything because I don't know, man. To a degree, America is broken overall, and we already know that large portions of Black culture is broken. And when you have a matriarchal society, which is Black culture, where you can't say anything about Black women, if you do, you're perceived as a bully, or so a lot of black men who are a part of the intelligentsia, they pretty much have thrown their hands up and said, forget it, man, forget it, because I can't say anything about it. Like even with this video about Keke Palmer, there are people who will probably think that me and you are being bullies about Keke Palmer. So we can't say anything, man.
Well,
Go ahead.
let me tell you something. I have an interesting anecdote to tell you, right?
Go ahead.
So a part of the Afro Nerd brand, unfortunately I had this house fire, as I told you. So it's slowing me down to be able to do video. And matter of fact, if you go to Afro Nerd Radio on YouTube, I've already have videos up there. So you can see me, when I was starting out trying to get things going. So Afro Nerd Radio at YouTube does exist. But I want to go full throttle. Anyway, eventually, once I get past this issue. Anyway, what I want to get into is the Black Panther movie. A lot of what you're talking about, I saw with how the Black Panther played out, the first film versus the second film, and the lead up to the film. Now, as someone who considers himself a blurred, and I represent, Afrofuturism, surrealism, pardon me. Black sci-fi, black pop, like this other alternative thing going on. I was asked to speak at the Schomburg a couple of years ago. That's also on YouTube. I spoke at the Schomburg about the Black Panther, explaining it. Before they were female blurs and it was all about this thing. I knew about the character. The character's been around since 1966, right? And I said, having been a reader of the comic book, that if they were ever going to put this on film, it was going to be a game changer because it is implicitly African, right? There's got to be very little white involvement, and to Marvel and Disney's credit, they actually had Africans and African Americans involved. Ryan Coogler and all that. So we saw something going on. But I said the character himself was very masculine. It's a patriarchal story.
Yeah.
The hero loses his father. He takes the mantle, right? It's about a black man and rites of passage. It's a black man's rite of passage story, clearly. So, he runs his own country. He can kind of smack Tony Stark around. He's a fully fleshed out black man who is hyper intelligent. See, that part they didn't show you in the film. In the film, he's probably one of the most intelligent beings in the Marvel universe. Reed Richards, I'm going into nerd speak, but he's a hyper intellectual, multi-degree black man, African. So I said, okay, I don't know if they're going to show a black man like that because it's going to make people feel uncomfortable. They got close somewhat, right? Now, what you saw was all these men and black men, black women, black children, Africans and African Americans, people, Afro-Brazilians, everyone was getting behind the Black Panther. If you remember 2016, Chadwick is a Howard graduate. It's a whole thing. Now, what happens is that when I told some of the women in the nerd space that I thought that a black man should be directing it, they started shouting me down and wanted my channel removed. They wanted me removed. I get him off. We don't want to. We think because there was a time where they were thinking of having a black woman direct Black Panther, and I said no. This is not about sexism. This is because this is a black man's story, and I think talking about fatherhood, patriarchy. You need to have a black man. Maybe the second film you could have a black woman directing it. But I thought the first time out for a global film. Now, what ends up happening, like I predicted, they came close. They had a black man doing this. It was $1.3 billion. You have dark-skinned black people who were able to sell a movie globally. It's a game changer because there's a belief that that could not be done. We've always heard that you can't sell a black movie. Now, Chadwick has died, and we see that the women have taken over the mantle. This man dies in real life, and he dies fictionally. And now we're in a different. It has become a completely a feminist mantra. It's a totally different thing, and you can't talk about it. You can't talk about this film that was supposed to be a game changer because it didn't last that long. With other characters, whether it's Sherlock Holmes or Batman or Superman or Tarzan, if or Bond, the actor dies. It's tragic. Someone will take his place. There is an allowance for white male legacy. But in the case of Black Panther, Chadwick dies. The women take over. No one cares that, we will see Superman for the next 100 years portrayed by multiple actors.
Yeah.
The first black global character like this, he's done.
Yep.
This is how Black life goes down. And you cannot say anything.
Black Panther Wakanda Forever made $800 million at the box office on a $250 million budget versus the $1.3 billion made by the first film. So obviously something must have happened where maybe, like I said, that feminist the whole aspect of obviously Chadwick Boseman not being in the second one. And you're right, man, not continuing that legacy with a male lead. They could have picked they could have picked so many black men that they could have picked for that. I don't know why they didn't do it. But like you said, it could be some powers that be. I don't know.
You're not a consideration. That's why they didn't do it. And I see some of the people in the chat room. I see why this is happening. Mm-hmm. Someone said that, I don't watch cartoons. This legacy is not a cartoon. They recently had a 60th anniversary for James Bond. You see the advertisements for James Bond. They have all the actors lined up in a row.
Really?
Right? Oh yeah. This is stuff I'm talking about.
All the ones that are alive.
Alive and dead. From Connery.
Okay, I didn't see that. Let me see.
Right. All of them. Connery, Dalton, Lazenby, everybody's there. Okay. But with the black version of this, there is no black version of it, and it's allowable. And when you see some of the folks in your chat room, and they kind of say, this is no big deal. This is nothing. This is why we die figuratively and literally, and it's going to continue happening because people could care less, purportedly. Black man died in fiction and in real life, and it's
they could have had they could have had somebody just play Chadwick Boseman's same character, just a different actor, instead of just replacing. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Hold on one second. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta exit. So okay. I'll speak to you later, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Peace. Let me see who's in the chat. Oh yeah, back to Ginger. Where is Ginger's comment? I'm trying to look for Ginger's comment real quick.
Wallet, Justine is currently unavailable.
Let me look for Ginger's comment. I can't find it anywhere. Octane says they sped up the timeline on black people. His sister does eventually take over, but not his son. They could have gave it more time. Yeah, they probably could have. But I was not really into Marvel, let alone Black Panther. I'm more Star Trek, Star Wars. I will admit, though, Infinity War was insanely good. But yeah, definitely. Octane says, if you know the comic, then you know it's true. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, but Ginger, yeah. So, yeah, Leslie Van Houten got out of the penitentiary today. She served 55 years for being involved in the Charles Manson gang, evil woman. But like I said, hippies, yeah. Yeah. Nah, I'm not doing it. Harmonic Universe says Stargate is an old classic CT. Yep. Yeah, it is. Warhammer 40K over Star Trek. Oh, I never heard of that before, but I'm gonna have to look that one up. Yeah, I have to look that one up. I don't know. Let me see. Is there anything else? But yeah, like I was saying about Keke Palmer, man. I don't know. I just feel like she needs to get some quality control because like eventually, man, it's gonna be too late. I mean, it's already late now. She's old already. She's 30, behaving like that. So yeah. Give me a second here. All right, let me see what the chat is saying. What's up, bro? How you doing, man? 06. Let's see here. All right. I'm trying to see if there's anything else to talk about. I don't see any other like trending topics. Let me see. All right, there we go. Tamika says y'all watch too many movies and know so much about how it know so much, but how is it any of what you learn from these movies being applied to change anything going on right now in the future? What do you mean, Tamika? Why don't you call in Tamika real quick? What do you mean by this, Tamika? Because men have always been inspired by movies. I mean, what about the Rocky movies? And Star Trek. Star Trek inspires hope. And not to mention a lot of inventions that we have now came about through Star Trek. So I don't know. Gumby says, I think the whole Keke situation blew up because so much public scrutiny and opinion seemed like dude folded and voiced a more personal what? A more personal. Hello? Hello?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Okay, loud and clear. What's going on?
No, nothing. I just wanted to add my opinions and commentary to the situation.
Okay. Before we do that, happy White History Month. Can you name me a scientific or technological achievement from the white man?
A scientific achievement from white man. What's that guy name? Scientific achievement. Does this count? Like the Alexander Bell guy, he invented the telephone.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. So what's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to give my thoughts on the whole like Keke situation.
Go ahead. What do you think about it?
Well, where I stand was, I always thought that Keke's dance with Usher was kind of inappropriate. I do think the dance was a bit inappropriate. I personally didn't have a problem with the outfit that she was wearing. My thing is with Doris is that if you're going to say that you're a traditional conservative guy, you wouldn't have posted all of those videos of her twerking, in like one video. And there's one video of her in a thong, literally like twerking on the floor, and he's literally commenting, I think in one of the posts, like, "Oh, I hope nobody steals my girl." And then you want to say later on that I'm a conservative guy and I have certain values. And I'm like, if you're a traditional conservative guy, why would you allow those to be posted? Furthermore,
that's what her child's father said.
Yes, yes. If you read,
Oh, well, he's not conservative at all. Anyway, I didn't know he said that, but he's not conservative. But go ahead though.
yeah, I think that was the problem. That's why people were calling him a hypocrite, and that's why people were dragging him. It's because he posted that I'm a traditional man, conservative. You know, I don't want like my girlfriend's booty cheeks being out. But you were okay with posting her you were okay of posting her of her twerking and her twerking on the floor, and you didn't have a problem with it when you were there. But let's just be honest, you didn't like it because Usher was looking at her some type of way, and she was looking good, and I think that did. And I think that kind of made you kind of insecure. And I think that's where people were pointing out you're being a hypocrite. If you are a traditional conservative man, you need to like keep those values from the beginning. You can't switch up. So he should have started with that energy and not changed halfway through. And that was my problem. I think he should have addressed the situation in private because despite everything, Kiki's a very private person. Like she said in interviews that if you have a problem, we'll address it in private. He should have talked to her in private and maybe said that and maybe talked to her about it, but he didn't need to blast her publicly because he wanted her to get dragged. And then he found out the hard way that Black Twitter was going to drag him because like Black Twitter loves Keke, so it didn't go that way.
Do you feel like me and Afro Nerd were talking about a lot of different scenarios. Do you believe that there's a double standard here? For example, had that been Naomi Campbell, and I'm talking about a young Naomi Campbell doing that, do you feel like there have been a lot of backlash?
Oh yeah, the thing is there is a hypocrisy. One of the things I've always pointed out is that online, and some people are going to drive me for saying this, it's very pro women, and the thing is that a lot of women online don't keep like the same like standards when it comes to them. Like if you read on like the Shade Room, like Ruby Rose was asking like, okay, if I did like a sexy dance on your man, would you be okay with it? All the women in the comments literally dragged her in the comment section. Oh, if that was my man, you know, I would beat him up, and you know, I wouldn't like my man want to attend your concerts anyway. They dragged her, and I was commenting like, you guys are being such hypocrites. Like, so you're saying that you're not okay with it, but then you're saying to Doris that basically because he makes less money, he should shut up and know his place, and he doesn't have a right to speak. But when it's the gender's reversed, then you have a problem with it. So you're not cool with it. So I don't like the double standards that these women are saying online. And I have a particular issue with the fact that they're saying that because he makes less money, that he doesn't have a right to speak. But if it was the gender's reverse, you guys would literally call him abusive. So there is this double standard online in the way women are responding that I have a problem with. And I think that should be talked about.
Well, my double standard more or less was about the fact that Keke Palmer is, and I see what you were saying, but my double standard was more the fact that Keke Palmer is not the type of female that even dudes would applaud. You know, I feel like if she had been somebody else, it'd have been perfectly fine. You get what I'm saying now?
Okay, so it's like, is it like you kind of always be like Keke Palmer's like a conservative kind of girl? Is that what you were saying?
No, more like Keke Palmer is not attractive enough to do what she was doing.
Well,
I mean, that's what me and Afro Nerd were saying. Like, if it had it been, you know, Scarlett Johansson, you know, like a model, like a real model, maybe not, but it's like now any and everybody can just be nasty right now, if that makes any sense. But go ahead.
Well, I always thought Keke was a very, very pretty woman, and so
no, she's pretty. Yeah, no, she's pretty. She's just not. Okay.
Well, looks are subjective, so I think we can agree to disagree. I think she's a very pretty, beautiful woman.
I agree with you. She is pretty. It's just that certain women can get away with certain things, and other women. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, so pretty privilege plays into this massively. By the way, women can get away with certain things that, let's be honest, ugly women can't. And her being a celebrity is giving her an extra level of protection. Let's be honest. If this was a regular girl on the street who wasn't really attractive, nobody would be standing for her the way that she is. So her being pretty and her having a celebrity is giving her an extra status of protection, because people would not be riding or dying for some regular girl on the street like this. So that is playing a factor, for being honest with ourselves.
Where were Keke? So I had said Keke Palmer is going through some sort of midlife crisis right now. She didn't go to university and she didn't party when she was younger. So now she's trying to party later in life, but now it just looks odd. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. Like, Keke had acting since she was 10 years old. I think is that Keke's never been particularly curvy or petite or squirrel. She's never had, forget language, boobs and a bum. And she's always been extremely successful. It's just that when she got pregnant, she's one of the few women who actually got a lot of curves, and it went to all of the right places. So I think she's just embracing the new body. And to be honest, she looks amazing. All the curves look great, and I think that she's just enjoying her post-mom body. And so I don't think she's going through a midlife crisis, and I respectfully disagree.
Okay. 777, what's going on, man?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
You know, Keke Palmer is shout out to the Lapeef Network. Keke Palmer, that's why I hate British women trying to talk about things they don't know anything about. Respectfully, Gina.
What are you talking about, dude? What? Go ahead, 777. Just be respectful, 777.
When people from overseas try to talk about what's going on in the United States, it's always a waste of time. Like they're completely lost when it comes to our society and our culture and how we live. But anyways, I'm not here to talk about Gina's misfortunes.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. This is rude.
Okay, moving on. So, you know, Keke Palmer's been average her whole life, respectfully. She's been a C-grade movie, you know, actress. There's really been no movies that anyone's really going to remember her for. She's never going to be in the history books as, hey, you guys remember that amazing role she played in blah, blah. Never. It's never going to happen. She's known for wearing a provocative dress, and that's about it in front of Usher.
But she had to come out last year. What was it called? Nope. And she's older.
No, yeah, like
she's like 29.
Yeah, nobody knows, mate. So I have no clue as far as the movie she's in. You know, you're gonna have these average women. She's an average-looking woman, which you said. You said she's kind of like subpar, right? Chaotic, I think you mentioned.
I never said she was subpar. What I'm saying is that there's a segment of society now where women who should be in the home, cooking and cleaning, being mothers, they are now attempting to do the things that if this was 30, 40 years ago, that the models, that the more favorable females would be doing. And I think that's why it just looks so odd when you see the Sukihanas, Keke Palmers, when you see these women behaving like this in public.
Yeah.
You know, it's because they're not supposed to do these things. Like when you see Lizzo dancing and wearing, panties in public, it's like,
you're not. Well, let's
be respectful. You don't have to call her a whale, but you're not supposed to be doing these things because you're not. If you're going to do these things, you're going to have to be super attractive. And now we have, and I hate to say unattractive because I don't really think Keke Palmer's unattractive.
He's average.
But now you have these plain Janes misbehaving, and it's just not, it's not.
Yeah, she's, and this is.
No, let's speak real quick. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Gina, sorry.
Thank you. So one thing is, I really don't think that we should compare Sukihana to Lizzo, because Sukihana is a whole thing in itself. Like Sukihana is, I just don't want to compare her to like the Keke Palmers because they're two different like classes of women, like completely different. So I don't think it's good.
Yeah, let me stop you real quick, Gina.
Let her finish real quick. I want to hear what she got to say. Go ahead, Gina.
Thank you. And also, it's like So 2 points. These women are celebrities, so I don't like comparing celebrities too much to the average girl, because as much as we do say that sometimes celebrities influence real life, they are in different leagues doing different things compared to us regular women. So I don't want us to get into the habit of comparing too much. So that's just my opinion. I think we should be careful about trying to do too many comparisons.
Go ahead, 777.
I mean, I really like nails on a chalkboard. I'm really trying here, but I just can't do it with that dialect. Sukihana
What's
is
the problem with my accent? Oh my god.
it's just not for me, that's all. It's for others. Sukihana is not. See, that's the issue with what I'm saying about these women from overseas. Sukihana is not to be related to your average woman that's in the States. This is a 1 out of 100 type of individual. Sukihana is. I don't even feel comfortable as a man saying that.
No, what I'm saying is that Gina. What I'm saying is that
Gina's lost.
Suki. No, I don't think she's lost. I think
Respectfully,
Lizzo, Sukihana, Meg the Stallion.
mm-hmm.
Those are specific types of women.
Well, give me a second, Gina. Give me a second.
J-Lo, throw J-Lo
in my
in there.
opinion,
But she's married. Okay.
all of these women fall into the same category. And that category is this, right? It's if this was 1950, if this was 1960, if this was 1970, even though they are in different classes in terms, I get what you're saying. You wouldn't see a Sukihana, you wouldn't see a Meg the Stallion, you wouldn't see a Keke Palmer,
A fat Adele.
Give me a second. Give me a second. If you were to see Lizzo, she would either have been an opera singer, she would have been probably playing like a mammy in some like black film. But now we're seeing her in a very sexualized manner. The same thing with Sukihana. If this was 60, 70 years ago, you wouldn't see her at all. More than likely, she would have been walking the street, red light district, etc. What has happened is that we are seeing women that are in spaces that were once relegated to the models, to the really beautiful women. And to me, that is the actual problem. I get what you're saying. Lizzo is not like Sukihana. I get you. But I don't want to see Sukihana or Lizzo at all.
Okay.
Now, I would love to see Lizzo as an opera singer, but I don't want to see her shaking her big fat ass at a Lakers game.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Now you kind of see where I'm coming from, Gina?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the thing is that like, if we're talking about the representation of like these women today, so first point of all, this is not like the 1950s anymore. We're in 2023, and let's just keep it real. We as the consumers, and I think everyone is to blame in this, men and women, we are rewarding hypersexuality in the mainstream culture. I do not like the current representation of mainstream rap. I preferred it as there was I think it's okay to have the spaces for like the ratchet stuff, but I also want spaces for the classy stuff, because I don't actually see myself representing the current mainstream rap. But what is promoted?
No, 777, let her talk. I can't. Yeah, let her talk. Go ahead, Gina.
Just sexual rap, twerk music, and it's always presented because we as the consumers are constantly consuming it. Therefore, people in the industry are like, if that's what the people want to hear, then that's what we're going to promote. So I think we should hold ourselves accountable and stop supporting that kind of music and stop letting it be our only representation. Therefore, therefore also start supporting other artists like the opera singers that were in the 50s. So that way we can get a better diaspora and diversity of Black representation. So I do think that we should hold ourselves to account for that. I'm doing my part. I don't support any of the twerk music anymore because it's redundant. Like, I literally will not listen to it. I don't like Sexy Red. I'm not supporting it. So I think that we should do our part so that way we can and start supporting other Black women who don't do that stuff. But that's just my opinion on that aspect.
Do I like with the €5. He says, CT, I'm glad that there are some folks in the USA who care about modesty, morality, and good behavior. And Tamika with the $5 super chat says, even though I do not always agree with them, chaotic is the truth. Thank you so much. 777, you keep cutting this off. What's up, man?
You know, I'd like to throw in J-Lo into this category of lowlifes and women that just aren't artistic. If you'd like to hear J-Lo how she really sings, you can play the audition she had for singing a Whitney Houston song. If you'd like to hear the low quality voice that she has. I think Lizzo should have been painted up in a gray outfit and thrown into the zoo as an elephant. Also, I think she would have had a great career dressing up as a zoo in the zoo as an elephant. And respectfully, her career has been done for a while. Thank God.
She just won a Grammy. What are you talking
I
about?
heard a woman. Excuse me, Gina.
777, hold on for a second. 777, hold on for a second.
Don't interrupt.
And Gina, that's the problem. That's the problem. The fact that she won a Grammy, she's not talented.
But
No.
okay, well,
But
we can,
I think it was my turn, Gina.
Stop cutting me. 777, stop cutting me up. 777. Gina, that's the problem. The fact is that we as a society we are allowing non-talented people to win awards that are not deserving of them. We're it's a participation trophy generation, and a lot of this is ESG. A lot of these corporations are satisfying ESG quotas, and you know this because you have ESG over in UK, correct?
yes, and also like the Grammy bought and paid for anyway. Like we all know.
So you know that Lizzo, that's a fake Grammy. She doesn't deserve. What did she win the Grammy for again? New song?
Being fat.
She won a new song for a song called About Damn Time. I think it went to #1 on like the Billboard charts.
I mean, let's be honest. Do you believe that she really deserved the Grammy?
Well, I like the song, but we can disagree. But she won a Grammy for it.
You know, Gina, can you sing? Can you sing some of that song?
I'm not gonna sing on here.
Could you just say a verse from it?
I didn't come on here to sing, so I'm not.
Well, could you just say a verse?
What do you want me to sing?
I mean, it's popular. She won a Grammy. You should probably know it.
I know the song, but I'm not coming on here to sing. I'm just coming on here to
Right.
debate.
Could you just say 5 sentences in her song?
This is weird. Like, why are you trying to force me?
Well, you probably don't even know the song, Gina, and you're up here, you're caping for a big old fat whale.
Okay.
She's not good. She has no talent. She can't dance. She's got fame. Ma'am, please. She got famous off being fat.
That is the thing is, she has actually made a lot of her brand about her weight, but the girl is still talented beyond that.
She's a big fat.
Wait, whoa.
Let me finish.
No, hold on for a second. Why do you believe she's talented, Gina? Go ahead, ma'am.
Because she's a great singer and she's highly classically trained in the flute. Have you guys literally seen her play the flute? She's really good at it, and she's a great singer.
But I've also seen 7-year-olds play the flute too.
Can she?
777, stop cutting me off, dude. Hold on for a second. Go ahead, Gina.
No. Let him answer. Can she what?
Go ahead, 777.
What type of flute can she blow into, Gina?
I'm not a flute expert, so I can't say specifically, but I've watched videos of her playing the flute, and she's really talented, and she has a great singing voice. I've heard if you listen to like one of her song covers by Adele, it was really lovely.
Yeah. So this is what's wrong.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on
okay.
Give me a second. So you're in the UK, so that means that you've traveled throughout Europe, correct?
Well,
Gina?
yes. I've been, I have family in America. Been to America.
Would you ever go to France and tell people that Lizzo is on the scale of Jean Rappel or James Galway, Sir James Galway, William Bennett? Would you ever say that?
I wouldn't say that's a fair comparison. I mean, she's only really been around for 4 years, so I don't.
Wait a minute. Now, hold on for a second. Now, you said she's great at being on the flute. So isn't she on the same scale as these, people. I mean, these flutists from back in the day, or
Yeah. Jeanette Flambe.
Okay, so if I'm being honest, I wouldn't say that she's there with those people, but she's still very good at the flute. And it
okay.
doesn't mean that she's on that level. There are spectrums to everything, so I don't like the extreme comparisons. Like, just because she's not up there doesn't mean that she's not good at playing the flute.
Right.
Okay.
You know what?
Go ahead,
I can't. I personally, I just, as a man of a certain age, I can't do this. Gina, she plays the flute, so she deserves a Grammy. There's 7-year-olds.
You're being disingenuous.
Please, Gina, there's 7-year. I let you talk. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, fine, go ahead.
You did interrupt her, but go ahead.
Well, there's 7-year-olds that know how to play the flute. There's also fat 7-year-olds. Do you think that a fat 7-year-old that can sing and dance and play the flute should be able to win a Grammy? Because she's basically a fat kid. Even fat kids know not to dress inappropriate like that. She's a big fat slob that we're going to say can play the flute. That's why she won a Grammy. How about the Pound? Because you mentioned, I think her name is Sexy Red. Do you think the Pound Town girl should win a Grammy? Because
Absolutely not.
Well, she knows how to sing.
But she's not. No, that girl can't rap. That's the thing.
Pound Town.
She can't rap. She just does sexual rap, which I have a thing against.
I gotta put 777 in the back real quick. Hold on for a second.
We sit here and just pretend that Lizzo can't play. Like, so are we just gonna sit and pretend that Lizzo can't sing?
Wait a minute. I'm just trying to figure something out here. Okay, so I don't know if I can play Lizzo, but are you telling me Lizzo is? What about like classic? So are you saying so you said she was classically trained, right? What do you mean by classically trained?
Lizzo's been classically trained to play the flute. She's had lessons, and I know that she got in on like a scholarship to a university with playing the flute. I'm not sure what school it was, but she actually got a scholarship to like a music school for playing the flute, and she's been playing it classically since I think she was like 7.
Okay, so let's see what you. Let's check it out real quick. Hold on, 777. Let's just check it out.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
Give me a second here. Wait a minute.
My information may not be 100%.
Okay, well, it does say so. She was classically trained as a flutist by Claudia Moman. Okay, for 8 years, from the age of 10 until she graduated Lapeef High School. Okay, so you're go ahead. Okay.
What does that
in
have
college,
to do?
Hold on, wait. In college, she studied classical music, concentrating on flute at the University of Houston. Okay. So she's right. Gina's right. Go ahead, Gina. You got the floor. You're right. Go ahead.
No. That's what I'm saying is, and I'm not. And the thing is that like, so I don't get what 777 trying to say. So wait, do you really believe that the Grammys gave her a Grammy because she's fat and she plays the flute?
I think, okay, so real quick, all right, I see my time is limited here again.
No, it's good. You got the floor, bro.
You know, just like, when I was arguing with Anton, that queer.
Please don't do that.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Respectfully. He's a punk. So what I will say is I think that the United States was pushing, hey, it's okay to be a big fat slob. Let's go ahead and push, African American women into diabetes by showing this big fat slob that can. I've never seen her play the flute. I've seen her make horrible music, and what they did was it was a problem by putting her on that main stage. It was a big fat whale dressed up as a human, and she was bouncing her slop around. This is a big fat sloppy, nasty, stinky.
7, we get the point, man. This
yeah.
Normal.
So like, I just don't understand why she should get a Grammy, and why this woman from overseas is like, and by the way, she can play the flute. What does that have to do with her career? She didn't win a Grammy because of the flute playing. Let's just be honest here. Why are we even talking about big old fat stinky Lizzo? Respect.
Okay, this is disingenuous.
Yeah, 777, man. What are you?
I'm being serious. Why are we even bringing up Lizzo though? This is about Keke Palmer This is what I said about women from the UK. They're all over the place. They're scatterbrains.
Why do you keep using the fact that I'm like a UK to dismiss my opinion? Like, what is?
Well, honestly, we've left you alone over there in the UK for a reason. We don't really associate with people from England because their teeth are bad and you guys don't care. You guys don't care about your body image. And I get why you got, well, you don't. And I get why you guys like Lizzo because she's a big fat slob. And you also think Suki Hana, please. You think Suki Hana is your regular woman in the States, and she's far from it. Neither is Lizzo. We don't have big fat monsters walking around that look like Lizzo. And we don't have slobs that are, we do, but we don't cater to these slobs out here in these streets, respectfully.
Okay.
That's all. You need to move on, Gina. Just talk about Keke Palmer. You're talking about Lizzo playing the flute. Nobody wants to hear it.
Okay, first off, I didn't start the Lizzo thing. I just had to defend stuff because wrong things are being said. Secondly, you're pushing things that I never said. Half of these things.
Is Lizzo Whitney Houston?
Okay, most artists cannot sing like
Whitney Houston never. Okay, Whitney Houston never played the flute. Does that mean she shouldn't have won a Grammy?
What is your obsession with the flute?
Numerous Grammys. Rest in peace to the beautiful Whitney Houston.
Why is this the specific pet peeve that you're on with the flute? I said that her playing the flute is one aspect of her artistry. She is also a good singer, objectively, and Americans love her as well. The girl's been going on world tour right now, so it's not just me. Loads of people in America, they love Lizzo in America. So why are you acting like,
ma'am? The hot dog eating contest goes on world tours. Okay, she should be in that. She should go after the hot dog eating record. What's the big deal? What are we talking about? She's Lizzo.
Okay, so I'm gonna look. This back and forth about Lizzo is not going anywhere. Look, you don't like Lizzo, and that's fine.
You brought it up, ma'am. I mean,
it's fine.
Okay.
So you like Lizzo, it's all good. Some people do, some people don't. You win and you lose. The girl still has her awards, and I guess it is what it is.
She's gonna be dead in 2 years. She's a big fat waste of human flesh, ma'am.
Okay, okay, live, she'll die. Well, we'll move on.
The world will be a better place when we gracefully bow out from bringing her up.
Respectfully disagree, but that's your opinion and you're entitled to it.
Yeah, I'm sure you've watched her play the flute at her concert numerous times. That you've never went and paid a ticket to her concert, ma'am.
She does play the flute at her concert, so
you've never been in the concerts for her. You don't support her.
How do you know? I like I like her music. It's
because you guys have nothing over there in the UK. You have absolutely nothing to look forward to when you guys wake up. You have horrible school systems. You have trash music. I mean, your nightlife is excellent. I'll give you that. And that's it, because it's predominantly a bunch of cokeheads running around.
Can we move on? I don't understand. Like, I think he has some vendetta against like people from the UK, and I don't get it. Can we just keep?
It's the accent for me. It's the accent.
Okay. Your hatred of people from the UK. I don't know what that stems from, but that's okay. Like, can we just move back to
yeah. It's the teeth for me.
Okay, don't talk to people from the UK then.
Okay, all right. Keke Palmer shouldn't, I hope this is the last week. Salute to Chaotic Truth and the wonderful Lapeef Network. Shout out to Junior, Kelly. It's just a wonderful network with great content. Chaotic Truth, every time you pull up, I mean, you have an excellent show. Just excellent, just awesome show. I just want to say thank you for letting me up here. Gina, do you have anything else to say before I get you out of here?
No, not really.
All right, you go ahead and have a good night.
Gina, let me ask you a question. Where is Keke Palmer going to be in 20 years?
I think, objectively, Keke's probably going to be a successful businesswoman. I don't know personal relationships, because relationships, like, I really don't know, but I think she'll continue to be, because she's very business orientated. And if you see her, I think she's having like her own podcast right now. I think she said that she wants to get into producing. So the girl will be successful business wise. Her relationships, I can't tell you. Absolutely can't tell you. It's literally like a hit or a miss for where it's going to go. So that's where I think she'll be. She'll be great career wise, relationship wise. I have no idea.
Just delusional. I mean, this is sick.
It's
This is sick. I mean, this is
though.
sick. This is really sick.
Why
How
mistake 777?
this is sick. How we're over here talking about Keke Palmer being a. I think Gina said she's going to have a great career. Her career's over, Gina. It's
Have you
never
not-
even really began.
Wait, are you actually not paying attention to what's going on right now? Like, okay.
A woman that wore a see-through dress danced for Usher. That was in her relationship.
With her career?
This is it. This is the highlight of her YouTube career. This is the highlight of her 50. What is it? Is it 5 minutes of fame or
She just
15.
interviewed Kamala Harris like 2 weeks ago.
Kamala Harris? Wait, what?
She
Whoa, Jenny, you
Wait,
said what?
what?
Hold on, you said what about your Kamala Harris?
Come on, Gina.
Keke just interviewed Kamala Harris 2 weeks ago, and she's just had released for the
777. Let me take this one over.
like what?
Okay,
Why
Gina,
not?
hold on. Okay, Gina, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Okay, so she interviewed Kamala Harris. So, what has Kamala Harris done that is so impactful?
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I don't like Kamala Harris, but we cannot dismiss that objectively. Interviewing the vice president is a big deal. Well, okay, take out the fact that I don't like Kamala Harris and I don't think she's a good vice president, but in itself, to interview the vice president, we can objectively acknowledge that is a big deal. Can we not acknowledge that?
Well, I mean, Cardi B also interviewed Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's almost like they have desecrated the positions of these people by letting these people who shouldn't be interview these people. So it's like, okay, people in America don't care anymore. They may as well have gotten anybody off the street to interview Kamala at this point. I mean, there was a time when, Barbara Walters is interviewing the president. But now in America, we have a country that is very anti-patriotic, low morale. It's just not that important anymore because you have people like Keke interviewing her. But go ahead, though, man. You got the floor.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Quickly. Gina, just real quickly, I promise. And let's not forget, okay, and this is just my opinion, the only reason Kamala is the vice president is because Joe Biden needed to steal black female votes.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And it's a good look to get those votes. Look at this. We got a black female vice president.
I agree.
That's my girl. That's my sister. Time to vote for Joe Biden. And boom, next thing you know, he wins and the country goes into a downfall for the next 3 years.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. Like, even though I'm British, I have never liked Kamala Harris, and I always literally said that the only reason why she got a job is because he wanted a black woman to cipher the black vote. I called this out during the election, and for some reason, nobody seemed to agree with me. I seen so many people like, I see through Kamala Harris. This girl used to put black men in prison all the time back in California, but then the minute she became vice president, everybody liked to pretend that never happened. So I've never liked Kamala Harris. So
I wanna say, because you mentioned Sexy Red earlier,
yes.
I want to say I think Sexy Red is a better overall artist than Keke Palmer. I want to be on the record saying that because Pound Town was something that was needed for the American women out here in these streets. They needed to hear Pound Town. Also, I believe it was remixed by, it was Nicki Minaj, which is one of the greatest American hip hop artists of this time frame. Go ahead.
That is insane. Sexy Red literally has no talent, and it's literally just twerk music. Keke Palmer has actually been working since she was like 6, and she's been hustling, and she is multi-talented. And so how can you say that Sexy Red, someone who legitimately has no talent and who just profits off of the same hypersexuality, is more talented?
Gina, you say that You
That's
say that
crazy.
Keke is multi-talented. What is she multi-talented in?
Keke has released music. She has had
Mhm.
albums. She's been acting on Jumping since she was 6. She's done
Mhm.
Broadway. She's host. I think she's like one of the youngest like black women or just black people in general to host their own TV show. So
Okay.
Keke's been doing this since for 20 years now. So we're not just gonna dismiss everything that Keke's done. The girl has accomplished a lot. Sexy Red 7-7. You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
Gina, are you over the age of 30?
No.
I didn't think so. How old are you? Like 25, 26?
Around that age. That's how I know, because I've been following Keke Palmer since like this girl's been on my TV since I was like 7 years old. So I know Keke's career very, very well. So that's why I'm like, what you're saying is crazy. Like, if you've known this girl's been doing so many different things, and she's married. So I'm not gonna play those games and act like this.
So Keke Palmer had 2 songs, and they were not on the #1 charts.
She's had albums, but again, the thing is that she had issues with her, like she's spending stuff. She had a lot of contractual issues with her label, and so then she pushed more into acting, and now she started to get back into music. Now it's a whole thing in itself, but I don't want to have to explain Keke's whole career journey. I just like her, so I followed her. Like, it's a whole thing in itself that there are reasons why that she had issues with her music.
What's your favorite Keke Palmer song?
Well, I'm trying to remember, like.
Well, go Google it.
Hold on, let her answer the question. I can't hear her. Go ahead, sir.
Well,
go ahead, man.
Well, she's released this new thing called Big Boss right now, but I can't actually face it.
Who?
I think she's like released this new thing called like Big Boss. I think that's kind of like brand right now.
It's called Big Boss. Okay, and what's your favorite song on Big Boss?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't name any songs right now.
Oh.
Well, I can tell you why. She only had 2 songs.
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. So you say she's a great singer, but you don't know any of her songs?
2.
Yeah, the thing is, I can hear her sing and say she's a good singer. I don't remember any of her songs, so that statement doesn't really.
Oh, okay. What's one of your favorite movies from Keke Palmer?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I love Jumpin'. I love Joyful.
Okay. What about Akilah and the Bee?
Oh yeah, Akilah and the Bee, the one with Angela Bassett. That was.
I like that one too.
No, yeah, the spelling bee stuff. I remember that. I haven't watched it though, but I remember that one, Akilah and the Bee.
Okay.
I'd rather watch live footage of whales coming ashore than one of her movies. I'd rather watch a whale flopping around on the sand for 24 hours straight than one of her movies. Just my opinion.
But my thing is that you think that Sexy Red is more talented than Keke Palmer. That's what I can't. That's what I don't.
Pound Town.
Oh no, I can't hear 7. Dang, man. What'd you say, Gina?
You think that the booty hole brown, the pussy pink and the booty hole brown is like better than? You know, those are the lyrics from Pound Town. You know, my pussy pink, my booty hole brown. You know.
I think 777 was just trolling you, but
I wasn't. Have you heard the song, CT? I know you're a man of a certain musical genre that you like to listen to, but have you heard the Sexy Red Pound Town remix? Have you heard that?
I just don't listen to this type of music. I just don't think
terrible. It's awful.
I don't think that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that
Pound Town.
I think that good music has really died off. I think it's died off a long time ago. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gina.
No, you're correct. It has, and so this is why I was saying that we should start supporting artists. Like, the underground scene is amazing. Like, all of these underground, like, black and female artists, they're amazing, but we're not supporting them. The mainstream is awful. Like,
have you actually listened to the lyrics in Pound Town, Gina? I don't think maybe you've listened to it. That's probably what's going on. Have you listened to the lyrics? Would you like CT to maybe read you some of those lyrics? Can we do that here?
Oh yeah, no, CT, please read the lyrics to
Pound. Can you, maybe for people in the chat that haven't heard Pound Town, would you be able to recite some of the beautiful phrases in that song? That eclectic.
No, I'm not. Okay. Guys, please, if you want to call in, just please hit the StreamYard link at the top. It's pinned.
I really hope you're being sarcastic, because this is actually terrifying. Like, I really hope you're actually joking, because this is scary.
No, I'm not.
What? This man can call Lizzo trash for releasing About Damn Time, but he can praise Pound Town.
Oh, okay. So what is your favorite Lizzo song?
Yeah.
Okay, I love Am I Ready to Be Loved because that's a really good
Am I
song.
ready to be loved? Hold on, let me see real quick.
Oh yeah, that's a good song. Such it.
Okay, hold on for a second. So you said Lizzo, I am ready to be loved. Okay.
No, it says Am I Ready to Be Loved?
She's in. Okay, so she has what's the guy's name? Tyson Bedford in it. Okay, now would you mind singing the song, Gina?
I'm not singing. I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll sing it for you.
Can you sing
Okay,
Pound Town?
I'll sing it for you. Shush, girl, I'm about to have a panic attack. I did the work, it didn't work. Aha, the truth, it hurts. Goddamn, it hurts. Aha, the lovey-dovey shit was not a fan of it. I'm good with my friends. I don't want a man, girl. I'm in my bed. I'm way too fine to be here alone. Too fine. On other hand, I know my worth. And now he calling me. Why do I feel like this? What's happening to me? Uh-oh. Am I ready, girl? There ain't no doubt. Am I ready? What talking about? Am I ready? You gon' figure it out. To be loved, to be loved, to be loved. Am I ready? Okay. How am I supposed to love somebody else? Sheesh. When I don't like myself, like, ooh, guess I better learn to like this. Ooh, true. It may take my whole life just to do. Damn, hey, he called me Melly. Hey, he squeezed my belly. Yeah, I'm too embarrassed. Hey, to say I like it. Girl, is this my boo? Is this my boo? That's why I'm asking, because you know I've been through. You found me. I was fed up with the fantasy you want to do. Think I'm ready. Ooh, think you like that. Think you like that. When I clap back like that, let me know. You found me. I was fed up with the fantasy. What you want to do? Think I'm ready. Ooh, think you like that? Think you like that? When I clap back like that.
Okay, all right, that's enough, sir.
No, wait a minute. Now hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Now, Gina, is that your favorite? I mean, I'm pretty sure I butchered it.
That was
But
disgusting.
obviously because of YouTube's community guidelines, I can't play it because I don't want to get a copyright.
Disgusting.
But I'm pretty sure I butchered it. Right? Go ahead.
You are a troll because the way that you
I'm a troll. Wait, whoa, Gina,
Okay.
how you gonna call me a troll for reading the lyrics?
Please listen to it on YouTube. It's actually a good song. It's just that the way he was reading it was a bit like crazy.
Now hold on for a second. Now wait a minute. Now
to it.
Is that song better than Sade's "Cherish the Day"?
Okay,
I'm asking you. No, I'm not trying to. I'm just asking you a question. We don't have to debate. I'm just asking you. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. This question is just so hot because music is subjective. There are some.
Okay, hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I get music is. Listen, we get music is subjective. Hold on. Let me. Okay, so you guys heard me read the lyrics to, what was the name of that song again? Lizzo's "To Be Loved."
Nobody
right?
knows. Yeah, no one knows.
Okay, hold on for a second. Give me a second. Let's do this.
Well,
hold on for a second. This is Sade's "Cherish the Day." You're ruling the way that I move, and I breathe your air. You only can rescue me. This is my prayer. If you were mine.
I can't be up here with you like this.
777, please stop. I want to go to heaven. I cherish the day. I won't go astray. I won't be afraid. You won't catch me running. You're ruling the way that I move. You take my air. You show me how deep love can be.
Bruh.
You ruling the way that I move. And I breathe your air. You only can rescue me. This is my prayer. Now, Gina, now come on now. You know, okay, which one sounds better?
Okay,
go ahead.
You sang that so much. It's a Lizzo song, so
I'm go ahead.
I'm giving you a minus for not reading it. I'm giving you a minus for not doing it the same, so I'm gonna give you a point down for that.
Okay, that's why listen, ma'am. I've never heard Lizzo's song. That's why I asked you. Could you sing the Lizzo song? Go ahead.
No, but the thing is, I haven't heard that song, so I actually have to listen to it on YouTube.
You haven't heard Sade's "Cherish the Day."
Wow.
You live in the United Kingdom.
But you heard Lizzo's "Big Fat Body"?
Wait a minute, hold on. Super,
but I'm young. but take it back. I'm Gen Z. I'm young, so you have to
Yeah,
take.
she is young. She is younger.
Okay, hold on for a second. Which Sade song have you ever heard?
To be
None.
honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. I probably know her songs. I just probably just don't know the name of it. Like if you play it by ear, I will probably 100% know it, but I might not know the name of the song.
Okay, let's do Smooth Operator. I'm pretty sure you heard that one.
Oh yeah. I've heard of that.
Okay, hold on for a second. Oh, hold on for a second. He's laughing with another girl and playing with another heart. Placing high stakes, making heartaches. He's loved in 7 languages.
Oh, I know.
Diamond nights, ruby lights, high in the sky. Diamond life, lover boy. We move in space with minimum waste and maximum joy. City lights and business nights. When you require streetcar desire for higher heights. No place for beginners or sensitive hearts. When sentiment is left to chance, no place to be ended, but somewhere to start. No need to ask. He's a smooth operator. Come on now. Come on.
I can't lie. Smooth Operator. I know the song by.
Let's be honest. So you said Smooth Operator sounds better than Lizzo's song? Go ahead.
Hey, it is objectively. Smooth Operator is an objectively better song.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Okay. So okay. Do you think that there is any Lizzo song that is better than any? I know you said you didn't really listen to Sade, but do you think there's any Sade Lizzo song that is better than a Sade song?
Probably listen. Sade's an amazing artist, so she probably does songs. But what I'm saying is that I'm gonna have to keep making this point. Music is subjective. I do probably think that Sade probably has a better catalog than Lizzo. That doesn't mean that Lizzo's catalog is good. Two things can.
Listen, we're not arguing. Hold on for a second. Beak says, thank you so much, Beak. Beak says CT singing is more effective than waterboarding. Fact.
What's the Cash App people are hitting for this show today?
Give me a second here. Gina, okay, how about this? To be fair, give me another Lizzo song and I'll sing it. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. We'll do the classic. We'll go Truth Hurts.
Okay, let's do it.
Could you rap Pound Town after this, CT?
What is your obsession with Pound Town? Why is this the hill that you want to do?
I just took a DNA test. Turns out I'm 100% that bitch. Even when I'm crying crazy. Yeah, I got boy problems. That's in the human in me. Bling bling. Then I solve them. That's the goddess in me. You could have had a bad bitch, non-committed, help you with your career just a little. You're supposed to hold me down, but you holding me back, and that's the sound of you not calling back. Why men great? Wait a minute, what? Why men great till they gotta be great? Don't text me. Tell it straight to my face. This is nonsense.
Why are you doing this?
I'm trying to read the lyrics.
So they're asking in the chat, CT, to rap to Pound Town. They just said they'll donate if you rap to Pound Town.
If you send over a $100 Cash App, I will. Let me see.
Where is the Cash App? Let's get people united here. Let's get Chaotic singing or rapping to Pound Town.
And can I say, you're not singing correctly. Just
you got talking to the mic. What did you say?
You're not singing it correctly.
I don't know the song. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, maybe I'll rap to Pound Town then. Maybe you guys don't know the song.
You know what? Why do you keep bringing it? Okay, I don't know what to say anymore. Just do Pound Town just to make 7-7 like.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, maybe you've never heard. She's gonna win a Grammy for that song pretty soon. CT, if you can.
No, she will not win for Pound Town. That song is too trash.
The people in the chat want to hear you rap to Pound Town. Pause.
I just said, man, for a $100 Cash App. JT says, CT, I think she likes you, man. I hear it in her voice. Oh my God, I'm married. Let me see.
I'm out of town, thugging with my rounds. Can we do that or what?
I mean, as long as you play the music, yeah. Go ahead.
I can't even read that next line. I can't do. Gina, would you mind doing that next line for me?
I'm not doing it. You do it.
Well, you said it. You said it earlier. I'm out of town, thugging with my rounds. Go
My
ahead.
my
Is it the N word? Just say N word, sir.
No, it's yeah. Go ahead, Gina.
My coochie's pink and my booty hole's brown.
Yeah. I'm looking for the hose. Quit playing. Come suck a bitch toes. Pound Town. I just left Pound Town. Pause. Yeah. He just took a bitch down. Yeah, he just. No, I can't do that one. Yeah, no, I can't do that. Pound Town. He just took a bitch down. Took a bitch down. Yeah. I'm out here in Miami. Yeah. Yeah. That's about it. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know
I'm
why.
trying to get my coochie scratched. Yeah. Go ahead. Pause. Pound Town. That's it. I can't. Yeah.
Why did you want to rap that song so badly? I don't get it. Like,
Well, she's better than Lizzo, is what I'm saying. The women in the streets know Pound Town better than they know Lizzo songs, is what I was trying to reiterate.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Gina? Would you want to see not Gina? Would you want to see Lizzo? No, better yet, Keke Palmer. Would you want to see her as the next James Bond girl?
Actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind that. Well, no. Actually, no.
Just be listen. Don't listen.
No,
don't echo chamber me. You could just give your answer. Could you see her being the next James Bond girl?
To be honest, no, because I'm keep real. She doesn't suit James Bond. I'm at, like,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Is it because she's American?
It's not because she's American. There have been loads of Americans on James Bond. Let's just be honest. I just don't think she would suit the James Bond franchise, and I mean that. What? No, as
what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Is there something about her physically? What do you mean? Go ahead.
It's not about physical looks. Wait, have you all seen the James Bond movies? By the way,
I've seen a lot of them, but what do you mean? Like,
I just personally don't think, like, I like Keke, but I can also say at the same time as that I just don't think she would suit it. You know,
okay.
let's be honest, Halle Berry is better to suit it to it. You know, someone like
why would Halle Berry suit it over Keke Palmer?
Let's just be honest, like, it's just more of like a personality, how you can fit the role, even though she's an actor. I just don't think the James Bond thing would gel well.
No, wait a minute. Didn't you say that she's a multi-talented actress? Gina, 20 minutes ago, you said she's a multi-talented actress, right? That's out of your own mouth, right?
But let's just be honest. You can also have multi-talented
actors. Did you just not say she was a Gina, did you not say she was a multi-talented actress?
Yes, but there are multi-talented actors. Doesn't mean that they suit every single role. There's a reason why every actor doesn't get the part, even though they are.
Halle Berry, I bet you Halle Berry could play any. Halle Berry played a crackhead in one movie, Saving Isaiah. Halle Berry played a prostitute in that one movie. I can't think of the name of it. Halle Berry was in action movies. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me Halle Berry could play all these roles, but Keke Palmer can't?
Sorry. Look, I like Halle Berry, but has she got on every single role that she's looking for? No, she was awful in Catwoman, and she's a multi-talented actress.
Excuse me, she won an Oscar where she played along the great Sus, by the way, Puff Daddy, where she let a white man pop her to win the Oscar, respectfully.
Halle Berry literally won an Oscar for literally getting her back blown out. Like, I love Berry.
Can we just be honest here? Anybody could have played the Catwoman movie and it would have done horrible. The Catwoman movies, nobody cares about Catwoman though.
Nobody.
You're it's not because of Halle Berry, it's just nobody. First of all, DC sucked for a very long time.
Yep.
Gina, I don't know, because that came out in 2004. You were like a little kid then. DC sucked for a very long time, Gina. So I guess to a degree I am making excuses with this one, but it could have been any woman. It could have been any black,
Well,
white woman that played it.
Michelle
And it would've-
Pfeiffer played
it would've-
a wonderful
It would have, but
Catwoman.
it would have still. But see, that was in conjunction with the actual Batman.
Batman, right?
Yeah,
you're
I
right.
mean, let's be honest. Ain't nobody watching no Catwoman. Let's be honest.
Now, Angela Bassett, she's 85 years old, but she could have
No, she's not.
probably,
No,
she
she's
could have,
64, but whatever. Go ahead.
pretty close. That's close
No.
enough. I mean,
No,
after 35, women look horrible.
oh my gosh.
Yeah. Pound Town. I just took her to
Hey, look,
Pound
man.
Town. Go ahead.
Gina,
You're crazy.
Gina, you came up here, and I gotta applaud you. You came up here, and you were taking up for Keke Palmer, which you're entitled to do so.
I don't agree
And
with that.
but you said that she was a multi-talented actress.
Yeah.
Why couldn't she be a Bond girl?
I just don't think that she would suit the role. That doesn't mean that you
Say
can't
why.
do
Say
her.
why,
But
Gina.
Can you
every
say?
doesn't suit every role.
Can you say why? Can you explain to people? You're intelligent. You probably went to Oxford over in UK. Can you explain why she would not have fit the role? That's all I want you to do. I'm not disagreeing with you or agreeing. I just would like for you to say why won't she fit the role?
The thing is, I know what you want me to say. You want me to.
You don't know. You're not a mind reader.
The thing is, I know what you guys want me to say.
Oh my god.
Because she's fat, right?
Okay, no. Okay, no, Sam, I was not going to say that. So no, I wasn't going to say that.
A big old fat burger with fat cheese on it.
Gina, I'm glad that you called in. I know it's very late over there. Trust me, I get tired too and can barely think too when I get tired.
No, I'm not tired.
Gina, you said that Keke Palmer was multi-talented.
Yes.
As an actress. That's what you said.
Yes.
I asked you, why can't she play? Well, can she be a Bond girl? And now you're saying, oh, that role isn't for her. So now me being the host of the show, I would like for you to further explain why Keke Palmer. I'll give you an example, right? You know who Gabrielle Sidibe is?
No.
She played in a movie called Precious. You ever seen Precious?
Oh yeah, I've seen Precious.
Okay. It was perfect for her. The character was a downtrodden character. The character was a character that grew up in a negative environment, bad food, bad environment, abusive environment. So this girl, Gabrielle Sidibe, was the perfect girl. Because I've been in these communities as a case manager and as a teacher, and I see a lot of Gabrielle Sidibes, the morbid obesity, the unattractiveness that comes through a harsh life, physical abuse, and let's be honest, prettier people or prettier females will be taken care of. So you have more unattractive females in those situations. Now, you will never see Gabrielle Sidibe being a Bond girl because millions of men who watch Bond movies don't want to see a fat black girl like that in a movie. They don't mind a black girl, but they don't want to see a fat black chick who looks like a damn gorilla. Let's just be honest. So me explaining it is not at a grand scale, but why can't you explain why Keke Palmer can't be a Bond girl?
Oh, I get it now. So,
go ahead.
You guys think it's because of her looks. Is that why you think that she shouldn't be a Bond girl? Because that's not what I mean. Do you think that she shouldn't be a Bond girl because you don't think she's attractive enough?
Yes.
Oh,
she
okay.
cannot be a Bond girl because she is not hot enough. That's why.
Well,
that's not what I meant.
Okay, she doesn't.
I want to hear Gina real quick. Gina, so why can't Keke Palmer, because you said she was multi-talented, why can't she be a Bond girl? Go ahead.
Okay. I wasn't actually. My thinking had nothing to do with looks. Honestly, I just honestly don't think that she's suited to be a Bond girl because I just don't think that I just don't think that she will blend into the role well. Doesn't mean that she's not good at acting at other parts, but that was my thinking. I didn't know that you guys were talking about her not being attractive enough.
Yes.
Dad,
Listen,
what about
Gina,
Lashana Lynch?
listen to me. Listen to me.
Lashana Lynch is a
Gina,
black woman. She was in the last Bond film.
Gina, for the past 4 hours, we've been talking about why Keke Palmer is getting backlash. And she's getting backlash is because she can't do what she was doing on stage with Usher. A Naomi Campbell can when Naomi Campbell was her age, because Naomi Campbell was a diva. She was an international superstar. She was beautiful, hot. That's what people would like to see. That's who gets a pass, not Keke Palmer. Get your ass home and take care of your kid.
So wait, so I'm saying that ugly women should not go out.
I didn't say that. You said that.
What
I'm saying is that there is unfortunately double standards. Double standards are real. And the fact of the matter is that she's sending off a bad message by being a plain Jane acting like that, because it empowers other plain Janes to disregard their kids and act a fool. That's why you see a lot of females her age going out to the bars, going to the clubs, when they should be in the house and married and building a family. Now I get it. Go ahead, Jane.
But my point is that why is it when you have a kid you have to just stay at home? Can't you go out with your friends?
No, that's what whores do.
Oh, so basically
you are supposed to be in the house with your kids 24/7. That is your job. What? I just don't understand.
Yeah.
What is so hard about this? Why do you have your ass showing, your ass out, dancing provocative? You got this skimpy dress on that makes you look like a whore, prostitute, and you're up here and you got a kid at home. That is shameful.
Okay, so those are two different points. So you can have conversations in a relationship about what you can and can't wear. That's fine, but this idea that when you have kids, you can't go out, you can't enjoy yourself. I would never tell my husband that when he has his son, I expect you to never go and have fun with your friends. I still want my husband to have
it's different for men, Gina. It's different for men, Gina. Your job after you push the baby out is to walk around barefoot and be miserable.
That's insane. So basically, men can go out after they have a kid, but won't have to stay.
Gina, it's because men have the
We're the breadwinner.
Men bear the burden of responsibility. No, it's not just about being a breadwinner. It's about bearing the burden of responsibility. A man can go out and he's responsible for everything that happens afterwards. If Keke Palmer cries grape or Usher S.A.'d her, then everybody will come to her aid. Then it's the husband's problem now. Then it's the investigator's problem. All because she's dressing skimpy, probably under the influence of some sort of alcohol
or drugs,
behaving like a prostitute. But she shouldn't be there in the first place. Go ahead, Gina.
But my point is that when the thing is, she was dressing skimpy before, and he was okay with it. That's
a problem in itself too.
He kept
because he is not setting the
liked it.
Yes, and that's a problem. He's not setting a standard as a. First of all, the fact that he had a child out of wedlock lets me know that the kid is not there fully. You're supposed to marry the women that you're breeding with, and you're supposed to properly vet. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, that's what I'm saying is that, like, so I just don't understand this idea that because a woman has a child, we're just supposed to stay in the house, never go out, not enjoy ourselves, and just do that stuff too.
You're supposed to enjoy yourself with your kids.
Not, but things is that, like,
well, Gina sounds like she wants to go have sex after she has a kid with other men.
What?
And she wants to get drunk and party, do drugs. I get it, Gina.
I didn't say that. Why are you putting words into my mouth? 7-7.
You wanna get, you know.
I didn't say
guys, hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second, okay? Hustler, and Muscular. Who is this?
Yeah, what's up?
You're on mute, Hustler and Muscular. Go ahead, sir. You're on mute. We can't hear you. Go ahead.
Could you hear me now?
I can't hear you, man. I'm gonna kick you out for a minute and you come back, okay? Gina, go ahead, Gina.
The thing is that like I just don't like how you're forcing extremes. You going out with your friends doesn't necessarily mean that you're hoeing about or you're just disrespecting mine. Sometimes you just want to have a chat with your girlfriends and just have a good talk and just go out and
Ma'am,
eat. You
ma'am,
still love your kids. You still care about your kids. This idea that I have to just go home and think
ma'am,
I can have fun with my kids, but as humans, you need social life too with your friends.
ma'am, your social life is your children.
This
Your
isn't.
All right. Well, hey, look, man. Look at Keke Palmer. She's not married. She's behaving like a whore, gallivanting around the city, and you know,
May I ask you a question?
she asked me 1,000 questions. Go ahead.
And before that, just what I'm saying is, okay, so with the Keke Palmer thing is that like one, she's also a celebrity as well. It also is part of her job to
She's
go out.
not a celebrity. Gina, see, Gina,
Keke
Gina,
Palmer's not a celebrity.
Gina. She's not a celebrity.
No,
She's
no.
Gina. Oh, Gina. You couldn't even name a song from the girl. You couldn't even name a movie from the girl. She's not a celebrity.
I named 3 movies. Come on.
Gina, you know who's a celebrity, Gina? Beyonce.
She's an A-list. She's an A-list. There are different categories.
Those are celebrities. A-listers, B-listers, and C-listers are not celebrities, ma'am.
Yes, they are. There are different grades of celebrities. I think you're going off of like the 90s, but now because of this stuff, we have influences. There are
You didn't live in the ma'am. Gina, you didn't live in the 90s, so let's come on now. You probably were born in 98, but you didn't live there. I lived in the 90s.
That's what I'm saying is, I think you're going off of previous modes now. We have the day of influencers, you know. At this day and age is
ma'am,
different levels to being a celebrity now. You can have the celebrity. You can have
that is the reason,
celebrity.
That is the reason why society is effed right now. Because everybody's a celebrity. Everybody's not a celebrity. Everybody's talking about Instagram models. No, those are not models. They will never be. These are just women getting on a camera taking photos of themselves. They're not.
But the thing is, we're living in a day and age where everyone can be celebrities. Like, you have, like, literally people who are famous from TikTok, like Charlie D'Amelio and Addison Rae. Those girls have no talent, but they've got the most TikTok followers, and now they have, like, 50 million Instagram followers. They're celebrities, too. Do I think they deserve it? No, but we're in 2023. Listen, our spectrum of what we think is a celebrity is not the same as it was in the past.
Keke Palmer is not a celebrity, ma'am. She's not.
Yeah.
No. Okay, to you she is. To me, she's not. All I'm saying is that she has a kid now. She's dressed like a Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you dress like that and go out in public?
No, because I'm different than I don't.
Would your mother have dressed like that and go out in public?
No. My mom is very conservative.
So why are you a person who grew up in a conservative household?
I mean, actually, my mom is conservative, but she gave me a lot more freedom, so I kind of was able to dress how I want. So my mom was very she never put loads of restrictions on how I dress, but she grew up in a very traditional household, so she never put restrictions. So I've never had that, oh, you can't dress a certain way. I've always dressed how I dress, but I'm not comfortable wearing certain things.
Gina, listen to me. Society in the Western Hemisphere, I don't believe it's collapsing, but I do see a problem when Vogue has a 300-pound female on it. That's a problem. They're promoting obesity. They're promoting an unhealthy lifestyle.
Yeah, no, we can have a conversation about that. Whether body
it's the same thing, ma'am. It's the same thing. Go ahead.
No, we can have a conversation without this idea of, are we promoting body positivity, as they call it, or is that just really a code?
We're promoting mediocrity by not shaming Keke Palmer.
Again,
Keke Palmer cannot act like that. Unfortunately, she can't. Truth be told, no woman should act like that, but for damn sure not a Keke Palmer. Come on.
And the thing is that, listen, I don't agree with the way that she danced with Usher. I think it was inappropriate. My thing is that he should have addressed her privately and said to her, listen, I don't like the way that you did that. And so we can have a conversation about that. but he shouldn't have taken it to the public, because now the guy has basically opened himself up and he's been destroyed online. Have you seen the way that they've destroyed him online? Like Black Twitter, they've been digging up all of his old tweets. They've been coming at him. They've literally destroyed this guy online. Like he had to deactivate his Twitter account. So my thing is that you should have taken it private. And you know, if you Google him, they are destroying him online. They are writing hit pieces on this guy. He should have kept it private, because now you've opened yourself up to that.
I'm listening. Go ahead, man.
No, you know that the thing is, that's the point is, Keke should be allowed. Women should be allowed to go out after they have a baby. Your life doesn't stop after you have kids. Doesn't mean that you love your children any less. I can love my baby and still want to have a good time with my friends. We are social human beings. We need social interactions through our friends. It is a necessity of human life. That doesn't take away from you loving your kids. And so what I wanted to ask you was, and you don't have to answer this question, but does your wife go out, or does she just stay at home all the time?
She stays at home.
Really?
Yeah, really.
So she doesn't have any friends? She doesn't go out?
She has girlfriends from college, I mean, but they don't go out and go out to clubs past a certain time. A woman shouldn't be out the house past like 7:30, 8 o'clock. Go out to eat, go out for a cocktail, and you know it's appropriate to be home about 7:30. What are you out so late for? What if something happens to you? See, the problem is, Gina, is that we live in a society where women want all this freedom, but then if something were to happen to them, who's to blame?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Gina, you're definitely about 23, 24. Gina, we live in a society where a woman can be. Look at Suki Hana. Look how she acts.
Why do you go so extreme? Suki Hana is the most extreme. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, you're not even letting me finish.
Okay, I'm stopped.
Here goes Suki Hana. She's put out 3 or 4 pornos. She's a self-proclaimed hoe. She even said, I'm a generational hoe. Some little rapper kisses her. She's screaming sexual assault. Oh, well, hot damn. It's fascinating how you can literally say that you're a hoe. You can put all these pornos. You can literally do some of the most egregious sexual acts in public. But then if somebody kisses you that you don't like in public, then you're screaming sexual assault. Women have the luxury of playing victim. So it's just like with women going out. Women go out, let's say they get drunk. Let's say something were to happen to them. The first question people are going to ask is, well, where was the man at in the situation? Where was your husband at? It's always a man's fault when something happens to a woman. And that's why I say bring a woman's supposed to have their ass in the home about 7:30, 8 o'clock. What are you doing out so late? Go ahead.
I feel like you're comparing apples to oranges. Like, going out. Okay, I feel like this comparison of Keke Palmer to Suki Hana is not the same. Like, Suki Hana is the most extreme spectrum.
But what you don't get is, ma'am, is that they are both a part of the same cloth. If this was 30 years ago, Suki Hana would either have been in the home or been on the strip. Suki Hana and Keke Palmer, I know what you're saying. You don't think that they're the same, but they are the same. We have average women now who are empowered to behave like Jezebels at a high level. That's why you see them on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. You see girls who are 2s and 3s and 4s behaving like 10s and 9s, and that's the problem. A model dancing with Usher would have been totally different than Keke Palmer. Keke Palmer is your everyday woman, and it sends out a bad message to the everyday woman. Well, I can do what Keke Palmer does. The idea of a model doing it is this is something that you can't obtain. So it keeps that dynamic. That's just me, though.
What is the threat of just women just going out and just having fun? Like, what is the threat? Because
Ma'am, women go okay, ma'am. When I went to college many years ago, women used to get blacked out wasted. Some women would wake up in beds and not even know who the dude was, but they would sleep with the dude drunk. Do you know how many times women have cried and said, I was raped because I didn't know? And do you know how many times that happens across campus to campus? And not even just campus, but even after college. Do you know how often that happens? Every damn day. But if a man like myself says, hey man, a woman shouldn't even be drunk around men, then oh, well, women can drink. No, they can't drink. They can't get blacked out wasted. If I'm with even before my wife doesn't drink, but even when I was hanging out with chicks, even in my early 30s, if a chick had a cocktail, I'm like, oh, that's like your last one, right? Because I don't want to be around a drunk chick. I can't do it. Because after that second, third drink, I'm liable for your life now. Because if anything happens to you, you could just blame it on me or society can. I knew that when I was younger. That's why I don't like being around drunk chicks. So drunk chicks are a liability to a man and to society. Yes, you shouldn't go out. You shouldn't be shaking your ass. Go ahead, ma'am.
some of this is victim blaming. So you're saying that the onus should be on the women not to drink rather than the men to not take advantage of women.
Ma'am, how can the man take advantage if they're both having sex?
No.
Ma'am, do you know how many times, men and women have had sex and the woman who later regrets it because she was drinking just as much as the man can easily just say, oh, I was sexually assaulted?
Okay, those are two. Okay, so sexual assault is a spectrum. Okay, you're comparing two different situations.
No, I'm not. I'm comparing.
There are situations where two people can actually have drunk sex and the girl cannot remember and rescind consent. That is one situation.
Ma'am,
there can
this
also
is why
where a girl is drunk and the man can take advantage of. That also happens too.
You know what, ma'am?
Multiple situations can happen.
This is why the UK is being taken over. This is why the UK is being destroyed right now. Because it's the mindset of you people over there. Ma'am, men generally don't grape. Generally just don't, I'm gonna go grape. That's not how it happens. What happens is that women have a lower alcohol tolerance. And when women get drunk, and let's be honest, a lot of you women are knuckleheads anyway. When you get drunk, you go into really stupid mode. And a lot of times women will lose their inhibitions and act a fool. And they will later regret something. And they can easily blame the person that they are with. I've seen it myself. I worked in law enforcement. I've seen it there. I went to college. I've seen it there. That's why men now don't want to be around drunk women unless there is a dynamic of prostitution involved. Okay, now, I understand. This woman is a stripper. She's a prostitute. I get we all get the dynamic, but just some single mom like this woman Keke going out, oh, that's a dangerous chick. Because what will happen is that somebody will shame her for her behavior. She will later regret it, and then she'll say, Usher did kind of grab me. I didn't ask for that. That's what happens. If you're gonna be a prostitute, be a prostitute. But don't cosplay as one because it's fun at the time. Oh, I'm just doing my thing, girl. And then 2 years later, when somebody says, you were looking like a hoe at that event, and you later regret it, and then you blaming Usher and ruining his damn career. And that's what has happened with a lot of these men lately in Hollywood. If I was Usher, I'd have walked right past them. Don't touch me. Go ahead.
I don't want to get too much into the sexual assault thing because it's going to get into a thing, but let me tell you the statistics.
No, you're fine. No, as long as you just say essay or something, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. 1 in 4 women will be essayed in their in their lifetime. I myself,
25%, according to what data?
1 in 4 women will be SA during their lifetime. And so these are statistics. I have been SA when I tend to go out and dress nicely. Was it my fault because I dressed nicely that I warranted somebody literally putting their hands up my skirt? Was it my fault because of what I wore? Please tell me to my face if it was my fault.
I don't even know the particulars of the case to say whose fault it was. I'm assuming it was the person's fault, but I bet you this. I bet you it was a foreigner.
No, it was just basically some horny guy when I was out in London.
At what time of night?
I literally went to a car with my friends and I was just walking and the guy literally essayed me by grabbing my behind without my consent.
What time of night was it?
I don't remember, but it was late at night because it was pretty late at night because we were clubbing. But was it my fault because of what I wore?
It wasn't your fault, but it wasn't smart for you to be out at night that late.
So you're saying that I have to go out to not be assaulted?
Ma'am, Gina, do you live in La La Land? Human beings are animals. We're vicious creatures. The only thing that separates us from the jungles are homes and cars. Other than that, we're no different than the apes in the jungle. Even though we are apes, but there's no difference between us and our chimpanzee cousins.
But then why? Sorry, carry on.
No, the thing of the matter is that there are preventive measures, and women refuse to listen to these preventive measures. And you refuse to listen to, and I mean you as in women who think like you refuse to listen to these preventive measures because you think people like myself are trolling and trying to be funny, and we're not. When I tell dudes, hey man, don't drink around no women. Oh man, you trolling. Well, how the fuck am I trolling, man, if I'm telling you that when women get drunk and something happens, they can just blame any fucking body. And you have cases after cases after cases of this. Don't go around drunk women. Women, don't get blacked out wasted. Don't go out at night. You don't do those things. Like I said, Keke Palmer is not a model. She's not in the industry to do that. She is a C-list actress. She is not a Naomi Campbell. She is not a Cindy Crawford. She is not that bitch to do that. She should keep her ass in the home with her kids, man. Because she's setting off a bad example. But go ahead, Gina. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So 2 points. One to your first point is that, but my thing is that with the essay part is that, but why is all the responsibility being laid on the women rather than educating the men not to take advantage of the women? I feel like it's put on us when it should really be you shouldn't touch a woman no matter how she does herself, because it's
who was taking advantage of Keke Palmer?
No, I'm not talking about Keke. I'm talking about some situation. We'll get on to Keke in a minute because these are different things.
Most men don't take advantage of women, ma'am.
But that's not what the statistics say. 1 in 4 women have stayed in their lifetime.
What's the name? Okay, what is the poll? What is the think tank? Is it Pew Research? Where'd you get your data from?
Well, one says about 1 in 4 women being SSs in the UK, but also about black women.
What's the thing, ma'am? What is
the assault rates for black women in America are insane. Like, was it 3 out of 4 black women will be sexually?
Can you come closer to the mic real quick? I'm gonna hear this real quick. Can you come closer to the mic?
The statistics are crazy for even black women in America. It's about 3 out of 4 black women will be sexually abused in their lifetime before they turn 18. It's a systemic problem, especially.
It's not a system, ma'am. I live in America. How are you gonna tell me something is systemic over here when I live here? I breathe the air here. I walk outside here. I jog here. I've lived here for 40 years of my life. I'm telling you, it is not a systemic problem in America.
Get the stats.
So do you think it's men just walking around just raping women left and right in America?
Okay. I think your understanding of like SA is when a guy literally just walks up, attacks a girl, and then does it. SA can take the form in many ways. It is not just, this guy just walks up and then just aggressively takes the girl. Did you know that SA is also touching them without her consent? Slapping her, pinching her bum without her consent is SA.
You think men in America are slapping women on the butt systemically in America, ma'am?
100%. I do believe that there are loads of men walk around.
So where are all these videos at? Where, ma'am, you mean to tell me if a woman were to go out right now at the mall You mean to tell me 25%? Because you said 25%, right? You mean to tell me 25% of the men in there are going to slap her ass?
1000%. I do believe that there are men who sometimes walk on the street, see pretty girls in a club, or just walk behind them and pinch their bums. It's a thing, and the thing is that you cannot believe me. Thousands of women say this online. It's not just me. You can YouTube all of the girls who talked about this stuff. So I'm not making it up.
Ma'am,
Listen,
have you ever been to America?
Yes, multiple times. I have
What
family.
cities? All right, what cities did you go to?
Well, I have
What
my
cities did you go to in America?
Chicago.
Okay, when you went to Chicago, were you sexually assaulted?
Yes.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. I'm really
Okay,
not.
did you file a police report?
I was okay. This is really personal, and
Did you file a police report?
I was 10, so I didn't understand what it was, but it took me multiple years to kind of process that I was assaulted by another guy who was the same age as me, but I was 10.
So you were 10 and the kid was 10?
He was about 3 years older than me. So I was 10 and he was 13.
Okay, ma'am. When I was in junior high school, we couldn't keep our hands to ourselves as kids, the boys and the girls. I am talking about fully developed in the brain adults. When you came to the States in America as an adult, which I'm assuming you did, were you sexually assaulted?
No, I only went on like holidays to America and stuff. I didn't stay there for long periods of time. I wasn't then, but I was when I was 10.
Ma'am, I'm telling you, there is no systemic. Everybody in the back, give me a second. Go ahead, ma'am. You got the floor. You got the floor. Go ahead.
The thing is that like, if you don't believe me, have you not seen the amount of women in the past few years that have been talking about it? So are all of those women lying? Where do you think the Me Too movement came from?
It came from bitter women who aged badly, whose careers did not go to A status, who lied on Bill Cosby, who lied on a lot of affluent men. That's where it came from. Back in the 70s, if you do your own research, if you listen to a lot of interviews, the 70s was one of the biggest drug cultures in America. They were doing Quaaludes, they were doing crack, they were doing coke, they were doing hashish, they were doing all types of drugs, freebasing, and they would have promiscuous sex, man.
Okay. So if that's true, why is Harvey Weinstein in prison?
Harvey Weinstein, ma'am, may be a predator. But what I can tell you is this, though, ma'am. Most of those men that got Me Too should never have been Me Too. Harvey Weinstein may have been a predator. He may have preyed on women who wanted certain roles in movies and yada, yada, yada. But what I can tell you, ma'am, is that you've never been to America as an adult. And what you're saying is egregious. Because if that were the case, a woman walking out on a daily, that means that a woman walking out would get sexually assaulted 25% of the time.
But the statistics do say that a lot of women will be SA. There are statistics. If you don't believe me, please Google them. I'm not making this up out of nowhere. Okay, what about R. Kelly? Do you not believe any of the girls there?
R. Kelly was a sexual deviant, ma'am, that had proclivities about 16 and 17-year-old girls. But in many of those cases, the mothers were heavily involved in the girls seeing him. I agree with you on that. But it wasn't like he was kidnapping them and taking them without their will either. The mothers played a huge role in that.
Okay, yeah, that can be fair too. So what I'm saying is that, like, I'm just saying is that the movement didn't come out of nowhere. If there clearly is a group of women who are saying that this is a problem, then it can't be ignored. Some of them are probably, I do believe that there are some women in the movement who are clout chasers and did it for clout. I'm not even going to deny that. But you can't tell me that every woman who came up in that movement was a clout chaser, because it put a lot of men away in prison. And the criminal justice system works.
Okay, ma'am. I get it, ma'am. You're Gen Z. You are woke. You probably went to some woke university in UK. That's fine. But ma'am, there are preemptive or preventive measures, man. And one of those measures is shaming a Keke Palmer. A Keke Palmer should not be out at late at night dancing up on a 50-year-old man that she's not married to, drunk, dressed half naked like she was doing, man. It sends a bad message out to all of the plain Janes just like her. She shouldn't be doing it. If you have a child, you need to keep your ass in the home so these certain things won't happen to you. We don't live in paradise. Yes, America is a beautiful country, but we are animals at the end of the day, and you are a mother. My mom didn't go out. My parents, my friends' parents didn't go out. When they had kids, their number one priority was raising them. And that's what we are losing in this country. If you want to go out, don't have kids. I go out because I don't have any kids. And I know that I'm responsible if anything were to happen to me. But go ahead, though. You have the floor.
To be honest, if it bothers that many guys, you guys should just join the passport bros. Just date women outside of America, like outside America. Because the thing is, fun is a lot of women in this day and age, they're not. Most women are going to go out and have a kid and still love and respect their husbands while loving their kids. Maybe you guys should just date outside of America to find.
Do you, man? What's your degree?
My degree is psychology.
There we go. There you go. A liberal arts degree. A liberal arts degree. You were indoctrinated at your school. You probably had feminist teachers who were telling you about sexual assaults on campus that weren't happening. You probably had feminist people around you, and you got indoctrinated when you went to that campus. What campus did you go to? Oxford?
I didn't actually go to Oxford.
Beg your pardon?
I didn't go to Oxford.
Where'd you go?
I'm not gonna say.
Man, nobody in America is gonna come to the UK. Trust me. We don't. Yeah, we don't. Yeah. Go ahead.
I went to Imperial College, London.
Imperial College, London. That's a big university. Let me see. Let me see something real quick. I just want to check this out. When did you graduate?
I graduated 3 years ago, back in 2020.
Ma'am, you went to a very liberal arts college, and you know you did. That is liberal arts. You got there and you got brainwashed. I think that it's a good thing that you found a lot of conservatives. It's like you know what's right. You know that you shouldn't be out past a certain time. You know that, but you're young, and I could say, you still want to kick it, right? Keep it real.
Okay, but thing is, if I really said to my man, when we have a baby, you cannot go out past 7:30 because you're supposed to be at home, would you be okay with it? And the thing is, I don't like how you guys use, a man can get stuff too. It's not fair. It
is fair, ma'am. Men run society. Men build society. Don't nobody care about a man. Ma'am, if I get blacked out wasted, ma'am, and I just pass out on the street, ma'am, don't nobody care about me. Ma'am, men are responsible for themselves. The community is responsible for women. Let's be honest. What are you doing? I know you're 23, 24, ma'am. And yes, party. Don't end up like a Keke Palmer, whatever her name is. Get it all out now. Because if you do get children, the expectation is that you have your ass in the home every night. Every night. My mom didn't go out and kick it. My mom didn't go out and kick it and have fun. Because that's shameful behavior. You're supposed to get that out the way when you're young. You know, that's what I was saying earlier in the live stream. I said Keke Palmer was a child actress who probably went to audition after audition. She probably never really had a childhood. And now she's trying to be a party girl, but she's 30 and she has children. That's shameful. That's why I was saying get it out the way in your college years. That's what I was saying earlier. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm just this idea that when you have a baby, it's like you can't go out. I'm supposed to just stay home, and like it's just crazy to me.
Man,
And
what if you go out and something happens to you? What if you go out and get deleted? What if you go out and I mean, man,
but
you
but
have
the
a
thing,
child. Go ahead.
the thing is, I could go out and go shopping for my child, and anything could happen to me.
That is
So
also true, but ma'am, the difference is that if you go out to party, then that means that imagine this. You go out, you accidentally get deleted or something, right? Unfortunately. And your 13-year-old son says, Mom, what happened? I mean, you know, he grows up and says, Grandma, what happened to mommy? Well, she went out to party. She, went out to party and dance, and somebody, it was a shooting there. So basically, a child doesn't have a parent because you wanted to party. You don't see the. Go ahead.
you're being extreme, like you're really picking extreme scenarios. So the thing is, I can say the same thing. Your daddy went out, he partied, and because he partied, he went there, he drank too much, and then he died
Ma'am,
in a car
and
accident.
you
That
would
was
be
that going out to party.
you would be correct. You would be correct. It would sound just as stupid. But the difference is that the man will be to blame. See, if something happens to you, ma'am, society will blame everybody else and won't say, maybe she should have kept her black ass in the home, assuming you're black. But see, with the man, it's like, hey man, shit, he shouldn't have went out. Fuck him. Go ahead.
I think that a woman should be able to go out after she has a kid, and that doesn't mean that she doesn't love her child or she doesn't love her husband. Now, again, Keke, two things can be true. I still think that Keke's dance with Usher was disrespectful. And again, once again, if we're going back to Keke's situation, Darius once again did not have a problem with what she was wearing. So all things can be true, but again, this idea that your life should basically end after you have a baby, and that you shouldn't go out
Why
and
is your life ending after having a baby, man?
this idea that you have to give up your social life and just not go out at all when you have a baby is crazy. You can do, like, you can have a baby and still go out with your friends.
Can I ask you a question? Let's say
Fine.
you have a baby, right? How
Yeah.
many days? Okay, all right. Out of 365 days, 52 weeks out the year, how many days are you supposed to go out and have fun with a child?
Okay, here's how I would do it. I wouldn't do what I would do is that I would literally I'm gonna look after my baby every single day, and then maybe one night on a Saturday I will hire a babysitter, and then I can just go out with my friends for a drink in the nighttime, then come back. It's not a big deal. Or I can ask my husband, could you look after our baby because while I go out with my friends, and I would do the same for him in return. If he wants to go out, I'll look after the baby for you, and I might do that like maybe twice a month because it's good to go out and have a social life too. It doesn't take away from anything. But this idea that I should just never go out after I have a
How
baby.
many days a week out the year should you go out, man, if you have a child with your girlfriends?
I'm not gonna say it specific because, like, also, it's insane to go out every day
How
for a
many
week.
days a week out of the year would you go out with your girlfriends, ma'am?
Okay, let's just say I want to go out twice a month with my girlfriends. Twice a month. Okay, so let's say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Okay, so maybe like 20 times. 22 times in a year. Is that like the worst thing in the world?
Yes. Yes, it actually is.
It's not. Like, why? Why? I would let you go out, and I don't have a problem with it. It's all
Ma'am,
good.
ma'am.
What happens for date night? What happens if you want to go out as a couple for date night? You know?
Yes, if you
House?
want to go out with your husband, that is fine. But
Oh,
you
but
going out with your girlfriends, that's hoeing.
no,
You
no,
should have done. Go ahead. What you say, ma'am?
no. What's the difference? Okay, what happens if you and your husband want to go out and you want to get drunk and just have a good fine couples out? Is that not?
Ma'am, that's you and your husband having a good time at the night. I mean, good time on the night. You are
But
enjoying.
with your friends, it's home.
Ma'am, you're single. Why would you and your single friends go out?
How do you know that they're single? They could be married too.
Ma'am, if you were hanging out with women and all of them supposedly are married and you guys are going out, you guys are going out you're up to no good.
No, I think you don't understand women. Like sometimes we just want to hang out with friends. Like,
Then hang out in the house, hang out in the garage. What are you going out for? What are you going out to a club? You want to go out to a club?
Why'd you always pick the club? What happens?
Okay, well, where are you gonna go to? Where are you gonna go to? And what time of night? What time of night?
Okay, we could just go out for a restaurant just to get something to eat. We do that. We like
So why can't your husband go with you?
Because sometimes, even in a relationship, you do need time by yourself.
For what? What do you need time by yourself for?
Do you really want to spend every day, 7 days a week, all the time with your wife? You need your alone time, even away from your own partner? Come on. Nobody wants to be cooped up with their partner all the time. It's important for you to have your own space. That's codependent if you want to spend all your time with your partner, and that gets dangerous.
I think it's dangerous when you have women gallivanting around the city at night. Okay, let me ask you a question. You go out with your girlfriends. How late are you gonna? How late are you gonna be out?
I don't know. Okay, let me give an example. If I was out with my friends, I'd be back by 1.
1 a.m.
Yes. Does that mean I'm hanging about? No, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good
Why
time.
would you go out? Why would you be out that late?
Because we're having fun doesn't mean that we're hoeing about or anything. We're just having
1
a good
o'clock.
time.
What are you doing out at 1 o'clock for? If you're a mother,
What does this mean? We're just having fun. Going out, going out for a restaurant, having drinks doesn't mean that we're hoeing about or going to clubs.
why can't you go earlier in the day? 1 o'clock is dangerous at night.
What happens if they're busy during the day and they can only hang out at nighttime? Other people be doing other stuff in the day. Maybe they're only free in the evening. You don't know.
Ma'am,
If we're gonna play semantics, we can do this semantics thing.
you don't see anything wrong with you being a mother and having a child going out and coming in at 1 o'clock in the morning?
No.
Interesting.
Because the thing is, I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm literally just having a good time with my friends. I'm not literally going to clubs. I'm not out here doing it for men. I just want to have a good time with my girlfriends, and I'm going to come home to my husband and my baby afterwards.
So you're going to come home drunk at 1 o'clock in the morning to your child?
Did I say I was going to be drunk? I literally was talking about just going to a restaurant.
Are you going to drink?
With my friends.
Are you going to drink?
I could have one cocktail. Is that not allowed? Oh, so that means that, okay, so when I have a baby, I can't drink anymore? I should never drink?
You should probably not drink at all if you have a child. You probably shouldn't do any type of drug or alcohol if you have a child.
Okay, we have a baby, can't go out, no drinks ever.
Maybe some wine at home if you're eating pasta or something. But, the whole thing about marriage and raising children is that you abstain from vices, things that can lead to negative consequences.
Okay, so I'm going to put that on the man too. I'll say to my man, you can never have a beer again because that's not what we agreed in the relationship. So everything that you're saying, cool, but I'm going to put those same expectations on the man and he can't say about it.
Hold on for a second. Ladies can call in for free for this one. This is a good interview. Guys, $50 to call into the show. Nina says, CT, ask her if she's going to be grinding on guys and accepting rounds whilst she is out. Is that what are you going to be doing there? Go ahead.
Of course not. Like, why do you guys go to the extremes? Like, me going out does not mean like I don't. Me going out doesn't mean I'm asking to be grinding on guys. I'm just hanging out with my friends. You guys keep going to the extremes. Like, oh my gosh, like I'm married. Why on earth would I want to do that to my partner? I'm just going to a restaurant with my friends and I have a cocktail or two. It's got nothing to do with other men. I don't care about them. I'm not going out for male attention or approval. I think a lot of men just think that everything that women do is centered on male approval. Some girls do it 1000%. Not me. When I go off to have a baby, I'm just going out for fun with my girls. I don't care about men. I only care about my husband and my baby.
So if you care about your baby, why go out in the first place?
Why think so you're saying that for me to go out, I have to just not care about my baby when two things can coexist. I can care about
Well,
my baby.
two things possibly could coexist, but I've seen this before. I've gone out and it's a whole bunch of women who are single mothers, or they, it's really generally never any women that are married that are ever out, and they're out drinking, having a good old time, flirting with everybody, acting a fool when they should be at home with their children.
So you've seen every woman, and those women
I haven't seen every woman, ma'am. There's 40 million women. Well,
that's what I'm saying. So there's bound to be women who are married who still also have babies, love their babies,
but I don't think that there's women who are married that are staying out until 1 o'clock in the morning. And if they are, that's very shameful.
My mom is literally married, and she's literally had like girls' nights out with their friends, and she's been out while I was.
They weren't coming on at 1 o'clock in the morning, though.
Yes, my mom did come back late. She would go out late with her friends.
Is your mom available to call in right now?
No, my mom doesn't know that I do these shows, so I don't really want to put her on here.
Well, wait a minute, hold on for a second. Now, what's wrong with this show? We're just having a conversation, right? So if you're saying that your mom, when she was younger, used to go out and have girls' night and come in after 1 o'clock, then surely she wouldn't have a problem with saying that, right?
Okay, I'm not gonna put my mom on the show, especially on the show that's gonna be on YouTube, but I watch, and I'm telling you that my mom, when I was younger, would go out with her friends, and she's married. She will go out with her friends, and it doesn't take away from the stuff too. She wasn't hoeing about or anything. She's just going out with her friends, having a good time, just doing anything. It doesn't mean she's hoeing about. Doesn't mean she's doing anything. And my parents still love each other and are happily married. My dad also literally goes out with his friends too, and she's cool with it because they have a relationship where they trust each other. It's nothing to be worried about, nothing to be scared about. They just have a good time.
Bob with the $5 super chat says, SA is rampant. I have a kid, but there is nothing wrong with coming home at 1. Ooh, he's talking about what you were saying. If you're saying SA is rampant, then why even risk going out with your girlfriends if it's so rampant? It doesn't make any sense.
But this my thing is that you're doing this thing where like you keep saying that because SA is rampant, the expectation should always be on the women. But why are we not putting it on educating like consensual relationships and not to assault people?
Because ma'am, first of all, most women aren't assaulted at night by men. Let's be honest. What I'm saying is that I think you're missing the point. And maybe you didn't watch the first hour and a half. Prostitutes, porn stars, strippers, those are ladies of the night. At least they used to be. So when men used to go out, really men were going out to like back in the day, right? Way back in the day. Like red light districts. I'm about to go get me some coochie, You don't know about this, Jenny, because you were too young. And what happened was women started going out and hanging, regular women. The problem is that at night, I hate to say this, but the devil does come out. You have men who are drunk, women who are drunk, women who are dressed like Keke Palmer, regular women. And so when a man comes up and talks to a chick like you said, well, I'm just going out to hang out because I'm innocent. A man who's drunk, he sees, and I'm not saying that you dress promiscuous because I don't see you, but most women who are just innocent girls, they dress promiscuous too. They dress like whores. So then a drunk dude walks over to him. He may put his hand around like, "What's up, girl?" You being the innocent girl at 11:59 at night, you're like, what? Why did he touch me? That's sexual assault. And that's what happens a lot of times too. When the man, he's just so drunk and he's most men are just like, hey man, if a chick is out this late, that's how a lot of people think. Do you see where I'm coming from, at least with that? Or
Do you know why? I respectfully disagree. Do you know why? I have worked with people who have worked on sexual assault centers, so I have a very completely different sexual assault. And your version of sexual assault is always turning into drunk, when the sexual assault spectrum is such a wide and complex range. And I don't think that you're understanding just how complex this stuff takes place. And you keep using one scenario. At the end of the day and guys should not touch women like that. And I feel like you keep putting most of the blame back on the women rather than holding the men accountable, saying no. Just because a girl dresses a certain way is not a validation for a man to touch her or do anything like that stuff. It should be on you to have self-control.
Most women aren't getting sexually assaulted, okay? Sexually assaulted. What I keep saying is this. You are going out, you being 24 or 25, you know why you're going out. You're still young and you want to party and kick it. But I have friends who've been married for over a decade. I myself am married now, but I have friends who are married with children. I have friends who have children and they schedule even little things like going to the grocery store. They don't go out and party because that's a liability. What if something happens that night? Yes, something can happen going to the grocery store. I'll agree with you on that. But there is no reason for you to go out and stay out till 1 o'clock in the morning. That is an ungodly hour. And it's quite damn shameful for you to be out that late if you have a child and you're married. You're supposed to be with your children, period. Go ahead.
The thing is,
Go ahead.
this is getting secular now.
Here goes a woman. Here goes a woman calling in. Nina, what's up?
This Nina
What'd you say, Gina? Go ahead.
Gonna come at me because I've been coming at the comments section.
I can't hear you, Gina. What'd you say, Gina?
This Nina girl's been coming at me in the comments section.
All right, hold on. Let's see. Nina's nice though, but yeah, Nina's nice. Go ahead, Nina. Go ahead.
Hi, CT. Hi, Gina. No, I'm not coming at you, but I'm just stating reality. So keeping what we were talking about on topic in terms of what is going on with Keke and all of these other examples, what is basically being said is that there is a certain naivete that today's women are growing up with. And I hate to think that a 24-year-old still has to grow up and be female simultaneously, that you're growing up with the mindset of teenagers. So nothing bad that happens to you in the real world is ever your fault. Everyone else has to be held accountable. But one of the things that comes with adulthood is you developing a sense of foresight. So what CT is trying to talk to you about, and what men now have the responsibility because they failed in the past and trying to course correct, is having more foresight in terms of how you're moving through the world. So with this girl going out and having her butt cheeks out, bending over just so Usher and whoever was making that video viral can get a better view of her butt cheeks out. That's not something that a woman that has a man and child at home should be doing if she doesn't want to be ridiculed for all of the world. So now it's like, protect women at all costs. Black women are the least protected. Black women are the most sexualized women. But at the same time, Black women are the most educated. That's not something that a very educated woman would do. So I understand that you could be textbook smart, just like you. You have a degree, but it seems like when it comes to social skills and social scenarios, you're very immature. And I think a lot of women are like you. So I worry for your safety, because at the end of the day, if this is what you're presenting, there's going to be a lot of men that would be those protectors for you that does not want to get bothered, because they're going to worry about always having to catch a case for somebody like you, and that's a problem. So you will get the guys that are going to enable your bad behavior. That's my opinion on this, ET.
Well, respectfully, I disagree. One, as an aspiring psychologist, I do have to have very good social skills to become a counselor psychologist. So you also don't know me personally, so I respectfully disagree. With this Keke Palmer situation is that look, in the world, there are women who will be more comfortable doing that. Kiki's type of person where she likes to show her ass. And if Darius doesn't like that, he should have broken up with her. I've been saying this from the beginning. I have held Keke accountable because I thought that the way she danced with Usher was inappropriate. With her outfit, if it was a problem, if that's how she wants to present herself, that's fine. If it bothers her boyfriend, then he should have said something. But he never had a problem with her outfit. As I've said multiple times from the beginning, he posted her outfit. He posted videos of her twerking. This girl rolled around and twerked in a thong, and he was liking those pictures. So it clearly wasn't a problem for him. He didn't like her outfit when she was dancing with Usher, and that's why people called him a hypocrite.
So hold on, Gina. Let me reply to what you just said. So I noticed that since I've been listening to you, because I hopped on a little bit, like 4:45 or so. I've noticed that you've changed your statements multiple times and you've actually made things up. I don't think that you did it intentionally, but this is what happens a lot of times hold on, I'm going to tell you. But when I first came on, you were saying that Darius was tweeting that he's a conservative man and he's not acting like a conservative man. So I had to go and fact check to see if that was actually true. He was he was saying that he was he's the man of the family. And so how he was preferring that a woman that is the mother of his children would behave would be different than what was being presented. Now, I'm not going to sit here and be a defender of a guy who just made a single mother. That is not my position. So that's something that the two of them are going to have to figure out. But next, when it comes to what Keke was doing with her man, when it came to because I think it was a Christmas post that he recorded her twerking, that's between two people that are in a relationship. So if my guy wants to take sexy pictures of me or take sexy videos of me and it's on his terms and it's just between me and him, that's within the couple's prerogative. But that's not what was happening. That's not why she went viral. She went viral because she was doing things that you would have expected her to do with her man with another man. And most men, hold on. And that's what most men don't agree with. So the thing that's getting the most clapback, it's not even Keke. It's the conversation that happened after Keke because so many women are in denial about this being bad behavior and even bad mindset to support this kind of behavior. So the other thing, and you and I will agree about this, well, she's the one who makes the money, so she's the one who gets to call the shots on whatever toxic behavior that she carries out. I think that's abusive because if it were in reverse and the guy was like, he was the one that had the money and she still was out there clapping cheeks for Usher at a concert and he told her to bring her black ass home, then it would have been like, something out of the Color Purple memes all over social media. So I think it's wrong either way. Point at the end is that you're going to be a psychiatrist or psychologist for women, but that worries me because it seems like you're okay with certain liberal behavior, which is what is putting females in danger at this point, not only with their mental health, but their physical health as well. Because you're allowing them to feel comfortable with putting themselves in situations where nothing bad that happens to them is ever going to be their fault because they never have to have any foresight. They never have to plan ahead. And some man, especially if it's a black situation, a black social situation, then all the black men are supposed to sit there and protect her, even if she's acting like a complete child. And that's not cool. Because I'll tell you right now, none of my brothers would want to put up with you. Not a one. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Gina.
Look, I respectfully disagree with certain parts. I do believe that women should be able to have freedom, agency, and autonomy. Now, I do understand that we also live in a world where, yes, if you dress a certain way, you will attract a certain type of attention. And so you can also be aware about, listen, if I dress a certain way, I do have to think in foresight and say that this and that can happen to me. I'm not an idiot. Multiple things can coexist. So I do believe that women should be able to dress how they want to. But however, I can also be aware that if you dress a certain way, this can attract a certain type of attention. Unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. So all things and multiple things can coexist at once. I don't think in a vacuum. And so again, if we're getting back to this like Keke Palmer situation, I just don't like this argument about this. Yeah, Keke should be able to buy what she wants if she feels good. If she feels good.
Gina, let me read the super chat real quick. Big Ant, what's up? With the $10 super chat says, chaotic. I think it's funny how she said, you don't know me, so don't speak about her. But she doesn't know Keke or her man, but she tries to continue to try to speak for or from Keke's perspective. Gina, you said that Keke can wear what she wants to wear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you allow your daughter to dress like that if she was 12 years old?
Not if she was 12, but if she's adult,
why not? But why can't she dress like that at 12?
I don't like how you're using these hypothetical arguments. I will wait till she's 18 and she can make her own decisions.
Okay, can I ask you another question? Would you allow your daughter to dress like Kamala Harris at 12? Just yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? You went to college? Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't. Okay.
So you wouldn't let your daughter dress like Kamala Harris, just with a nice suit type. You wouldn't let her dress like that to go to school, preparatory school, which I'm sure that's how they dress in a lot of those. They call them public for schools over there, right? We got to pay for it.
Because you're asking me if I would have an outfit to show my child's ass when she's on age. But she can make her own decisions about how she dresses.
Okay, so I'm asking you, if you wouldn't allow your daughter to dress like that at 12, don't you see like there might be a problem with that type of look if you're not gonna let your 12-year-old? I would let my son, I don't have any kids, I would let my son dress like Barack Obama at 10. Why wouldn't you let your daughter dress like that at 12 if there's nothing wrong with the way that Keke Palmer is dressed then?
Listen, to answer your question.
Go ahead.
The difference is that she's underage. When she's older, she can make her own decisions, and I can't. Listen, I guess a certain age, I can't control everything that she does when she's over 18. So I just don't think it's the same because one's underage and one she's her own adult. Listen, not everybody dresses the same. I wouldn't dress like Keke because it's not for me. Everybody has their preferences for how they want to dress. Who are we to police other people's preferences?
You were born in 1998, right? You were born, Jenny, you were born in 98. I was born in 84. I can tell you this. If Keke Palmer had dressed like that in 92 and been a B-list actress, people would have thought that she had lost her mind. If a regular woman who was not on screen dressed like that in public, they would think she was a prostitute in 1992, 93. Go ahead.
But my thing is that you keep comparing it. We're in 2023. Have you seen what girls are wearing? Like, it's just a different time.
Gina, you can't answer a question by asking another question. This is how you keep moving the goalposts of the conversation. So I'm going to give you, hold on. So now I'm going to give you another scenario because it's pretty interesting what came up in the chat about the twerking video. So I'll give you a real life scenario. Let's say that I wanted to go to the beach with my girls, right? So of course, everybody goes to the beach because it's like maybe it's a girls' beach day. So we're going to wear bikinis or one piecers or whatever and have like a little barbecue and have those like what are those margaritas in a can or whatever that they have at the beach, because that's how the beaches are over here in Long Island. All right, fine. So let's say I want to go with the girls. The type of swimwear that I will wear if I was only at the beach with my girls, it would be completely different than the type of swimwear that I would dare to wear when I go to the beach with my guy. Perfect example. I go to the beach with my girls, I'm going to have most likely a one piece and I'm going to have a throw over and be pretty conservative. If guys are going to come over to us and want to talk to us and hang out with us and do all that kind of stuff, because by me, I have like the volleyball courts and things like that. I'm just going to kind of keep it very low profile and just stick with my girls. Every now and then, I'm pretty sure my guy's going to be checking on me. Hey, how's things going? Send a bunch of different selfies over with me and the girls. Now, when I go to the beach with my guy, he loves seeing me in two pieces. So guess what? I will rock the two piece for him. Butt cheeks out and everything. Why? Because I'm with him. If he takes pictures, it's because he's taking pictures. And I promise you, no guy is going to be coming up next to me. Is he going to be comfortable with me having that bikini on? Yes, because I'm in his presence. That's the difference. So when people keep trying to bring up this twerking video, the difference is that was something that they were doing together. That was couples consent. That's different. If couples want to be sexy together, let them be all kinds of sexy that they want to be together. But she was out there like a single person and a mom. But in her case, it's like acting like a single mom. And then people wonder why single moms have a stereotype about them. Okay? That's all I wanted to say about that.
I think Savage had a question, Gina. Go ahead, Savage.
Am I mistaken when did you make the comment that women should be able to do whatever they want and not be shamed or anything for it? Did you say something along the lines of that?
Along the lines of women should be able to have freedom and agency, and yes, and listen, we live in a world where it's not 100% clear. Like, for some reason, like, I want to dress sexy, but I do understand that if I also dress in a certain way, it will attract male attention. But is that on me, or is that on the men who should really learn how to control themselves? Because me dressing a certain way doesn't invite for men to touch me or treat me a certain way, because I'm not wearing it for them. I'm wearing it because I make themselves feel good, which is the idea of female agency and autonomy.
Well, with autonomy, you also have female responsibility. That's the thing that it seems like feminists seem to miss. I could do whatever I want, but you never want to take responsibility for what could come down the pike by you doing whatever you want. That's the missing link when it comes with a lot of this feminist logic, respectfully.
Multiple truths can coexist. The thing is, it can be true. Like, I've said this before. Listen, look, society is complicated. I do believe we should have agency, but again, we do live in a world where, I'm just trying to say is that I would like
Listen, Gina, I'm older than you, and I promise you, I live in a much harsher world than you do. So I've seen the extremes of this life, and I'm telling you, if this is how you're starting out and you're only 24, you're going to be ran through by the time you hit 30. And hopefully you're not going to be a single mother of 3 by that time.
Again, like, what, you're going to extremes. Like,
I'm not going to extremes. I'm just listening to your mindset. And every time you get caught, the tone of your voice pitches up, and I feel like I'm talking to a high schooler. Even when you're talking to CT, but you start to go into this whiny, childlike voice. So I worry for women that think like you.
No, first off, what I don't like is that people have been doing this entire time. They keep using extremes every single time. And I've said from the beginning, things are complex and nuanced. So then every time you put me to extremes to get me to answer in a specific way, I say no, because that's not how society works. Society is complex and nuanced. And then you keep trying to block situations into black and white to get me to say one answer when I say no, because I hated them.
I just find that interesting that that's your observation, because the things that I'm talking about to you are not even that extreme. What they are problematic because they lead to more extreme outcomes or extreme behavior that's going to cause further extreme outcomes. And not all extreme outcomes are going to devolve into someone being essayed or, deleted. Other things could happen to you. You could ruin your marriage. Like a CT, isn't there some other situation that was similar to Keke's? Not about Usher, but I think it was another celebrity, and he was like, I can't be with this woman anymore because she's just too much of a hoe. And she was upset about it and leaked all his text messages to social media.
No, I don't remember that one.
There's some actor, he broke up with his girl and moved on, and now he has his first baby. So since she's so butthurt about him moving on and having a kid with someone else, she was like, look how controlling he was with me. And then published all his text messages because he said he didn't want her doing this, that, and the third with all her exes. He didn't want her, going to all these social events with all her exes. He didn't want her dressing a certain way, being around all her exes because, we're all just friends. So she felt that he was being too controlling. And so he was like, all right, well, you know what? It's against my boundaries at this point. So I'm out. So then he went out, and now he's with another woman, and he has a family. So she did not release these messages until he actually became a dad. So that just tells you where her life is.
Pete Rothstein with a $10 super chat says, what up, CT? Just tuned in, and this conversation is really good and necessary. I used to like Keke until she had a baby and started embracing single motherhood. Disrespectful behavior, end of story. Savage, what say you, sir? Thank you so much, Nina. What say you, Savage?
No, I agree. I was getting to a point in my question because I believe along the lines that women should be able to dress how they want and shouldn't be treated differently or shamed or something like that. But the argument that I was going to make is that if she had a boyfriend and he decided open up an OnlyFans and he was going to do gay content, she would change her view on him. She wouldn't treat him as if he was just like, when you make choices, people are going to look at you a certain way, regardless if you feel that it's right or if it's wrong. Most people agree with, for the most part, objective truths. And the objective truth is if you're a mom, you shouldn't be out there shaking your thought pocket. Just like if any woman here had a kid and they weren't with the kid's father, they wouldn't want that kid around all of the women that the baby dad or ex-husband is dating. They would want to keep separation. So how is it okay for women to want separation from the people the father dates, but that same single mom and get up on stage and shake her thought pocket, and we're supposed to be okay with it and think that that's not degenerate or any way bad and not judge her?
But why are we acting like Keke was like full on like grinding and like shaking her ass on Usher? I think we need to rewatch that video and actually see.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's rewatch it. Let's rewatch it. Let's rewatch it. I'll rewatch it.
The thing is, I don't think she was like twerking with Usher. I do think she was dancing really close to him, but I don't think it was as extreme as like you're making it out to be. But let's rewatch it and then
let's just rewatch it. Let's rewatch it. Let's rewatch.
I got a quick question. If me and Eugenia were on a subway, I had a blanket across my lap, and you saw the blanket going up and down, up and down, up and down, and I'm looking at you, would you feel uncomfortable?
Of course I would. Extreme.
Why? You don't know what I'm doing. You're making an assumption. Like what you perceive is your reality. You don't know what I'm doing, but you're making an assumption. We all know she was shaking her thought pocket near Usher. It doesn't matter if they were bumping and grinding or touching. Oh, she's spinning around for Usher right there, oh, okay. They're dancing, they're praising, they're looking. Oh yeah. Oh no, they're not trying to be.
This is what I'm starting to realize. This is what I'm starting to realize. Tough guy, it's $50 to get in, man. Only women call it for free. This one. This is what I'm starting to realize. We have a problem in this country. Gina, I can tell you this, Gina. You were born in 98 or 99, and the world was totally different. A female dressed like the way Keke was dressed in 1996 would have been called a prostitute, a strawberry, a hoe, period. What you've grown up in this social media. Gina, you still there? You've grown up in this social media era. You've been desensitized to violence. I gotta put the name on mute.
Oh, sorry.
You've grown up and you've become desensitized to violence. You've become desensitized to sex, whereas we weren't when we were kids. I mean, we didn't see people getting, you go to Twitter and see some horrible stuff. We didn't have access to stuff like that when we were kids growing up. And I'm telling you, even like back in the day, like we had newspapers with Macy's or Sears, and they had the pretty females in lingerie and stuff. Like that was like our porn for real. I mean, you had like porno tapes, but we didn't have what you guys have. And I think that you become so desensitized that you are so young, you don't understand how egregious that a mother is dressed literally like a prostitute, is dancing on a 50-year-old man who literally his entire career has been nothing but singing about sex. Like, and now I'm understanding it. You don't understand it at all. So this argument is just, it's just older people talking to somebody younger. It's a generation divide, and you'll never understand it. You will never understand how back in the 90s, women like that were never promoted, even in the Black community. I remember when Little Kim came out, that was the most provocative thing. I remember kids were getting suspended from school from bringing that album into the classes because that's how egregious it was. But other than that, we didn't really have this kind of stuff back then. And Nina, I don't know, Nina, am I on to something with that one? Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. Like I remember, but it was Lil' Kim and Foxy Brown and like that
Foxy
whole
Brown.
movement. But even when she was like even their raps are pretty illicit, but they would have like euphemisms for the stuff that they were talking about. They weren't saying like the P word and the Foxy was always calling something like the ill nana, or the other one, Lil' Kim was always talking about bees and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I remember that, but everything was always pretty much coded. And then at the same time, I don't know, maybe I'm being a little bit of a snob. They just even dress classier ratchet, right? Like they always looked more glamorous. Now it's just like, you guys work at the titty bar, and that's supposed to be popping. It's just weird to me.
With their fat bellies out.
Yeah.
Super chat says, I'm 47 years old. Women really did start dressing provocative until Little Kim. Oh, I remember. And that started a paradigm shift for women in this country, especially Black women. Gina, what say you about what I was saying about the generation gap? And you're absolutely correct, P. Rothstein. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is a generational divide. Like, listen, we are currently in a hypersexual era. It's everywhere. This is a generational divide between the old and the young. I'm representing for the young. Now, I've always said that I've had a problem with how the thing is, I prefer the 90s because the 90s did have a better spectrum of Blackness. I like the fact that you had the classies and then you had the ratchets, but in this day, it's all the ratchets taking up the mainstream space. And I said that I want there to be more diversity. So there is a problem within that, and I can acknowledge that. But we are living in this younger generation is more like liberal. We're more open. Things are changing. So you're comparing it to back then when we're in 2023. Let's have conversations about what we can do in 2023 rather than comparing it back to time. We're not in the 90s anymore.
I think it's Gina, I think, and that's the point. I think it's reasonable to compare to where you are now versus where we were before, because you want to understand how much further the pendulum is going to swing before it starts to smack you back in the face. So yeah, the 90s were very different. I guess in levels of ratchet, the 90s are a little bit more conservative, if I can even dare say something like that. I think I actually like Lil' Kim. Lil' Kim started it. But I think once Nicki Minaj hit the block, then everything started to change.
Yeah.
And then stripper culture just became like the norm. So you had your handful of like sex rappers, but then stripper culture became mainstream. And then everyone, even if they were not a stripper, they wanted to look like they lived that life. And then that became normalized. And I think that's probably when I even stopped listening to hip hop music, because nobody could rap anymore. But then now you got these young girls like 16, 17 years old. Now that we're living in the era of iPhones and all of that, and people making videos of themselves. So it's like, oh, every 15 and 16-year-old wants to dress like she works at a strip club during the lunch service. And we're just supposed to be okay with that because, well, it's my body. I can do what I want. So at some point, it's like, okay, yeah, do what you want. Be as free and liberal as you are. But now this is what's going to happen as soon as you turn 18. You're going to get turned out. Period. And if you're not going to get turned out in the most extreme way, because I'm trying to take what you said about, using the most extreme cases. Yeah, you don't have to have like the most extreme cases like Lawrence Fishburne's daughter got turned out like straight to Pornhub. But you're going to be around people that's going to be the element. So your mindset in terms of how you continue to mature is going to be different. Your dating choices are going to be different as well. Not necessarily you, but there is unfortunately a critical mass of women who have grown up being nothing but thoughts because they were surrounded by nothing but thought mentality. That's it. So now when we're saying like, can't you just put a jacket on? It's like, you can't tell me what to do with my body, because they don't even understand what that means. Just like CT is saying, you don't even know what it means to be decent because you grew up in hoe culture.
And I agree that it's too much spectrum. And again, I really think it was the city girls who really kind of brought in that lifestyle. And now it's kind of like, songs don't get promoted unless they're about sex.
No, so City Girls is the result. City Girls is a symptom. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it's okay for us to look at the past. City Girls is the response to what was already being built for at least a decade before the City Girls came to be popular. See, it starts somewhere. So a little nudge, a little leaning in, a little soft boiling the water. Oh, making this okay. Oh, don't tell me what to do. Okay, well then maybe we're just being too strict. Let her do this, then let her do that. Oh, let him do this. Yeah, let him take pictures of you. It's okay. Just lean into it a little bit more. Be more inclusive. Be more accepting. And then boom, you have nothing but city girls. So now up and coming rappers, they know that they won't get put on unless they have an OnlyFans. That's why Suki Hana is so extreme with her ish. I didn't even know she was a rapper until somebody showed me a rap video. I thought all she did was porn. And it's like, no, to be a female rapper now, you have to do OnlyFans. Like, you see how extreme that is? And OnlyFans girls, because I have a client who's an OnlyFans model. Now she's doing like the most extreme stuff just to keep getting her money. Like, there's nowhere for you guys to go if this is going to be the norm all the time.
And the thing is, who is encouraging it? The consumers. What I was saying a few hours earlier is that if
You did say that, yeah.
started platforming other diverse artists and actually stop rewarding the hypersexual stuff, we can see different type of representation. That way, Black girls can see themselves within pop culture.
What do you mean? What do you mean, no Savage? What are you talking about? Go ahead, sir.
Because you guys are making the argument that it's a generational thing, but it's not a generational thing. Everything up here is to put blame on somebody else. Everything. Well, you know, you're dressed provocatively, but why don't you make the man not do it? Or she can do it. Like, anytime it comes down to responsibility for a woman, she's put the blame off. And the fact of the matter is, if there's no OnlyFans girls, they can't consume OnlyFans. Because if logical thought, then there's drugs everywhere? Why aren't you buying drugs then? Because if it's there, then you should be consuming it because it's available. You wouldn't use that argument for anything else. Like, women have been given the ability to not have accountability and have the the whole equality thing of be responsible but not take accountability for their actions. So you have them doing stuff like this and then having other women that come up here and say, well, I'm not like them, but I don't see nothing wrong with it. I wouldn't do it, but it's okay. She's having fun. Like, it has nothing to do with generation. It has to just do with being a liberal. Being a feminist is what this.
Savage, I can agree with you on that, because when I saw some feedback from all of the clips from the BET Awards and people like just whatever that crap show was, I saw the commentary in different social media spaces where they're like, oh, why are y'all trying to judge those women? They were just out there having fun. And I'm like, this is how you have fun? That's crazy. So now everyone thinks that you look a certain way and they treat you a certain way, but then you don't take into account, well, this is how you present yourself. So of course, this is going to be the consequence sooner or later that everyone's going to treat you like a hoe, even if you're not, because the last 5 hoes that just were hoeing it out in front of you, you had no problem with it. So don't be mad when now I think that you're just like one of them, because there's too many of them and not enough of you saying, no, this is not acceptable behavior. Instead, well, they could do what they want, but it's not me. So I agree with you.
Pete Rothstein with the $5 super chat says, there's nothing we can do. Modern women today are too far gone to be reeled in. Plus, the culture only promotes bad and disturbing behavior. Thank you so much, Pete Rothstein. Go ahead.
Well, let's have a conversation. What about so India? This is on to another topic now. India Ari made a comment within the past week criticizing Janelle Monáe and what's it called, Megan Thee Stallion, for like their Essence performance and stuff. And I read a lot of commentary. There is a massive division. There are loads of people in the Black community who are now saying that, you know what, this is too much. There is too much of one image being promoted. Yes, there are the hardcore defenders, but there is now a massive division that there are also people who don't support it as well. So it's not just all one way. Trust me, I've seen the pushback. It's literally just loads of different opinions. So there are people pushing back against it. I see them all the time. Literally, people were fighting in the comments section. So we should acknowledge that it's not just everyone's supporting it and promoting it. There are people who are pushing back. Loads of people agreed with India Ari, saying that it was too much. She didn't like this moment. So let's have a conversation about that.
I can't have a conversation about it because I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what are you talking about, Gina? Go ahead.
I don't know what you're talking about
But,
at
but,
all.
Oh, so basically,
before that, before that, Gina, though, the problem with that logical argument that you're making is that are on this panel saying that that behavior in that video is bad. You're the one up here saying that that behavior is okay, and we need to get with the times because it's 2023. So you're fence sitting on the Megan Thee Stallion BET Awards or whatever the thing was that she did at that concert, tickets, because no one wanted to come see her because she had the lowest performing tickets that day. But point being, you're the one on the fence trying to seem neutral, but you're the one that's up here defending that behavior. So regardless if there's people pushing back, there's people like you up here not pushing back and supporting it.
okay, so let me be clear. I'm having a conversation about two things. Now, I've said multiple times with the Keke Palmer thing is that okay. So we're having two conversations. I have my opinions on the current mainstream landscape of Black music and how I think it's too much in one area. I do think that the twerk music is a bit too much because there's nothing to balance it out. And that's my opinion with my issue with the current mainstream of Black music. That is my problem. With the Keke Palmer situation, I have what I'm saying is that I've always said from the beginning that I do think that Keke went a bit too far and the dance with Usher was inappropriate. But when it comes to the outfit and stuff, that is between her and Darius to talk it out. Where I had a problem with was that when he made a statement on Twitter is that I personally felt that he wasn't being consistent because as I said before, and Nina has disagreed with me and that's fine for her opinion, but I felt that he was being inconsistent because he was okay with her posting videos of her twerking and he was fine with that, but then this was a problem with her outfit and I felt that was hypocritical. So these are two different situations where I have two different opinions. I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say. I can have multiple opinions on different things. It's not just all
Rationalize.
one general thing.
No, you're trying to rationalize your bad opinion. The
No,
fact
it's
that no,
and it's
no, because because if he said that there was a problem, then there was a problem. For you to then come in and say that you have to psychoanalyze all of his arguments and all of his opinions to now come out and say his opinion's bad, trying to rationalize their relationship. If he said that's bad, why would you have to come out and defend her and her behavior with his argument?
because his logic wasn't consistent. My thing is that if that was his opinion from the get-go and you would, and again going from his tweet that, oh, I'm a traditional kind of guy and stuff, that's true. One, if you're traditional you would have married her before you put a baby in her. That's the second nugget. Two, if you're traditional and you didn't like that kind of behavior, you wouldn't have posted those provocative videos to begin with. My issue was with that what he was saying is that he wasn't consistent in his ideology and his argument. He did not have a problem with what Keke Palmer was wearing. He just didn't like that she was wearing it with Usher being around. That was the problem. I just didn't like the consistency in his logic because it's not consistent when you think about it. And so many other people called it out as well. Literally, the comments, bare people called out
Gina,
his lack of
do you have a
consistency.
boyfriend?
I was just about to ask that, Savage. I was exactly about to ask that.
Gina, do you
No,
have a boyfriend?
no, I don't have a boyfriend.
Have you ever had a boyfriend?
Yes, I have.
Do you have female friends?
Yes.
So I got a question for you. So you met a guy and you guys start dating. How would you feel if your boyfriend and your best friend got drinks on the regular or went out to eat on the regular without you?
I would be cool with it because I would set boundaries from the beginning and I'd be consistent. In being a relationship, you should always set what you and are not comfortable with and not just change it halfway through. We can have a conversation about it. I will not be comfortable unless I'm there.
Oh, so he was with them or with her doing stuff and you weren't there.
Yes, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
Okay, so then why would you now have a problem with him not liking her wearing an outfit and showing off to another man that she's in a relationship that she's not with? But you're not okay and hanging out with your friend not dressing like a hoochie, but getting a drink, eating a fish sandwich, eating a taco.
Okay, it's not the same situation. As I keep saying before, I just don't think you're getting what I'm saying. This man, these situations are not the same. This man was not consistent with his logic the way it was before. He's not being consistent. If you were a traditional kind of guy, what the fuck? What supposed to do her twerking to begin with? You
Gina,
just
your
your
response
account.
right now, your response right now is word salad. Like
No,
you
it's
you
true.
you can't fathom to answer his question within
Because
the context of being in a relationship and having your partner be okay with one set of behaviors versus if we change the roles based on gender being not okay with a set of behaviors. This is what we're talking about. So it's beyond just rap music. It's beyond just Keke. At this point right now, we're talking about men and women and what's being promoted as this should be normal behavior, and if you have a problem with it, then you need to educate yourself and lean into the debauchery. And if someone says I'm not okay with it, then they're looked at as the bad person. In this case, he's the bad person, he's the broke, he's the dusty, he's the simp. I don't think he could be simp if he doesn't even make as much money as her. I'm forgetting how the definition of that word simp even runs. But as long as she's the one that's making the money, it's not even their baby, it's her baby. And so he should just shut up and let her do what she wants. Then another feminist talking point is that she's a woman, she has her own autonomy, she could dress how she wants. Okay, but then let's just do this in reverse. Let's say that Darius went to a Beyonce concert and they pulled his cute little butt up on stage and he was dancing with Beyonce. All the same women / females would have lost their shit. And nobody in the chat could even tell me that I'm wrong about that.
P. Rothstein, $10 super check. Give me a second. Gina says the problem is the good and respectful women are not shouting from the mountaintops in opposition of this behavior. What say you, panel? Real quick. Go ahead, guys. Anybody?
Yeah, I just said Beyonce she gonna do the surfboard on Darius, and let's watch all these same women get mad at him.
But the thing is, I made this point before. Like I said this point in the beginning that I do agree that the women, especially like the shade room, they're never consistent because I said in the beginning, if the genders were reversed, a lot of these girls would be singing a different tune. This is the one thing that I said that I don't like.
Gina, hold on.
Just
But
Pearly
you're
Things
just
says, Nina, you're talking facts. What's up, Just Pearly Things?
Hey, Pearl.
Just Pearly Things also said something interesting at the top. Give me a second. Let me try to find it real quick. I just had it.
She said that I didn't realize that was Pearly. I thought someone was trolling your name. I'm sorry. Oh, she said that we need to bring back shame, and I agree. A little shame will go a long way right now.
But also, have addressed her in private, not on the internet. I think that was his biggest mistake. He should have handled it privately.
No.
But Gina, we're past that. We're past that argument at this point. I'm just talking about the mindset that's being presented and very obvious since the backlash. Like women are still not holding this behavior to account, just like you're making all kinds of excuses for it and just saying, yeah, well, it's okay if she does it, but I wouldn't do it. Yeah, people should be able to do what they want, but I wouldn't do it. And we're like, no, nobody should be doing this. This should not be normalized to the point that it is.
Gina, Just Pearly Thing says that he, meaning Darius, did not like that or didn't like the fact that she was acting like a slut. Go ahead, Gina.
No, she didn't. No, he did not like that thing around Usher. It's okay when she acts like a slut when it's around him, but when she does it around other people or in public, that's when he has a problem with it.
Hey Gina, got a question for you. Quick question. You've had a boyfriend, right?
Yes.
So when you're in a relationship, you sleep with your boyfriend, right? Like you guys do like relationship things together, right?
Yes.
So would you be mad if your boyfriend was sleeping with another woman while you guys were together?
Of course I would be mad.
So why would you then say that it's different when she dresses like a sleut? Because when she's dressing like a sleut for her boyfriend, that's in their relationship, which we can both agree that sleeping with someone outside your relationship you would not like. So why is it weird that he's okay with her doing certain, but then going around other dudes that are not him and doing said things is the problem?
Okay, so this is the idea that she should only dress like that when it's for him, and she shouldn't do that around other men. Okay, I
Yes,
can get.
because if you're gonna say that's not true, then you're openly saying that men that make a lot of money should any man that makes more money than his woman should openly be able to cheat on them. That is the standard you're setting by disagreeing with the statement. If you say that she's okay doing what she did, then I want every dude in this chat that has a bunch of money to start cheating on their wives and say it's because of Gina. And you can't say we're bad people, because if it's good for the goose, it's really good for the gander.
Then he should have a conversation in private about the whole situation and say, listen, I don't feel comfortable that you did this, this, and that. And they should have a conversation with it. This whole thing is that just talk about when
Gina,
you're in a relationship, talk about expectations and boundaries and what you expect. Make those you need to make that clear when you start being in a relationship. When I'm in a relationship, I make it clear about what I expect, what I'm cool with, and what I'm not cool with. If he's not cool with that, then we break up. That's what should happen.
Gina, you want him to go to a dark room and whisper sweet nothings to her ear to let her know that she messed up, but she on camera, in public, on television, was thrown around for the world to see. But you then don't want him to address her in public. You want him to go to a dark room and to lock the doors and turn the lights off and text it to her in private. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Yes,
she did it in public. She
No, carry on.
I don't know what happened to Savage. He's probably in a bad area. I want to point something out
I
real
stopped.
quick.
No,
Oh, go ahead.
I stopped talking because she started talking. Started talking, but she did it in public. She disrespected him in public. So now you're saying that you would want this man to, instead of holding frame and allowing her to know, like she did, you want him to be a wuss and go hide in a dark corner and keep it out of the limelight, not to shame her.
Okay. And look, he made it public. Look what happened to him. And now
You
you've opened
feminists
the
jumped on you
was it
feminists
a good
jumped out
decision?
there with your feminist babble.
Yes, yep, you sure did. But you know what? As a man, he still took the bullets. So what does that tell you about his character? I don't care how broke or dusty you guys call him. He still took the bullets and he still stood on it. So, I mean, I just don't understand what else is supposed to be expected. Someone had said in the chat, well, he didn't marry her and they had a kid. Well, she has a baby because she allowed him to make her pregnant. So I don't know which one of them is more at fault in that situation. At the end of the day, there's a lot of emotional maturity that has to happen, but it still bothers me that there's so many women taking up arms to defend not only what she did, but the mindset that promotes that kind of behavior in the first place, and see absolutely nothing wrong with it. That's crazy to me.
When you're in a relationship, you should just have a conversation in the beginning about what you am not comfortable with, about especially like the way you dress and stuff. If you're not comfortable with the way your partner dresses, then they're not the right person for you. These are just conversations that you should have when you get in a relationship.
But Gina, this is the thing. This is more than just how you're dressing. This is where we go from high school, from a graduate of university back to high school. This is more than how a person dresses. It's all of the behavior that was attached to it during the incident and after the incident and now after the incident of after the incident. It's now we're beyond the dress now. Now it's like the behavior and the attitude that has come after it. Like no one wants to be held responsible for this. It's like women that are agreeing with this, like no women that think this way, they can't do no wrong. You men are just gonna have to sit there and take it. I think one woman even called me a pick-me. So because I go to CT University, I already had my notes to know what a pick-me was. And I'm just like, you guys just sound like you've never actually had a long-term relationship or a marriage with a man or grew up with men in your household to know why this was wrong.
As I've said,
P. Rothstein with the $10 super chat says he was too good looking for her when they met. Now that she's had a baby and got a little thick and her skin cleared, or her skin cleared up, she's under the impression that she's too good for him now. Wow, just wow. Gina, go ahead.
Okay, so to answer that one, like Keke was literally tweeting the day before this whole incident happened about how much that she loved her man. So she clearly must respect him. And in interviews, Keke has previously stated that if we have an issue in a relationship, we will solve it privately. She has said numerous times that she likes to keep stuff in her relationship private. So and if he was there during that interview, so he should have known to take it private.
Gina, can I
There's
ask you a
nothing
question real
wrong with
quick?
being
Gina,
mature.
Gina, can I ask you a question real quick? Do you, at 24 or 25 years old, do you believe that you've been brainwashed by attending a liberal university?
No.
Okay. Okay. You were going to say something, but you never finished it. Do you remember what you were going to say? You had a talking point. You were going to say something real quick and you never finished it.
Could you remind me what I was talking about? Because
Yeah, it was because you had said it, and then Savage had said he had went back to a previous question. Okay, so you do agree with Keke Palmer. You do agree with the way she was dressed. You believe that there's nothing wrong with going out at night, in the wee hours of the morning with your girlfriends to hang out. You believe that women are sexually assaulted at very high rates. You said it's an epidemic in America, correct? I just want to, for everybody
yeah,
who's okay. You believe it's an epidemic in America, even though you live in the UK. Okay, so Black Men Unfiltered is in here. Let me see what he has to say. Go ahead.
I was just sitting back listening, but I don't agree. I think that if you act an ass in public, you should be treated like an ass in public. As a man, if I'm covering you and me and you have a baby and we're looking to aspire to be great as a couple, we're aspiring to be great, to be married, and have a nuclear family and show people what it's about. Because over the years, Keke has spoke about being married, being with a husband, having a family, and all of a sudden you done got thick in the waist, pretty in the face, and got fine as wine. Now you want everybody to drink out of the cup. And when you're out like that in front of another man, and you're all up on this man, he's serenading you, that is so disrespectful on so many levels in private. If you wanted to have sex with Usher, why shouldn't you should have went and had sex with him in private. You shouldn't have been out in public grinding all on this man while the man you just had a baby for sits back and watches it. And the way she was dressed is also inappropriate. Because as a woman, when you walk out of the house, you are a representation of the man that you are with. And if your ass is out, then my ass is out. Because then I'm assed out because people are asking me, wait a minute, I know your character. I know who you are as a man. I know you're not going to, I know that wasn't one of your ideas for her to go out and grind on another man and be with another man like that, dressed like that. She had intentions. If a woman dresses like that, she wants attention. She looked at her body, just like somebody said in the chat. She looked at her body. Her breast has gotten bigger. Her waist has gotten all the way back snatched up. Her ass is looking wonderful and plump. And she said, the hell with being the old Keke. I'm bad now. And all of this is natural. Let me go out and show Usher what he's missing. And when you do that, and he checked her in public, I agree with him. Check her ass where she is. Because at the end of the day, I keep telling people, hoes are hoes in private. And when they get a little fine and get a little, a little step up and somebody lift them up just a little bit, they become hoes in public because they can no longer resist it. And Keke looked at her body and said, I can't just give this ass to one man. I got to spread this ass around. And that's what happened. I land my plane there, sir.
Gina, what's up?
So can I ask a question? So one, Usher's engaged. I don't know why everyone keeps forgetting this. So why are we acting like Usher was gonna really like sleep with Keke, because he was never going to? So do we think that Usher disrespected his fiance?
We don't care. We don't care what Usher was gonna do. I think that was besides the point. But people have brought it up that he was married. I'm like, yeah, how many people in Hollywood are married and still have like 2, 3, 4, 5 babies on the way? So I think that for the most part, that's irrelevant. Well, it don't matter if she's grinding on Usher. He's married. Well, he's not married, since we want to be technical about it. But what is the relevancy of that? Usher has nothing to do with Keke and Darius until Keke made it have something to do with Usher. You see what I'm saying? So who cares if he's engaged? He's another baby mama maker, as far as I'm concerned. So whatever with that.
And keep in mind, ladies, that when Keke went on to break up with him to throw it in his face to show that she's a conniving whore, she went and sung a Usher song to him to break up with him.
See, that is trifling. Like, I mean, I don't condone violence, but that would have made me wake up with violence. I'm just saying, somebody would have had their wig snatched off if I was like the baby sister. I'm just being honest.
And she sang to him. She serenaded. This is the thing that makes it trifling. This is what makes this whole trifling. Not only did you break up, not only did you disrespect the father of your child, right? But you got online and did a breakup song for attention. And now you use the very man you were grinding with and disrespecting him with. You use one of his songs to do it. Somebody,
well, can we take this back?
Make that make sense. Make it make sense. The disrespect is outrageous. Make it make sense.
Can we take it back to?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can we take it back to the fact that if I'm married, all right, or engaged, and a woman's dancing up on me, isn't that disrespectful to my fiance?
Oh, the women will eat your ass alive, sir.
So this even makes it worse. She's dancing on an engaged man who's allegedly taken, and people are still covering for her. Like, how is it that you're going to go dance on a man throwing that thought pocket whore and then have the gall to be the one that's the victim?
The reason why people were dragging him is because he made it public. That is why people dragged him.
But hold on. But why are we not talking about her? Why are we not talking about her being public with her ass out, grinding against another man? These hoes ain't loyal. What are we talking about?
But you know what? Darius should have said, the thing is, I think more people would have backed him if he didn't make it about the outfit. I think more people would have backed him if he tweeted, your dance with Usher was inappropriate with me. I'm your man. I guarantee people would have backed him. But
they wouldn't have.
You're always trying to give the women an out.
No, I'm telling you,
I don't believe that. I would have saw that if it wasn't the women, it would have been other people from another community, and I'm just gonna say it just like that. Another community with males being like, "Oh, he's just insecure," because that's what they were doing already. He's just insecure. He's just a hater. So it doesn't make a difference what Darius would have said. It's just the fact that he called it out at all. Has them all, clutching their pearls and twerking in defiance. That's the problem. That's the problem that I have with this.
Right.
Because I was so disappointed that so many women think that this is okay.
Yeah, we need more Dariuses. We need more men to call out this whore activity. We need more men. When you just laid in a hospital and pushed out a whole human being out of your body for this man, and now all of a sudden you're in the presence of Usher. And now you want to go with your ass out and you want to go twerk and grind on Usher? Are you kidding me? What he should have done, if it were me, I would have checked her ass in public. I would have got in the car or wherever I was in, and I would have went to the place and checked her in front of Usher. That's what I would have done.
Gina, do you think that Keke Palmer is a whore, Gina?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you don't think she was dressing like one either?
If that's how she wants to dress, that's her prerogative. I don't think that makes sense.
Gina.
No, this is Gina's opinion.
Gina, Gina. You know what? I wish we had time. Chaotic True, what you need to do is put 4 pictures of ladies that sell their bodies. I'm not going to say because I want to miss your channel. Ladies that sell their bodies, put 4 pictures of them up, and then put the last 4 pictures of Gabrielle Union, Sierra, and Keke up, and tell me, can you tell the difference between a whore and a woman that say they're a woman? And if you can't tell the difference between a whore and them, then they are out of line.
Oh my gosh, you lot hate Sierra as well.
Well, Black Man Unfiltered, the thing I've just realized after 5.5 hours is there is definitely a Jesus Christ. There is definitely a generational divide. And Gina is a Gen Z. She's grown up in the Me Too era, George Floyd era, woke era. She went to a very liberal arts college during a very liberal time. This woman, I mean, I gotta say it, man. After hearing her, all I gotta say is welcome China. Welcome. Because these people, her generation, they're gonna be the downfall of Western civilization. It's insane to me. Yeah.
You guys are going to be the quintessential cat ladies abusing SSRIs and alcohol like nobody's business.
Well, they're not going to do that, Nina, because China's going to take over. Putin is about to knock on UK's door any minute now, because this is insane to me. This is absolutely insane to me that she is justifying, and she can do what she want to do, justifying a woman who is literally dressed as a prostitute. But again, she doesn't understand it because she has been desensitized for 20 plus years of her life to nudity on Instagrams, Facebook, etc. So she doesn't get what we're saying. We're old. We're old to her. We're old. She doesn't understand it. We're old.
So now she has another movie coming out called Aquila and the Big Ass, because now that's what she is.
Is that real? Like no, that's seriously. Oh, okay. Like what?
No, the issue is, no, in 5-10 years, she's going to be the same chick that's talking about how black women aren't protected. Why are there no good men? Why is no one getting married? Why do you guys not help me when I break down next to the road? Like, it's feminism. Like, everything she said is literally women should be able to do whatever they want, and the accountability is on everyone else. It's always someone else's fault. That's literally what she said this entire time. She made the assumption that dude didn't say anything in his relationship, and then tried to say, well, she said that she loved him, and blah. I'm like, okay, well, if I tell my wife I love her and I cheat on her, does that mean that she should not get mad about it?
Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Okay. Wait, hold on a second. Gene, I gotta ask you another question. And I'm so glad that you are remaining on the panel. What are your takes on immigration that is currently happening in the UK? What do you think about immigration?
Oh, oh my gosh, that's so complicated with immigration in the UK.
Yeah, tell me what are your thoughts real quick. I just want to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, I don't agree with the UK's Rwanda policy with the idea of just putting immigrants and just like deporting them back to Rwanda. I think that's very unethical, you know. Do you know, I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I'm a socialist. Since, you know, everybody wants to say I'm woke. And yeah, I'm a socialist. Yeah, come at me.
We never would have guessed.
Come at me. Say it.
Gina, how can you be a socialist when you're on a $1 billion platform, YouTube? You're not promoting socialism right now?
I can be on $1 billion and promote socialism. I believe in equality for all. So yes, I do believe in, you know, like for example,
you believe in capitalism?
Like,
so you believe in socialism over capitalism?
I don't. I'm not the biggest fan of capitalism in some aspects. I do believe capitalism is very, very flawed.
ACT, remember?
Gina.
Let her rock it out, Nina. Let her rock it out. Let her rock it out. Okay. So you don't agree. So you don't agree with. Oh, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with Prime Minister Meloni in Italy?
She's a woman, right?
Yeah. Do you agree with the fact
she's like far right? Is it
super far right? Do you believe in her basically turning around many immigrants from entering into Italy? Do you believe in that, or what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know too much about her. All I've heard is really far right, so I don't want to, because I'm not too knowledgeable. So what is she like, not treating the like immigrants well?
She's turning cargo ships around. She doesn't want them in the country.
Well, again, as socialist, I believe in letting people in. I do believe that immigration can add value to the economy, but this is just my opinion. But I don't want to get politics on here.
Now, why don't you believe in capitalism?
Because capitalism is built on exploitation.
Okay. What kind of phone do you have?
I have an Android.
How much did you pay for your Android? How many pounds did you pay?
I don't remember. My mom gave it to me as a present.
Would you ever consider giving it up? And because obviously your Android was created by the means of production through capitalism. somebody was exploited. The cocaine that is in almost every, is it cocaine or cocaine that's in almost every phone was extracted from the Congo from somebody who was getting paid probably 10 cents an hour, 10 cents a day. You ever thought about giving up your Android? What kind of computer do you have?
A Mac.
You have a Mac. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you are the walking stereotype right
Wow.
now.
Wow.
We
Okay.
call you champagne socialists. I can't even.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Now, you living in London, you don't really have a car. Do you have a car in London?
No, I do have a car, but I bought it myself.
What kind of car do you have?
Pardon?
What kind of car do you have?
Toyota.
Okay. Do you have a bank account?
Yes, I have a bank account.
Who do you bank with?
I don't want to get too much into like who my bank account is.
Okay. So you went to a very good school in London. You have a Toyota Camry, which is about $30,000. You have a $2,000 MacBook. Your mom gave you a $1,000 Android phone. You're on YouTube that I believe their 2022 revenue was $50 billion probably. You don't see anything wrong with you saying that you don't support capitalism, but in favor of socialism?
No, because you guys are picking extreme examples. Like, for example, I need my phone. I need to travel around. There are necessities that, but I still can't support loads of big companies that are built on people. Like, for example, I support fast fashion because fast fashion literally exploits loads of workers for prices.
Gina, can I say something to you real quick, Gina? Everybody on this dais, Nina, Savage, and Black Man Unfiltered, we didn't have phones when we were teenagers in the 90s. I didn't have a phone.
No, I had a pager.
That was
Yeah.
I had a pink pager.
If we wanted to reach out to our friends, we had to hope that they were at home when you knocked on that door. You don't need your phone, Gina. People live without their phones for 100,000 years. You don't need your car. You can walk. You're 24 years old and you're pretty able-bodied, and from the sounds of it, you don't sound fat, so you can walk. Think about the emissions that you're putting into the air with your gas guzzling Toyota. I'm just curious. How are you anti-capitalist? I'm curious.
the thing is, I don't like examples. First off, look, we're living in a day and age where we're living in digital technology. You use your phone to travel around. For example,
Capitalism produced all of that stuff that you say that you need, despite the fact that you're claiming to be a socialist. And a lot of times, your mindset is very typical of a socialist. That's why over here in the States, we call you guys champagne socialists. Our country is riddled with them. Your mindset and understanding of what socialism is could not exist without us being capitalists. You would not be able to live in a flat or wherever you are living. You wouldn't be able to have a car. As a matter of fact, you're being socially unconscious by the fact that you have a vehicle because, climate change. Secondly, you have a Mac. No Mac is under $2,000 these days. And I should know because I have 4 of them. But I'm a true diehard right-wing capitalist. So I've earned the money to pay for my Macs, and I'm going to enjoy them all the time. And you also have an Android. Somebody gave it to you. The fact that you received it as a gift, that means that someone else's labor had to, number one, produce it. And then you said you got it from your mom. So she had to use her money to pay for it. So you guys are walking hypocrites. And every time you get called out, your voice pitches up like a teenager. Now, I'm not trying to disparage you on this panel, but I want you to see what we see when you're talking. And hopefully, if you ever listen to this in a playback, you understand that it's coming from a position of love because I'm older than you and I'm also a woman.
Gina, thank you so much.
No, I'm sorry, because at this point, I feel like you're just using the fact that you're older to bully me. First off,
I don't have to. You do that all on your own.
Equality. I don't mind all of these things, but yes, some of it was built on exploitation. All I'm just saying is that everybody should be paid an equal amount and nobody should be exploited for their labor. That is what I'm saying is I believe that everyone should be treated fairly.
Whoa. Gina,
Hold
hold
on.
on, Gina, hold on. Savage, I got you because this is about Savage. Now, Savage is an electrician. So let me get this straight, Gina. Are you saying that somebody who's flipping burgers should get paid the same amount as somebody who is wiring a commercial building like Savage would, right?
No. Those are two different job fields. I'm saying is that, for example, if there is a manager who's taking an excessive high fee that they don't deserve, and that money should be equally distributed down to their other workers within that industry, you can't compare those two because that's not the same job that they're doing.
Gina.
Okay.
Gina. Here, this is what you need to realize. Your argument is retarded. One, you're not as pretty as another girl, and you're not as ugly as another girl. You and 3 girls walking down London all are not the same height. You don't have the same length of hair. You all don't weigh the same. You all don't look the same. Like, there's nowhere in everything is equal. Like, there's not. So in order for you to get equality, that means that you can't bring people that don't produce up to people that produce. What that means is you have to punish the people that produce to bring them down to the people that don't produce. So this idea of equality is the most garbly-gook crap I've ever heard, because capitalism just means you own private property. That's all it means, that you have the ability to own your labor. That's what capitalism is. For you to say that because I own a business and I pay the new guy $12 an hour and I pay the manager $20 an hour, exploitation, you clearly have never owned a business. You clearly have no understanding of how businesses work, because if the guy that just got hired on his first day gets paid as much as the manager, then why do I have a manager? Because I know the guy that just started isn't running the business. He's not running nothing. He's not putting out fires. He's not directing the new guy. Even this ideology of life's perfect, and it's not. You want to live in this crazy utopia where you play on your MacBook and talk about how capitalism is so evil and women can do whatever they want and how you're oppressed, but you live in London and have a $2,000 computer. Do you know what people in Africa would do to have $2,000 worth of food?
Bob with the $5 super chat says the only place where you almost have equality is jail, and even there, all of them want freedom. Good point, Bob. Gina, we're not picking on you. We're just asking questions, because if you're a socialist, you ever thought about moving to like North Korea?
Of course not. That place is like a fascist country run by like Kim Jong-un.
But they're okay.
Welcome to socialism.
All right, what about Cuba? Cuba's not fascist anymore. What about Cuba?
I can't answer that question.
These are not fascist countries, they're communist countries. And communist is I want to speak to your manager, socialism.
Wait, did you change my name?
Your name? What?
No, someone's changed my name to Liberal She's
sorry.
I have no idea what
you changed your name to Liberal She and Her for your. I'm pretty sure you go by pronouns at this point, right? Gina, you go by pronouns, don't you?
Well, yes, I do respect people's pronouns, but you guys roast me for that too. Okay, apparently you guys want to roast me for actually respecting people's pronouns.
I didn't say anything. You listen.
Hey, Gina.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead, Gina.
Wait, so you would date a transgender?
No, I'm sorry. No. We're not getting into but no, I'm gonna stop it here because I don't like what
that would be.
No,
that would be equality.
No, I'm not.
That'd be equality.
Hold on. Let me hold on for a second, Gina. Why not move to China? They're a socialist country. Or Vietnam, they're socialist.
You think? Wait. You think China is a socialist country?
To a degree, China's still socialist. I mean, I don't care how much products they make or whatever. They're pretty socialist. They're
not a socialist country.
They're like a second world country. They're not really a first world country. Let's be completely honest.
China's not a socialist country. Can we just know?
They have capitalism, so you're right.
Hong Kong is literally fighting for their freedom right now. Like, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Hong Kong's not part of China, so that's a bad comparison. But you have to realize that China actually has capitalism, so it would be
They
actually
do have
more
capitalism.
socialist because by of what capitalism is, they would be a socialist country.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Gina. Oh my God.
I'm looking for a list of today, like who's actually a
I'm
socialist
lost for
country.
words right now with Gina. Any black man unfiltered? Anybody? I'm just lost for words.
Yeah, I'll just say something. So CT, remember it was probably earlier in the week, or maybe it was last week, and we were talking about like how these kids in these Ivy League schools, because we were talking about like Greg's example. He went to Ivy League schools, and him and all his rich friends, they were champagne
Yeah, I remember.
socialists.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were like all Marxists and socialists for the first few years of their schooling because of all of the different indoctrination and the learning material that they're given by the professors that are there. But then, now that he's older and he's not that thing anymore, he was like, it's impossible for you to exist as a socialist in this country without being funded by a capitalist. So it's a luxury. It's a luxury party to belong to in the Western country. It's very snooty. Just like Hassan Piker, I think he's one of the Young Turks people. He calls himself a socialist. All the females from BLM all call themselves socialists. And where do they live? In affluent white communities. Like, come on.
The irony of it.
All of the irony.
I gotta ask Gina some more questions.
Well, it's not.
Oh, Gina.
It's not iron.
Gina, do you? What are your thoughts on America in terms of like a world power? Are we good? Are we bad? What are your thoughts on America?
Do you know, if I get into this, you guys are just gonna continue.
No. Everybody's on mute. It's just me and you. Just guys, nobody say anything. Just what are your thoughts on America? Go ahead, Gina.
I don't think. If I get into this, you guys are just gonna.
No. It's just me and you. Do you want me to put them in the back? I'll put them in the back. If you want to, it should be me and you talking. What do you want me to do? You want me to put them in the back?
No. It's just
okay. They're on mute. They're on mute, guys. Just stay on mute. Let her rock it out. She's entitled to her opinion. We could be wrong too. What are your thoughts on America?
Well, I used to when I was younger, let's just say about 10, 12 years ago, I wanted to move to America, but kind of everything that's gone on within the recent kind of couple years, my opinion of America as a country has kind of gone downhill, especially with like the political landscape and how it's gotten politically divisive recently. It's been really sad. Okay. That same level of political division has not really happened here in the UK. We've had our issues with like Brexit and stuff, but the political division in America is really scary. So my opinion of America isn't as high as it was, let's just say 10 years ago.
P. Rothstein with the $5 super chat says, pronoun ? Are we back in junior high English class? We live in the twilight zone for real, CT. No BS. So let me ask you a question. In America, you were talking about the political climate is pretty bad here. Is it the current administration? Is it police brutality? What is it really about America that you don't like? Go ahead, Mel.
It's a complex of loads of things. The between the left and the right has been. I really think that the political division between left and right is probably one of the saddest things that's kind of happened to America. And obviously, I do take issues as a Black person. I care about police brutality as well, which has been like really, really sad. The overturning of Roe versus Wade has been so horrible. So this is kind of all added to my.
Now, why is the overturning of Roe v. Wade horrible? Savage, hold on, Savage. He's Savage. Hold on, because Savage, you could be wrong, Savage, but why is the overturning of Roe v. Wade bad?
Because how can the Supreme Court was literally built on the foundation to expand rights. This is the first time in history that the Supreme Court has voted to take a right away. It's insane to me.
So are you pro-abortion?
I am pro-choice.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, guys, hold on. You're pro-choice. Are you pro-choice? Let's ask some questions here. How far pro-choice are you? When should you? When do you consider a human being a human being?
Look, I have like complex feelings on it, but I just believe that a woman has a right to choose, because you know why I don't believe in putting a child in a horrible position, because like I've seen, look, again, I worked in charities. I have seen like really horrible parents who continue to have kids. So sometimes I do believe the most loving thing is to just terminate the child. You
So
guys
you're
roast me as much as you want to, but that's my opinion. I'm not changing it.
So
hold on, guys, hold on. Wait a minute. Let me do the questions first. Okay. 4 months.
I don't like listen. I don't have any like.
Okay. You say that there's a police problem in America. Tell me some more about what you believe about the police problem in America. What do you think is going on in America?
I do believe that the police system is built on systemic racism, and the criminal justice system is rooted with systemic bias.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in abolishing the police, because I've never believed in that, because I think that's too extreme. But I do believe in criminal police reform to reform the justice system, because there's too many equities with the police system, and I do believe brutality is a massive problem in America that should be addressed.
Okay, so in America, now mind you, all of us on the panel, other than you, live in America. Are you saying that it is dangerous for people like myself, Black Man Unfiltered, who's Black? Nina's a female, people like me and Black Man Unfiltered. Do you think it's dangerous for me and him to drive down the street and we're just driving at the speed limit, and we need to be on high alert for the police because they might delete us? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it's a problem. It's very scary if you're a Black man and then you drive at certain speed, and then a police officer might come by you, and then you might have an interaction that might go wrong. That's very. I pay attention to a lot that goes on in America. I'm very in tune.
Now, respectfully, since me and you were just talking, I'm gonna, everybody's still on mute. What if I told you that every police encounter that I've had, especially with whites, has been a pleasant interaction? Would you believe that?
Of course I do, because every situation is the same. Some people have good interactions, some people have bad interactions, but it doesn't mean that's still not a problem.
Okay. Now, what if I'm listening to you? Just, what if I told you that the majority of police interactions are just, hey, you were speeding, here goes a ticket? What if I told you that the majority of police interactions were like that? Would you believe that?
Provide me the statistics.
Well, I don't have the data in front of me, but here are these statistics. If police were gunning people down in the street at a certain scale, you would have constant deaths per day. Does that make any sense?
I get what you're saying, but I still need to check the stats just to triple check.
Okay. Here go the stats. Most people in America die by some sort of health issue, right? Most men die because of some sort of health condition, right? If the police were systemically gunning down people, then the largest or the number one type of death would be through police. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So if what you're saying is true, if there was some sort of systemic policing problem in America with deaths, then the largest killer of men, particularly Black men, would be through police. Does that kind of make any sense to you?
I get the logic that you're going with. I just don't agree. I understand where you're going with the logic. I just don't agree. Listen, I'm not saying that every interaction with every Black man with the police is deadly, but there are disproportionate numbers of Black men being killed by police brutality. Look at what happened to Tyree Nichols earlier this year. That guy literally was stopped over, and he literally got beat up by police officers. Why? Because they were police officers who thought they could abuse their power, and that needs
But
to be
you do
checked.
know that those police officers were black in that case, right?
Yes, of course not.
Okay. You said it was systemic racism, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Okay. Now, George Floyd, for example, you what do you think about the George Floyd incident?
It was horrible. And again, Derek Chauvin went to prison as he rightly deserved because he, in my opinion, he murdered George Floyd.
Let me read the super chat real quick. P. Rothstein with the $10 super chat says, I've had too many encounters with the police to remember the exact amount. I was never beaten or handcuffed with my hands behind my back because I wasn't a belligerent. I was treated fairly. Now, is this case just what do you think about this? What P. Rothstein said, Gina?
That's what I'm saying is I understand that not every black man who gets stopped by the police gets beaten, but that doesn't mean that the issues of police brutality still doesn't exist, and it still does disproportionately affect black men in higher numbers.
Can you do me a favor? Can you name me, other than George Floyd and Rodney King and Tyree Nichols, can you name 5 incidents real quick?
Probably can't name all of them, but I know Michael Brown. I know Freddie Gray.
Okay.
Can't remember the other ones, but I do know. I can't remember all of the names.
Okay. Are you in Black Lives Matter, by the way?
What do you mean?
Are you a part of the organization in UK, Black Lives Matter?
No.
Okay. Do you believe in Black Lives Matter, the organization?
I believe in the movement. I have issues with the organization.
Okay. Anybody want to Black Man Unfiltered? Did you want to ask her a question?
I have a question.
Just be nice of her.
I will.
Okay.
What's the difference between a woman who abandons a child at a train station and a woman who pays a doctor to decapitate a baby?
These are extreme scenarios. Like, difference is that the child was already born. I think the most loving thing to do, in my opinion, is to actually have an abortion before the child is born. I think that's more loving than freaking leaving a child on the street.
So it's better to delete the child inside the womb rather than delete the child outside the womb? Isn't deletion the same thing either way?
The thing is, we're not getting into semantics, so this is my personal opinion. Like, we're not going to get into debate of when do you think life begins? What is the loving thing to do?
I never said when life begins, but I think that if a woman goes to a hospital, I just saw a girl go to the hospital and take a baby and throw her baby in the trash can. What's the difference between her and a woman that goes 2 weeks before that girl went into labor and does the same thing with a doctor? What's the difference?
To me, it's not the same thing because
it's still loss of life, ma'am.
Well, then that's your opinion. To me, it's like I think it's more loving to have an abortion before the fetus is born or whatever. I think it's more loving than actually having a child and then putting that physical child through a more harmful situation, which is why I'm pro-choice. Because let me tell you something: not all women should be mothers. Not all women should have kids. Sometimes it is necessary for you to have an abortion because I think that's more loving than having to put that child through situations. But that's just my opinion. Okay, we're gonna disagree, and that's okay.
So what you need to do, ma'am, is since you're preaching that choice and women should be able to go in and knock their babies in the head with metal hammers and get rid of them, why aren't you preaching women to close their legs and use the 33 contraceptives to keep from having to go through the situation of deleting a living and moving being inside of their stomachs?
Well, to be fair, she never really got to that point.
Thing is, I am pro contraception. I do get mad. The thing is, I do get mad that if you're choosing to have sex, you should always make sure that a condom is used and you're taking precautions and you can take the after pill. I'm also pro contraception as well. Why are you assuming?
So you're pro. I'm with you on the contraceptive. So you're pro preventing, babies from coming, but you're also pro deleting babies when they're here.
Multiple things can coexist. I do think I do think that contraception is important, but if you do have a baby, then I also believe that, you know what, if you don't want a child, that is your choice. That is the choice between you and your doctor. No one else should.
Okay, I understand this. So my thing is this, and this is going to be not toward you. This is a general idea. a general thought. So when the young man went to Sandy Hook and did what he did to those babies, that was horrible, right? Are you familiar with Sandy Hook?
Yes.
Okay, that was very much horrible what that man did to those children. And those children lost innocent children that had no choice whether they wanted to live or be deleted. They had no choice in the matter. They were just taken out. Isn't that the same thing when it comes to abortion?
No.
No, the baby should have a choice. You said my body, my choice. What if the baby in the womb says my body, my choice? Why are you making a decision for me when I am a human being?
The baby is not born yet. It doesn't even have a mind yet. So how can
what? Women are having baby deletions up to term, ma'am. Did you know that?
Let me get Black Men Unfiltered up out of here real quick. We're not gonna do microaggressions against Gina. Let's respect Gina's generation real quick. Gina, I'm trying to protect you from any microaggressions. Is that all right? You want me to bring him back?
No, it's okay. You know, I'm
You sure. Because I respect your generation. Okay, so hold on, Black Man Unfiltered. You got to remember, she's Gen Z. Let's try to, keep it, with the microaggressions.
Shout out to the millennials.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I just don't understand it, man.
Hey, Black Man Unfiltered, your mic is real choppy. Let's try to.
Hold on. I'll fix it. Go ahead, Gina. I'll fix it.
All right. Yep. Nina.
Yep, I stayed muted. I'm a pretty
ahead,
good panelist. No, I'm just listening to I've been listening here in the back, and it's just I'm just going through the entire script of liberal woke talking points, and I just was literally just checking them off. The only thing I'm missing is an actual visual to see if Gina has pink hair or something, So it is what it is. It's most unfortunate. The only thing that I am just really concerned for you when it comes to you just being a fellow woman, and I'm going to assume because this is one of Lapeef's shows that you're most likely a woman of color, is that you're selling yourself down the river for failure. And you guys can do that whole black girl magic, the most educated, the most whatever, but you're gonna have a miserable life if this is how you're going into it. In my honest opinion.
No, well, hold on. Let me take up for you real quick, Gina, because Nina, now in Gina's defense, her type, I think 70% or 75% of the nation's GDP is in blue counties, Democrats, liberals. So Gina might mess around and be more well-to-do than all of us who are conservative.
I'm going to lean into that being a possibility because I'm always open-minded to listen to everything. That's how I met you in the first place. But I will tell you, if this is a trajectory in terms of the mindset, the way of thinking, the way of not wanting to take into account and have some foresight, Gina, even if she does become a successful woman, she's going to be paying some men some alimony and child support.
Again, you're making assumptions. You really don't know.
Yeah, but you know what? You've been making lots of assumptions too, and you've been talking a lot out of your wanker when it comes to just talking points that are parroted. So when someone asks you to expand on them, you move the goalpost and you start talking about something else. I've been listening to this for over an hour, like 2 hours now.
You guys keep trying to put me into extreme black and white options, and the reason why I is because people keep trying to box me so that way they can pin me down and give the. See, I got you.
I'm not trying to box you. And some things are black and white. Like 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4, no matter what your intersectionality is. And so some of the things that we're talking about in concept are pretty straightforward, black and white. So again, I think some of the frustration, at least this is what I'm hearing, at least to the 2 men that have been up on the panel, is that even if you say that you agree for your own personal position on something, you always still keep making excuses for mostly the behavior. And I think that's what they keep trying to call you out or get pushback on. And then you take a defensive position like, stop picking on me, when that's not even the case. So it comes off a little immature for your age.
Guys,
respectfully.
Lapeef there's another show within the hour. Gina, I want to end with you, and Nina, I want to end with you. Savage, Black Men Unfiltered, any last words, my good sirs?
No, I just think that in the world that we're living in today, there's selective outrage. We want to be angry about one thing, but we don't want to be angry about everything. And I think the things that are going on right now are affecting us all, whether they're in the room, out of the room, walking around a room. It's the same thing both ways. And we're not discussing how it impacts us in the stomach and how it impacts us out. And if we want to talk about, the selective outrage even goes to black on black crime and how we destroy each other as a people. But if we really pay attention, black women have destroyed more children than any world war that has ever been in the world. And so so over millions and millions of children have met their fates because of women who have made bad decisions. So we need to get to a point where we try to be balanced instead of saying I'm for, and not going across the board and be balanced on everything. Thank you, Nina, for standing up and standing in your circle as well, Scott.
Oh, no doubt. Thank you. I appreciate that, and nice to meet you. I don't think I've ever spoken to you before, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Black Man After the Savage. Any last words? I want to end with the ladies. Any last words?
Yeah, to be fair, I think it's funny that you gave her the stats on police brutality, and she said that even if it happens a little bit, it's too much. Well, why? Maybe those people's parents didn't want them. Like if moms can do it, why can't the cops? Death is death. Maybe their life was going to be more miserable if they kept living. Maybe they were in a bad situation. Maybe the capitalist government was oppressing them. Maybe they can rest now. Why is it when it's in the womb that you have this gracious murder is the nice and pleasant thing to do, but the cops killing somebody is bad? Why is it only a mom's right to murder, but no one else's?
Good question, Savage. Thank you so much for coming through, man. Nina and Gina, thank you so much, Gina, for coming through and staying for the last 3 hours. I'm really shocked, but thank you so much, Nina. Any last words, Nina?
No, I never know when you're on when you're on the Lapeef Network. So I was happy that once I was done with work, I was like, oh, what is CT doing? And then I saw that you were live, so that's why I hopped on. So all
Thank
good.
you so much.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Nina, for always supporting me. Gina, what say you, Gina?
No, I feel pretty good. I stand 10 toes down in all of my opinions.
You do? Hey, look, I've always said this, I've always said this. The only things that are factual within the universe are mathematics. You could be right. I could be wrong. Your views on immigration could be right.
Look,
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not saying that my opinions are 100% right about everything because I'm not perfect.
Yeah.
Like, no one is. This is just my opinion. But I also stand by, look, I whether people like it or not, I do think that I represent a lot of younger people around the world. So I think it's good to get a perspective from someone in the younger generation. Not everyone like me, not everyone definitely isn't like me, but a lot of people do. So I think I do represent some people with some kind of progressive ideas, which I think should be maybe more discussed. But that's fine. That's just me.
Do me a favor, because you're very political and you're very smart about politics. I would like for you to come to my channel, which is the Chaotic Truth Live, and because you will be a great panelist. But I do have a question for you: is your hair purple or pink, like Nina asked?
I'm black and I have locks.
I was going to ask you about locks. Okay. So your family's from the islands originally?
No, basically, I'm from the UK, but I'm a second generation immigrant. My family's from Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria. You're Yoruba or Igbo?
Yoruba.
Yoruba? Oh, okay. You're a liberal, Gina. You're a feminist. I think you've been brainwashed by that school. I went to a liberal college. I used to be like you back in the day when I was your age. I used to be just like you. I thought the white man was evil. I hated capitalism. And then I turned 25. Gina, you won't be like this for too long. I can tell you that right now.
Okay, if that's what you think, that's fine.
Yeah. That's what I believe. Hold on for a second. Somebody got something for you. Savage says, Savage with the $5 super chat says, if moms can end it, why can't cops do it? Oh, he already said that. Savage also says, if not 10 toes down, when you deflected, don't answer a question. You ignored 3 of my questions on a capitalist platform. Gina, it was really good talking to you. Trust me, it was really good talking to you. We do have difference of opinions, difference of perspectives, and you know, and I'm so glad that you stayed. Hey, you didn't sway. So hey, you know, that's pretty good. What do you think about these woke movies coming out? Do you don't have a problem with the woke movies coming out?
Could you give me an example?
Oh, I'll give you a few examples. The Little Mermaid being black, Uhura in Star Trek being not sexy like she once was, but a pretty much a character who looks like me now. Uhura was played by Nichelle Nichols in the 60s, was a fine, foxy black woman. Now the character or the person playing her looks like a dude. You have a lot of Bud Light, the issue of Bud Light going woke and the sales declining. A lot of ESG and a lot of companies and corporations in America. So what do you think about that?
I don't know about Bud Light.
You don't know about the fiasco with Bud Light?
No, I haven't. I don't watch Star Trek, so I don't really know about that one. But The Little Mermaid, I actually think the thing is, to me, I'm gonna say it again. I have complex feelings. I feel like race swapping is a lazy form of diversity, and I'd rather them have original black characters. I see through Disney. I don't like the thing is race swapping is lazy, and I would prefer them create original characters. And I do think that they do it to cultivate a black audience, and I find it disingenuous. I'm a complex person. I can have multiple thought processes. So there, yeah, I can have very complex opinions on different things. I think race swapping is a lazy form of diversity, and I think lots of companies are doing it rather than investing in original black stories. Like, I'd rather see a story about an African Disney princess, to be honest.
And on that note, thank you so much, Gina. Are you an Afrofuturist?
I don't know what that is.
You should look into it.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Gina, for coming through.
No problem.
Good talking to you.
Oh no, afternoon or whatever.
Well, it's evening here, about to be night. Thank you so much, Gina.
No
problem. Absolutely. Please come back, Gina. Savage Red with the $5 super chat says, if she's not, I can't see this. Where the hell is it? Oh, if she's not into transmissions, she's capping about equality, marriage, politics, and sports. Gregory, Duale, Tamika, LeGarrette. I don't think I read LeGarrette's super chat. He said Halle Berry played a Bond girl too. Bob, thank you so much for all of your super chats. Savage was coming through all day as usual. Big Ant P. Rothstein came through. Thank you so much, Nina, Gina, Savage, Black Man Unfiltered, 777. Thank you guys so much for coming through. Great, hell of a show. Jarice with the $2 super chat says, Chaotic was told to chat with you by Blue Jay. Oh, I know Blue Jay. Thank you so much, Blue Jay, for shouting me out. And thank you so much, Jarice, for the $2 super chat. Guys, I am out of here. I'll be back next Tuesday. Peace.